On the other side, also prepared to take up arms, were the Protestant paramilitaries, stuck in the middle with the British soldiers, trying to keep the peace. They were often described as the meat in the sectarian sandwich.
The battalion did virtually an assault up the Shankill Road, which is the Protestant area, and about 14 blokes were wounded. And the first time I was ever under fire in a British town and being shot at.
The IRA were stockpiling arms in the Force Road, and the army went in heavy for the search. And that was the first time we really went in heavy, and they didn't like it. And I think from that point, that was a turning point. They then started to take the war to us.
I was first sent to Belfast to help keep the peace in 1977.
Until you actually come here, it's hard to picture just how close the warring factions lived to one another. Over my right shoulder, the Falls Road, a Catholic community. Over my left shoulder, the Shankill Road, a Protestant community, separated by just half a mile in distance, but divided with centuries of religious tension.
It's just so difficult to think that people who can live one side of a street to the other would be quite content to murder the people on the other side and think nothing of it.
Things that I remember is talking to a policeman, an IUC copper, and I said, what's this all about? I remember him saying, well, I'm not biased. He said, but on the other hand, their houses are not as clean as ours. And that was the attitude of people in Belfast all the time, was them and us.
Throughout 1970, over 10,000 British troops were deployed in Northern Ireland. It was the first time there had been a military presence patrolling the streets of Great Britain since the General Strike of 1926. We worked the streets in a tight unit called a brick.
The brick was the smallest unit we used to use on the streets in Ireland. 4 men, normally under the command of a corporal or a lance corporal. Everybody would have a rifle, except for one guy who would carry a riot gun.
You hard target out the gates. The army calls it hard target. So you sprint out the gates and you're scared because you've got butterflies in your tummy.
On the first patrol, I honestly didn't think we was going to get to the end of the road. It was fear. It was fear, but it was also excitement.
To stay alive in Northern Ireland, we had to be streetwise. The soldier who dropped his guard would be a dead soldier.
You run like hell to the nearest wall, cover, whatever, just run like hell and zigzag. So if there is anybody out there, the chances are they're not going to hit you because you're running around like a headless chicken.
You never stood still for more than 30 seconds at any one time because you'd make yourself a target. You were constantly moving.
If you stopped, stand next to kids, and that sounds callous and cruel, but they were cowards and they wouldn't shoot at you because they didn't want to risk shooting any children because that wouldn't look good.
Whenever you stopped, you'd kneel down, rifle into the shoulder, and you'd be scanning windows, rooftops.
You're checking for any cars going too fast. You're checking that there's people on the street, because if there's nobody on the street, that's not a good sign.
There was what they call dickers, people watching you, how you patrol techniques and things like that. So we had to be extra careful. We knew where these people were watching us from. So we would just give them a wave, you know.
I got thumped by my section commander on one of my first night patrols that actually stopped right underneath a street light. I was so concentrating on getting into cover that it didn't occur to me that I'd just lit myself up by the street lights.
The walls, the bricks, you had to check that there was no bricks slightly sticking out, because what they used to do is put a little bit amount of explosives on it with a pressure pad, and if you leant against the wall...
In some cases, they'd even paint walls white so that at night you'd be silhouetted against the white background to make yourself an easy target.
In Northern Ireland, you don't look after number 1. You look after number 2, number 3, number 4. And they're doing the same. Because if you're looking after them, they're looking after you. That's the way it works.
On the 6th of February 1971, 20-year-old gunner Robert Curtis was hit by machine gun fire, the first British soldier to be killed on duty in Northern Ireland. With the province in chaos, in August 1971, internment was introduced. Suspects, mainly Catholic, were now being locked up without trial.
About 350 people were arrested immediately and detained in old Nissen huts on a disused RAF airfield that became the Longkesh Detention Centre and later grew into the infamous Maze Prison.
The long-term effect of introducing internment was to act as a recruiting campaign for the IRA and brought a lot of young people who may not have otherwise been involved into the Republican movement.
If you'd like to think of it as a simmering pot, it boiled over in the space of those few hours when internment came in.
The riots that kicked off after internment were some of the most violent and vicious the lads had ever seen.
We were on the streets constantly. We must have had a riot a night. And out we went to be confronted with the most horrendous riots that I have ever seen. Vicious things.
The women would be in your face every time, right up close, swearing and shouting at you, spitting at you. They had a system of alarm calls with dustbin lids and whistles, referees' whistles, that sort of thing. And as soon as you enter the estate, you just get non-stop out of abuse.
Just this constant roaring of the mob and just shots being fired all the time and the constant firing of tear gas by our side.
The rioters would throw anything they could find at you. If it was big enough to pick it up, throw it at you, they would do. Bricks, bottles, stones, lumps of wood. I believe an axe was thrown at one patrol.
I mean, all the army training obviously prepared you as best they could, but actually going around the area where people are throwing ball bearings off the flats to try and actually kill you, surreal, I think is the word.
I was hit by a flying bottle. Now, when it happened, all my training went totally out of the window. And my first reaction was, I'm going to kill that little bastard. And I chased him down the street through a crowd of people. And I gave up because he was clearly going to escape from me, and I couldn't shoot him, really, because it wasn't quite the done thing.
It wasn't the done thing, because we were being asked to fight with one hand tied behind our backs.
The rules of engagement in Northern Ireland were governed by the yellow card, which were our rules for opening fire in the province.
It told us how we should challenge people and how we could open fire.
I do remember you had to give, I'm sure it was 3 warnings.
You would say, halt, British Army, hands up. Halt, British Army, hands up. You would then cock your weapon. Halt, British Army, hands up, I am ready to fire.
And if this person had a gun, you still had to shout, halt or I'll fire.
I mean, you could imagine, you're in a riot. There's some bugger going to chuck a petrol bomb at you. I'm going to shoot. Put that down, I'm going to shoot. By then he's thrown it and gone. Absolute nonsense.
And shout, halt or I'll fire. I thought, what's the difference? Because if I shouted to him, halt or I fire, he's going to have me before I have him.
Would we have been more successful if we didn't have those types of rules of engagement? Absolutely, yes.
Load up, load up, load up. We rub a bullet.
Unable to retaliate, the lads got some terrible injuries during the riots.
A friend of mine had his arm broken by being hit with an iron bar. Another lad had his jaw broken. Another soldier lost teeth from being hit in the face with a brick. I got hit in the side of the head with a brick, which knocked me out. The NCO behind me at the time was hit in the face with a broken bottle, which put him on the floor. So we were both dragged out of it simply by being hit with bricks and bottles.
Army officials back in London seemed oblivious to the chaos going on in the province.
My colleague and I had been up all night, and the phone rang, and it was a colonel from the Army Medical Directorate in Whitehall, and he wanted a situation report about what was happening. So I opened the window and put my phone out, because outside, about 50 yards away, was one hell of a firefight going. You could hear cracks of bullets, machine guns, and a Molotov going off somewhere. And I held the phone to the window for about 30 seconds, pulled it back in, and I said, that's a situation report, sir. And he said, well done, jolly good show, and carry on.
We had a couple of riots where it really did get frightening. In one occasion, we were trapped inside a block of flats, and we were expecting them to start using petrol bombs and all sorts. At that point, the section commander actually turned around and said, right, you see anybody with a petrol bomb, said, don't wait for me to tell you, just shoot him. And on the word go, that was it. We drew our batons and basically charged straight out into the street. And the fact that we came out running took the crowd by surprise. They ran for it, so we were able to get back together, get reorganised, and then back on the street again.
We were getting used to fighting the war on the streets, but before long, we had to fight it on TV as well.
The rioters knew that if they started to stir things up at around about 5 o'clock in the evening, after they'd finished work, then we would react and we'd come out. But at the same time, the press and television cameras would come out. They would catch us reacting in a heavy-handed way to what the rioters had built up. And it was very good PR.
I was sent out with a snatch squad. That's about 8 of us.
And the barricade was up. There was about 5 or 6 on the barricades, and he mentioned a couple of figures coming up causing a lot of trouble. One of them was one in yellow. When we rushed out to go to get him, he turned out to be a she, and she was big. She was about 16, 18 stone of woman. And she spat in my face and called me an English bastard. I said to her, I don't mind you calling me a bastard. Don't ever call me English. And I started rattling her across the legs. Of course, the sergeant came rushing up to me and saying, the cameras are there, the cameras. And when I turned around, it was BBC, ITV and all them. This was all like staged, like for a film sequence, waiting for things to happen.
By the end of 1971, 48 British soldiers were dead. But the total for Northern Ireland, including civilians and terrorists, was nearly 200. But this was just the beginning.
When the troops arrived, fire was opened up just down the road.
1972 was the bloodiest year of the conflict. By the end of the year, there will be nearly 2,000 bombings and 10,500 shootings, with 223 civilians and 129 British soldiers dead. It was the worst year for the British Army since the Korean War. On the 30th of January 1972, 27 civil rights protesters were shot by members of the 1st Battalion of the Parachute Regiment during a march in Londonderry.
Do not fire back for the moment, unless you identify positive targets.
The organisers of this civil rights march promised that their people would be non-violent. The army have said throughout the day that they hope to use minimum force, but 3 hours after the procession began, this has ended up, as dusk comes onto the bogside, as the worst ever confrontation between the army and the Catholic people of the Craigan and Bogside.
13 people, including 7 teenagers, died.
The day became known as Bloody Sunday.
It was the catalyst for a massive bombing campaign by the IRA. Despite all our training, nothing could prepare you for the horror of a bomb blast.
I remember walking up a street and seeing a sheet of glass blown across the road, and it was travelling at a fantastic rate of knots, and it was horizontal to the guy that it hit, and it took his legs off at just above the knee.
I remember crouching down by a gateway and getting my bearings, look about me. I could just see, I didn't recognise for a start what it was, but it was somebody who'd been caught in an explosion.
I'd seen things which were similar to that before in Borneo and other places, but I'd certainly never expected to see it happening on what I regarded as British soil.
It's really difficult to even see whether it was male or female or what. You know,
I had to start thinking of the guy who'd gone down, not as a human being, but as a piece of meat. I didn't think of him as a human being. You couldn't afford to think like that for very long.
When I was here in the 1970s, there were parts of Belfast and Londonderry that were quite literally battlegrounds, where so many bombs were planted and so much terrible destruction took place. One of the worst was the Falls Road in Belfast.
Driving down the Falls Road is a really eerie experience. It hasn't changed much. It still feels the same. There's still menace in the air. And it just makes your memory roll back to the days when there were riots here and you never knew what was going to happen. And the jungle drum, if you like, round this neck of the woods, if they ever spotted, an army patrol, then yeah, you were in trouble.
You were driving along, it was the Falls Road. It was a particular part of the Falls Road which was extremely spooky and very uncomfortable to be in. Then all of a sudden, there was this massive flash.
It didn't seem like a bang. It was just a big whoosh and a big yellow flash. And I suddenly realised that we'd been lifted clean off the ground, and several tons of armoured vehicle with us in it was now flying through the air. And it was a very, very, very strange sensation, as was the bump as we landed.
And what had actually happened in that short space of time is one of the cooks had fired a prig, and what a prig is, it's a homemade, handheld, like a bazooka, if you like, that fires an explosive.
And the first time that happened, if the IRA at the time had been organised better, we would have been very, very vulnerable because we did not know what was going on.
On the 21st of July 1972, within a space of just an hour and a half, the IRA detonated 22 bombs in the centre of Belfast. There was carnage, with 9 people killed and 130 injured.
There seemed to be bomb after bomb after bomb. There was a pause, another bomb, pause, another bomb. The atmosphere was absolute panic because nobody knew where the next bomb was going to go off.
Hi, Jubes. Jupiter.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, love. Yeah. That was obviously about Northern Ireland. I'll be doing little bits because we're building up to November the 11th, aren't we?
Yeah.
But what I noticed today, Jupiter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like every panel I went, well, didn't go on, but like clicked on and was listening to, apart from yours, was spending most of their time thinking about and putting down this country. And I fucking had enough of it.
Yeah. Well, it's anti-Western, isn't it?
I really had enough, yeah.
Regiment. Yeah. That's what it is.
You know, like,
But our establishment are encouraging it. That's the only criticism I do have.
yeah, but people like me, right? So if someone like me is having enough, right, who never used to see what the establishment were up to,
yeah,
that tells me that others like me have got to be waking up to it as well.
Yep. Oh, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot.
I mean, it's just endless. The moaning, the carrying on, the going back, like, I don't know, before the Big Bang, I expect, to say that, you know, it was Britain's fault.
The fact is, it's hypocrisy because if we listen to their narrative of they were there first, they invented everything was theirs, then all the responsibility is theirs as well. But no, they don't want the responsibility. They want all the good stuff without taking all the bad.
Yeah.
And real life don't work like that.
Well, that would be like me showing a documentary about Northern Ireland, right? Without putting in the bad stuff. Do you see what I mean?
Yep.
That went on there, like Bloody Sunday and all of that. But I've really had enough of these people. So let's see who they are. On Jedi's thing, yeah? On Bellies. And then you've got the far right, them lot.
Okay.
Because they seem to think that Hitler was wonderful.
Yeah, because they're all in bed together. I keep pointing this out, and I'm going to keep pointing it out.
It's absolute craziness.
It's called the Extreme Alliance. Extremism, yeah.
And you've got to wonder, well, okay, so you're blaming Britain for everything, so fucking leave. Go to these countries that you think are wonderful then.
Well, they can't because they know it don't exist.
Don't you get tired of hearing it?
Yeah, of course. course, and it can get you down. But you know, you have to learn to start listening and seeing and taking what you need from every conversation and discarding the rest.
It's like that bastard Goddard, right? Oh, you know, what I do for my country, what for my... Hello, Goddard. Have you ever picked a gun up and stood in a uniform and faced death? No.
Well, I think you should start with the far right then, but it's up to you. Or end with the far right and then go on to those little videos that we had yesterday as well.
Well, it's like, I don't know what's happened to Jedi. I don't know what's... All of a sudden, he's very anti-Britain again.
Nynaeve.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. He's very anti-Britain.
Yeah,
you know, and the way...
Nynaeve has done her damage on Velis. She's done it on Raspex. Then she went to Reels. She's done her damage there. She's now gone to Velis, done her damage, and now she's moving on to Jedis. And if Jedi don't see it smart enough, that's his problem, not mine.
Yeah, but I was listening to him the day you went on, and the way he behaved. Then I was listening to them today, and again it was
Dave.
You what, love?
You see how they treated Dave? Dave was having a normal conversation, and then on she pops, and with always screaming and shouting. I don't know what she thinks she's proving. But I went on, she started again, and I just wrote in the... I left and I wrote in the side chat, let her explain what's going on because she knows everything. But of course, she went straight on silent again.
Well, she does, doesn't she? That's how she plays her game.
Yeah. She causes division and then sits there and goes on silent once she's done it. She might think she's protecting, but all she's doing is causing great big chaos. Yeah.
Was this on Valley's, love?
Yeah.
Oh, right. So, okay. So, what? I mean, I don't get it. They hate Britain. Oh, Britain, we've done everything. I mean, apparently we own Ethiopia. I mean, I didn't realize we owned Ethiopia, but apparently we do. And apparently, you know, that's why things keep going wrong in Ethiopia is because Brits are involved. And from their cozy little homes, yeah, from their cozy little homes and everything else, and from behind their computers, they sit there and whinge and cry and carry on without ever of doing anything that can really change anything. Do you see what I mean, Jupiter?
Yeah.
You know, going down to Speaker's Corner and shouting gang, gang, gang. And whatever, what's that actually achieving?
Division. Segregation. Separatism.
Then my mood wasn't helped when I heard that there was a plane yesterday and there was, I don't know, about 40 on there to get deported, right? And the loony lefty MPs and everything, they got 20 off the plane before it left because they appealed it.
Right.
It just makes you laugh.
The only problem that I will have with from the outside, it looks like it's ridiculous because if we should trust our government to be chucking out the right people, but without knowing who was on there and what their situations were, I'm going to reserve my judgment only for the fact that we have seen them trying to chuck out legitimate people, yet they're welcoming in immigrants that are illegal. So that's the only thing I will say without knowing who they are. I can't categorically state that they were wrong.
Oh, some were that had come over on those boats at Dover.
Oh, if that's the case, then they should have been gone.
No, their cases got appealed, like at the 11th hour, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and they were took off the plane to wait to hear the outcome of the appeal and everything.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? Unbelievable.
Well, bear in mind, the biggest way to make money at the moment through politics is through the illegals and the illegal aid scamming that's going on with the solicitors.
Yeah, so it was Jedi who started me off the other day, the way I heard her talk to you, right? And I thought, oh, okay. So she said something about England, Britain, and you're reacting in that manner. What the hell? Do you see my point?
Yeah.
And they were doing it again today. They're doing it on Vellies. But none of them they go that far back into history, Jupiter, that it is ridiculous. Now, if it was a history lesson, right? Say, I don't know, say it was a further education history lesson, fair enough. But they treat it as fact and as what's the word I'm looking for? They treat it as a personal gain. I mean, what was it Mike Maku was arguing about? Oh yeah, it was about Ethiopia. The reason Ethiopia is so bad is obviously because of Britain. And then they were saying, and then Jedi was saying, actually, Britain have always been friendly with Italy, right? And I thought, what about World War II then?
Italy is where fascism comes from. And the neo-reactionaries. This is why they want to start making out that they're so close to Italy right now.
Yeah, and I thought, hang on a minute,
it's all political.
Yeah, what about World War II then? They weren't on Germany's side then. We didn't fight against them for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote in the chat, and then no. Apparently we didn't fight against them for 3 years, and we've always been friends with Italy, and Italy have always been our allies because somehow Italy fits into Ethiopia. I don't know how, and apparently we actually own all of Ethiopia. Did you know that, Jupiter?
That's a load of bollocks. Yeah, but they get all this stuff second hand, and they just like false narratives. They like false narratives. That's what they like to do. It's misinformation, and there's agendas. There's loads of agendas out there at the moment, and the wise see through the agendas, and the idiots just follow. That's what that is. That's what that is. And all we can do is guide people, Wendy. That's all we can do.
Exactly.
Me and Wendy have never said that we are full-on activists. We've never said that. I have been to the park several times. I've also been to some demonstrations. But I would say that me and Wendy are more influencers and critiques rather than activists. And we do what we do because we want to enlighten people, see both sides of the story, and help people, learn people, and teach people how to be analytical rather than just believing everything.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you listen to them, according to them, they made everything, and us Brits, well, we just appeared from nowhere, didn't we, Jupiter? Because they want to be the first in everything, but being the first in everything isn't always important. And to be honest with you, Jupiter, I really don't care who made what and what made what. If we need it, you've got to use. We use it. It's as simple as that. And I don't care who made it.
Mm. As for Steve Wilde, who said that we're just shit stirrers, no, we look at the truth. We look at the truth, and we're not scared to look at the truth anywhere.
When they themselves on a daily basis, Ethiopia was never colonized.
Okay, Hector said, how can they say that Britain owns Ethiopia when they say it themselves on a daily basis that Ethiopia was never colonized, which is actually true.
Hmm. But Maku was saying that Britain did it secretly, right? Because when there was some, I don't know, something went on out there, and Haile Selassie came to England, and the Queen, I don't know, he met the Queen and all of this, and blah, 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 blah. Therefore, we bought Ethiopia from Haile Selassie, and the land is actually ours. Have you ever heard anything so stupid?
Yeah, it is stupid. But a little known fact: Selassie was buried under a toilet.
Eh? Really?
Yeah, if you look it up, yeah. But go to Wikipedia, it'll tell you.
But why do they read so much into Haile Selassie coming here to visit the Queen or whatever, right? And they read so much into it that they literally think that we've bought Ethiopia, that we actually own the land.
Okay, because a lot of the mindsets are not interested in equality or being equal or balanced. A lot of the mindsets are black supremacy, much like the white supremacists, and so they see everything as a competition. Being the first matters the most, but it's not necessarily true, because the first person or inventing the let me put it this way, inventing a mobile telephone.
Yeah.
Couldn't have happened if we didn't have invented the first lines of communication, which was the stationary telephone.
Oh,
So,
yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, it's like the other night, like Raj said when he come on, that stupid woman that was saying that her ancestors fuck pigs and all white people's ancestors fuck pigs, which is not true.
No.
She was saying, what about the rubber? What about the rubber? What about the rubber? You won't be able to have car wheels. Well, if we didn't invent car wheels, we wouldn't need the rubber anyway.
No. So therefore, it'd be useless.
Yeah, and these sort of things, it's just nuts. The problem is with Maku, he does understand some things, but what he doesn't know, he likes to fill in with bullshit rather than going and finding out and learning. That's the problem.
Maybe he doesn't like the fact that Ethiopia was never colonized. Maybe it's something to do with that. I don't know. But he thinks, and he was telling everyone, yes, they secretly bought Ethiopia. I mean, that's pathetic, isn't it?
Well, there's no self-responsibility with those kind of mindsets, unfortunately. It doesn't matter what shade your skin. If you're a far-right supremacist, you're always going to other and blame the other. Because you believe they're responsible for everything negative and you're responsible for everything positive because you think you're better. And that's just how it goes. That's just how they do it.
Yeah, this, Ethiopia this, Ethiopia that. Oh, and then, of course, there was the Queen, the whore of Babylon. No, I was listening to them. I was thinking, what are they talking about? Because literally, Jupiter, at least Hector was born in Africa, right? And came here. But we've got people that were born in this country, know nothing but this country, and they call her the whore of Babylon. It's like, I don't know. It's oh, she's dropped out. Yeah, it's pathetic, and I'm sick of it. I'm fed up with it. And you won't see me on any of their channels while they're talking like that. beyond me why they talk like that. It's like they're not even grateful. They're not grateful for anything.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, love. You dropped out there for a minute.
From what I see and understand, it's because a great many of them that talk like this are two sets of people. They're the one set are a group of people that have come here through displacement and economic migrants who are actually jealous and bitter that this country has done what it's done and can't and see things very simplistically. They think that we stole things off of them and made ourselves rich, not realizing that we still had to use alchemy. And what I mean by that is we had to turn whatever raw substance we got into something worth being produced or bought.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the first group, the mindset. The second mindset are the ones that were actually born here, who come from, a lot of them come from slave descendancy, or a descendancy where they don't know their fathers, and so they're rootless. And what I mean by rootless is that they don't know their heritage, and therefore they romanticize what the heritage is. And so they're the second group.
Yeah, they romanticize about what they refer to as their homeland. Like that woman that was in Jamaica the other night, and yet all she wanted to talk about was being African.
Yeah. Well, she's not African, she's Caribbean.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's the same as the crazy nutcases who want to call us Germanic, because some Germanic people came into Britain. The reason that we're called British is because the major part of our country have British heritage, not Germanic, actually. So, yeah. But it's interesting the way that the way the mindsets go. It is interesting the way the mindsets go. It's all divisive. It's all labels, and it's not necessary. It's only necessary for one group of people, and that is people that are trying to control by causing divide.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. And so then I go over to Veli's, and I have a quick look. What were they arguing about? Oh yeah, people were writing Jesus wasn't white. And I'm thinking, what is wrong with these people? What is it so evil to be white, Jupiter?
No, what that is an innate need to try and claim everything as their own. That they claim that Moses was black, and he may have been, but he was also out of the Middle East. There has been race mixing for eons, and a lot of the Middle East looking people got to be that colour. A through race mixing, or B, well, through race mixing in all cases, but B through Arabs being with black men or women, and or vice versa, and the same for even Europeans. So if you look at Egypt, the depictions on Egypt show black people as well as lighter shades. So we know that all first mankind was black, but that would have been eons ago if we go by the anthropology, Danny Jones. The Bible would have been much further forward than the first peoples. There would have been two different groups. In fact, the Bible does talk about people from different tribes and different sort of like colors, because it talks about race. It does talk about race in the Bible. So it does it by nation. So there were that's why they get that skin tone. Now we know that all of the biblical stories trace back to Samaria and Kemet, but Samaria got it into writing first. even though Kemet and Samaria were around the same time. Sarah and Abraham came out of Samaria, so they were Sumerians. Samaria was in the region of Iran and Iraq, where they border each other in present day, modern day. So what we cannot ascertain from that is that more than likely it could have been white, it could have been black, because they would have been made up as the same sort of people that are there today. But more than likely more Mediterranean looking. But we know that he was foreign. We know that he wasn't pure white European. We know that for a fact because it's not us who created the Bible. We may have translated it, but we certainly didn't write it.
No, we didn't write it, no.
So what they're telling us is nothing new. Now, I grew up as a Christian. I want to ask you this one day, because they consistently put this false fallacy out there that as Christians, we've all been taught that God was white. Or Jesus was white. I went through a lot of Christianity as a child. My parents were Christians, but actually I took the interest in the faith myself. My parents never enforced it on me. I would say maybe my grandmother, because I was a very young reader. And I had a thirst for reading as many books as I could. And my grandmother got me a children's Bible. It was massive. And it had all the stories in there. So when I was bored, I would read it. I mean, not many kids probably would do that nowadays, but when I was bored, I would read it. It was a big children's Bible, and I would read the stories and everything else.
Oh, I know the sort you mean. Yeah.
So it was a big one. It was a hardback, and it went into, it was a proper Bible, but it broke it down for you. And so I got an interest in Christianity through that, not because it was forced on me, just because it was a book that I had amongst my possessions. And so I used to go to church as a child. My family never went much as a whole family, but I used to go. Sometimes my sisters would follow along with me because I was the eldest. And you know what younger siblings are like. Can I come? Can I come? And I used to go, to Sunday school. And I've lost my thread now. What was the question? What was we talking about? Because it doesn't really good.
Jesus being white.
Yeah. So all the times that I went there, not once in my recollection was I ever told that Jesus was white. Not once. Their arguments are, well, all the depictions of Mary and Joseph and everything on the stained glass windows are white. Well, so what? If you go to China, or not so much China now because they don't really like religion, but or Japan, you will find in ancient times when Christianity has been permitted that they too had likenesses of Jesus in their own likeness. Now, I think that this is a human trait that people do this because when you're talented, right, or creative with art, and you become an artist and really good artist, you should be able to create what you see in your mind's eye, not just copy. If you're a proper artist, you can recreate. You can create your own images, your own artwork. And if you're going to draw what you believe is Jesus, you're going to believe that he somehow represents yourself. And the reason why you're going to believe that is because in the Bible, it says that we were created in his likeness. And most people will interpret that to mean looks-wise. Not many understand what they mean by character, quality, knowledge, intellect, etc., not necessarily by looks. And so that is where the mistake happens. It's nothing towards black people. I would assume that the reason that in Africa they never had a him down as a black god is because they didn't practice Christianity until it was brought back over to them. And I would they had their own stories of the creators.
Yeah,
they do have a creation story, but they have their own ways of interpreting it and expressing it. And it wasn't through the stories that were biblical, like the same as the biblical story. It probably was word of mouth, but it was, and it probably did relate to the biblical stories, but it wasn't as we read the Bible, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah,
So
I know what you mean.
they didn't have a prophet Jesus, so why would they say that it was black? You know, they wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they had their own prophets and stuff, but they wouldn't have called them prophets.
But personally, I'd never really give it much thought. You know, I never heard it in church or anywhere that Jesus was white. No, the color thing is never mentioned.
Well, it's never mentioned, and I pointed this out to him the other day that when I was a child, right, it was something sadly that is taken out of our schools now, in the main. We used to have nativity plays every December.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And we always used to dress up in character. So we always had to have the Arab clothing put on. Do you remember?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
When I was a child, we knew that was foreign.
Yeah, of course we did. Yeah.
So if we were going to cover it up and try and make out that it wasn't from a foreign source, we would have used westernized clothing, wouldn't we?
Yeah, made out. Yeah, of course. But we didn't. It was all to do with the Middle East. Yeah, exactly.
Mary always had her hair covered, if you remember rightly.
Always, yeah, Mary, and yeah.
Yeah. So they're talking nonsense, absolute nonsense. They just want to see problems and race relation problems where there's none, instead of focusing on problems that actually occur as they occur and dealing with them and creating cohesion. They just want to create separatism and segregation, and that's where we've got now.
Yeah, exactly, love. That. Yeah, you'd be right there. Because they're only happy when they're talking like that or putting this country down, and it's just it makes me sick, to be honest. You know, or why they live in the safety of being protected by this country. You know, I dare one of them to even get off the airplane and, you know, in Nigeria or somewhere, and start babbling on with those same stupid political things. Do you really think your average Nigerian has got time for that?
Yeah, ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah.
Ain't got time for that.
You know?
Ain't got time, ain't got time, ain't got time for that.
Ridiculous. It's a bloody stupid way of thinking.
Yeah.
And most of them are clueless anyway. They're absolutely clueless. Like you said, they romanticize what they think it's all about.
Yeah. Oh, Chockfull Nuts, you need to come on then.
Oh, yeah. Oh, please. Yeah, come on, Pilisco. Come on. Because he was here earlier pretending he knows all about Northern Ireland, just like he knows about everything else. And he actually knows nothing.
Well, it's strange that you talk about Ireland because there's also Irish extremists that are involved in all this problem that we're having in Britain.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, there's the
They're going
British.
under the radar. They are going under the radar under the guise of being British when actually they're not. They're extremists. So,
Well, yeah, it's like that guy. What was he? Crimes of Britain. I mean,
Yeah.
he got on very well with Respect because they shared the same hatred of this country.
yeah. Well, Crimes of Britain was probably one of the first people that reached out from the far right to Respect, who is the red, green, and brown alliance.
Yeah.
To make sure that those connections were met. Back when I said that in a much more layman terms, I was laughed out of here by a lot of people said I was a conspiracy theorist, but now you can see
No,
it.
no, you're not. No.
Yeah, you can see it now. You can see it.
Yeah. Blanca wants Plisco. Plisco, was that you?
Hello.
Hello, you got some news for us, I believe.
Oh, yes. I think Brian Huddle, once he knows that I've been speaking to 3 members of his family and they've been given the info. Oh, sorry. 1 member of his family and 2 friends of Blanca's have been giving me information of Brian. And Brian's going to be so pissed as soon as I start putting it out there.
What have you found out then, Plisco?
Oh, I'm trying to get more info on this stuff just to confirm it. But Brian Hurrell, he's going to be in for a shock. And what's her name? Fucking Crazy Essex Bird. She's getting narrowed right down. She'll be pinpointed very soon.
Oh, wow.
But is there anything you can tell us tonight? Anything new about the fat pig?
Yeah, well, put it this way. If he goes to jail, he has to go in a special wing.
Oh, really?
Yes. I don't think Brian Hurrell can come back from this one. I did tell Brian to pack it in and disappear, but he wanted the more info. And he wanted to continue, so I went and got some great info on him.
So you've been talking to members of his family?
A member of his family and 2 friends of Blanca's.
Oh, wow.
They were quite freely handing over information once I told them that he was threatening females online, showed them a bit of proof, and they were absolutely disgusted. So I think Big Brian's in for a few shocked very soon.
Did we get Mummy's name or no?
No, I've not asked for that yet, but there's still plenty of time. Because Brian doesn't know who these people are, but I do.
But surely you know them if they're members of his family.
Oh, one is a direct member. The other 2 are I think they're actually Blanca. One of them is Blanca's family members, foreign, and one I think is a close friend that I don't want to say because I think they could stay very close.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got pictures of Crazy Essex Bird. I tell you what, Jupiter, the pictures she's sending her, right? I don't know who she was trying to impress, honest to God.
Oh, can you remember that old woman that I showed on Wasps?
Oh, yeah.
And he says, oh, I don't know who that is. That's his aunt.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I showed the picture of his aunt, his mum, and him with the wee silly hat on.
Oh yeah,
like
the family, wasn't it?
You know what Brian's like. He'll be denying all knowledge that's him. But I think Hurrell's starting to notice that I've been getting all this information, pictures, you name it. His time's up.
Yeah, he really is.
Especially when this information
Brian, is
comes
that
out.
you?
It is Wendy.
Right, Plisco, Brian's
Oh, there
here.
you are.
Okay, Plisco. Got any information? Dish it now.
Nonce.
Give it out now. Give it out now.
No, Brian, I'll do what I want. There'll be a video
No,
posted
you've
up
got any
with all this information
on children. You have a right
and you have an obligation to give it out now. Do it, Paul. Come on.
No, don't worry. It'll be going up.
No, you have an obligation to safeguard children. Do it now.
Don't worry.
You're an absolute liar.
Hammer. Go and
You
ask John
says he's
Manoa,
been
who's a liar. Go and
talking
ask
to
Shane
members
Gibbs,
of
who's a
your
liar.
family.
If I had any information on children being hurt, I would have an obligation to the society to tell the police.
Brian,
Do it
Brian,
now.
Listen. Brian, you
You're
made
full
up
of
a load of
shit,
shit about Ian Puddock. You had Ian Puddock rape video.
No, forget everybody
Ian
else.
Chow.
Forget Ian. Forget
No.
Wendy. Let's talk about me. Let's talk about me. If
Right.
you've got any
Do you
information
have a
that
video?
you think,
Do you have a video of Ian Puddock raping a child?
no, you
Yes
are
or
on
no?
about me.
No, yes or no?
Prisco. You were on about me with children. You have an obligation as a member of society to give that information to the police. Expose it. Come on.
When did I say it was in a child? I says you go on a special wing. Nonce.
Well, I would call nonsense. I would call nonsense children.
Brian, do you
So,
have a
give it.
video of Ian
Come on,
Puddock raping
Prisco.
a child? Yes or no?
Let's go. We're not talking about you came online and said you've got information that you spoke to my family members, which you haven't. Yeah, which you haven't.
Oh, Brian, who was that old woman that I posted the picture of?
No idea.
Oh, so it's not your auntie then. Who was the wee ugly wee boy with the hat on?
Absolutely no idea.
Oh, is that not you, Brian?
No,
Is that
mate.
not-
I had bright ginger hair as a child.
Darling.
I played you, Plisco. You're a liar and a fraud. Yeah. Now, if you've got any information as a member of society that I'm a danger,
it's all in
phone
hand.
the
Don't you- do
police.
not worry.
You talk shit.
Do not worry, Brian. It's all in hand. I told you, go and look at my past
Expose
stuff.
it. Expose it, you liar.
Don't worry, Brian. It's going to happen.
Wendy
You just have
asked you
to-
directly, what do you know? You can't ask her. You're a liar.
Wendy,
Yes,
they,
sir,
always,
yeah.
they always come up with the goods when I say something.
Yeah.
Does it usually come out in video?
Yeah.
There you go, Brian. Now,
Well, do
shut
it now.
up.
Do it now. You
So,
liar.
I'm going to have to get somebody to go and make me a video, which will probably take.
No, give the
a day.
names, mate. You have
If
an
I'm lucky.
obligation as a member of society. If I'm a danger, give the names. Go to the police. Go to the police.
Brian, relax. It's all in hand. I know how to deal with people.
Of course
like
it
you.
is. Of course it is, Paul.
Why are you
Paul.
calling him Paul?
He knows why.
It was
He's
Alan
not.
the other night.
Hang on, Bly. Bly, he's not Paul M. Don't think he's Paul M because he's not.
I know exactly what he is. He's an ex-fucking copper.
Yeah, but he's not Paul M. Bly. He's
I
not
know.
Paul M.
My name's not Brian, Wendy.
Look, you can play that game as much as you want,
Brian.
but when you were took to court in Cambridgeshire or
2009,
wherever, your fucking name was
2009.
Brian Hurl. Yeah. So why are you lying again, making up silly lies?
Give me 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds.
We seriously think that Plisco's Paul M.
Yeah, he keeps calling him Paul now.
Oh, what
He
an
said
idiot.
it the other night. Oh, my name. That's Paul M.
Oh God.
You know what I mean? Absolute madness. Absolute madness. And Plisco, whatever you've got, make good use of it. So would he have to go on Rule 43, Plisco?
What's up?
Would he have to go on?
When you make the video, can you share it with us so that we can share it?
Of course, it'll be out there for everybody. I should,
So what
I
is-
should just tell Brian my real name. William Andrew Philip Bodie.
Well, what does he care what your name is? He's not going to do anything anyway.
Oh, he's going to report me to, what is it? GCHQ.
Oh, GCHQ.
MI5. CI5 and all that sort of stuff.
So when did you contact his family members? When was that then? The other day?
I've been contacting them for ages.
So how come he thinks that you haven't been, if you have? Don't understand.
It's Brian. It's only when it slaps him in the face he understands what's happening.
Oh, right, I'm with you.
Oh, who's that? Home Truth Provider.
Who's that? Oh, right. No, he's come out with some good truths, Home Truth. Yeah. So I really don't know why Brian is popping on here to scream, and then for some reason he has to leave because he can't take the heat when he's handed out more malicious. Did you know, Jupiter, that he got Shell's channel shut down?
Oh wow! For what?
Malicious harassment.
But see, the thing is, the more and more Brian Hurrell is doing this, and it's always a woman that he goes for.
Yeah.
He's got all my details. I've still not blocked him on Facebook, and he still doesn't come after me. But see if it was like you, he'd be straight on to you on Facebook, threatening you, you name it, all the time. But he knows he's like a fucking big shitbag who can't handle the fact that somebody just laughs at him.
Yeah, well,
he won't
leave it alone, will he? So if he's not going to leave things alone, I'm listening, Wendy. Good evening to you. Who is Home Truth Provider?
It sounds like either that scab Essex bud that's going to be found out very soon, or it's Creepy Brian, the non-swing commander.
You are funny.
No, Home Truth Provider's all right as far as I know.
Oh, right. So you've come across that person before, Jupiter?
Yeah.
And did you see his interview with Andrew Pearl Disney that was put up today?
Wasn't it? Wasn't it a recording of a phone call?
I think so, but
yeah,
it's constantly about his mother and shit. But he still won't answer because he said he told one time that it was his mother that gave the video proof to him about Ian Puddock. And he sent 2 or 3 copies, but then he says it wasn't, and he sent 50 copies to his solicitor for him to send all over the place. Then
he's got no copies of nothing.
Then another time, when he first came on, he says he sent it all through Europe, through his contacts, and he said that in text to many people.
Hang on a minute, Prisca. Sean, you can come on, but if you start, I'll kick you off. I'm warning you.
Oh, God.
Greetings, Wendy.
No, I'm telling you. You start, I'll just kick you off.
I was just merely passing greetings.
Is that
Good evening,
fantasist that thinks he's the King of Scotland?
Yeah.
Good evening, Paul. How are you doing?
My name's not Paul, right? And see if you want to be King of Scotland.
Hey, listen, I want to word with you. I want to word with you about you ringing my Facebook Messenger.
I'll ring what I want and when I want, and you won't do nothing about it. If
Exactly,
you want to
Paul.
be King of
Exactly.
Scotland, you have to go through me
Yeah.
first.
Why don't you just admit to who you are, Paul? We all know who you are. We can recognise your voice.
How do
Voice
you
print
know I'm Paul?
algorithms can even confirm it if you'd like.
How do you know I'm Paul?
I know a lot of things about
He
a lot of
sounds
people in this
nothing
country.
like Paul M. Jupiter, he sounds nothing like Paul M.
Yeah, it does exactly sound like Paul.
It's not for
Who is Paul M?
Oh, this guy that comes on the internet.
Oh, don't play dumb. Don't play. What should I say?
No,
Mitchell.
because I was going to prove you wrong, because I was going to get him to come on the live, so there'd be two voices.
Oh,
speaking
right,
to
okay,
you,
go on then.
dumbass.
Go on then.
Well, I don't know
I
who
call-
you're
I call-
talking about, you fucking clown.
If he's not sat in this ready room, I call out Paul M.
So why do you treat your mother the way you do, Sean?
Well, if you shit on your child most of their life, they're not going to grow up to respect you, are they?
Can I give you a bit of advice? That
Can I
Scottish
give you a bit
accent,
of advice?
that Scottish accent is crap, by the way.
Can I
See,
give
if
you
you
a
were
bit
my
of
son, do
advice?
you know what I would do to you? I would
If
get
you were
by the
my
hair
son, you know
and
what
whip
I'd
the
do to
shit out
you? Do you know something? Do you know that very sentence itself is abhorrent? If you were my child, this is what I would do to you. That is child abuse in its very purest form.
Yeah, but you're an
No,
adult.
there's no but.
you
There's no
clown.
yeah buts. There's no buts to it. None. It's abhorrent.
So you think it's all right to knock at your mother's door and talk to her?
Yes,
like that?
if they're abusers, yes, they deserve it. It is just reward. You reap what you sow.
But wasn't she paying your insurance?
She isn't
bill?
paying anything for me. I'm paying her. Get it right.
No, wasn't she paying the
No,
insurance?
she was not. She did not pay anything.
But
And
you
my
still thought it was
financial
right to
record
go
prove
around.
it.
You still thought it was all right to go around and abuse
Every
them.
man and woman has the right of lawful redress. Do they not? If a wrong has been done to them, you have the right to have it redressed and justice shown.
No,
and
no, you
solved.
had no. She should have called the police on you had you arrested.
Well, yeah, she has a number of times, and you know what? Do you know what they say to her? Do you know what they say to her? Do you know what they say to her? Shut up, go back and do what you're doing. We're busy. We got more important things to do than
I
to deal
don't
with
believe
petty
you.
fucking
I don't
squabbles.
believe you.
Yeah?
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me? I'm royal blood, and they know it.
Fuck off, shut up, piss off. But Wendy, I
Shut
don't want you. I'm going to go if this cunt stays on.
What? Because
Who
I'm
do you
royalty.
Who do you
Yeah,
think
Sean.
you are? Who do you
Because I'm
think you
blue
are
blood.
talking to her like that? You're nobody. And I tell you something, you should have
I'm
respect.
nobody. No, my ancestors provided
Your
this
mum,
land that you are gracefully on.
Talking about
You are
petty
a visitor.
You
You and
love
your family are
squabbles, didn't you?
Unlucky, Sean. I hope you never get your car insurance.
Fucking idiot. We
I
should
mean,
look at-
literally abused the woman at her own front door. Ridiculous.
Don't know who he thinks he is.
He's probably best pals with Brian Hurrell now.
Yeah, well, he's not Scottish. That's a fact. He's a ridiculous individual, especially considering what he. Yeah, that's it, Jupiter. I was thinking about that the other night. You know what he's always made out that he decided to go and say that he'd raped somebody, right? I don't think that at all. You know, I think what happened was that whoever the woman was, right? I think it was her that went to the. I don't know what he's come back for. He's not getting on. That went to the police station and said that he'd raped her. Because honest to God, are you going to walk into a police station and say, "I think I've committed rape tonight"?
I just think he's scum.
Yeah, he is scum.
You know that he brags about walking around the street with handcuffs and tape and stuff all the time, because and he reckons it's because he's into S&M.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he said it's because he's into S&M, and when he meets up with a girl, you never know how far it's going to go, and he wants to have his fun and that. He's a fucking sicko.
Yeah, the other week he was driving around constantly in his car, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
In the dark.
I'm going to jump on Wasps. I'll see you later.
All right, please go. Good luck.
See you later. Bye.
Bye. Oh dear. Sean, go away. You're not getting back on.
He likes attention, so let him go and get it off Wasps.
Yeah, you can go and get it off Wasps. And I just wanted to ask him about why he did that to his mother. No remorse, no nothing.
You won't get a civil answer off him. You won't. Because I remember ages ago over on Reels, when it come up about him treating his mum bad all the way back then. Apparently there was videos of him going around demanding his mum give him £3, and she said that she was too skint. She didn't have any money or something. And he said that she was trying to starve him and kicking off and stuff.
I mean, this guy is 27 years old. You know?
Oh my God. Breaking news. Baby seriously injured after a car clips a pram and the driver flees the scene. Let me see what this is. Okay, let's see what this is. Shit. Newborn baby girl seriously injured. A newborn baby girl has been left seriously injured after a car hit her pram before the driver fled the scene. The infant's mother had been crossing the road outside an Asda store in Wrexham, Wales, at around 10:40 a.m. on Wednesday. A small white hatchback is said to have clipped the pram when it toppled over. North Wales police initially said that both mother and baby were taken to hospital for checks. Let's carry on. Let's see what else it says. Police are now appealing for witnesses. A spokesman for North Wales Police said, further to our last update, this is a further appeal for the driver of a white small hatchback involved in a fail to stop RTC earlier today in Wrexham Town Centre. RTC, if people are not aware, stands for Road Traffic Collision. We are urging the driver to come forward. We are urging for any witnesses or dash cam to come forward and speak to us in confidence. The latest update is that the baby has suffered a serious injury and we would like to speak to the driver at the earliest opportunity. If you are in the area of Bonifred, Asda, Wrexham on October the 7th at approximately 10:40 a.m. and witnessed anything, please call 101 and ask to speak with the Roads Policing Unit, quoting reference Yankee 147907. Bloody hell. No description of the driver, though.
Well, maybe they couldn't see it. Was it on a night time? Maybe
10:40 a.m. That would have been in the morning.
Oh, right, yeah. God knows. I mean, why drive off? I mean, bloody hell.
Oh, the Blacklist is here. Blacklist, do you want to come on and have a little speak about what happened that night? Because everybody's been waiting for you to come over. Do you want to drop him the link? Let him come on for a little while before we carry on with all the other stuff. Blacklist. Remember when he climbed out the window and was doing all the footage?
Yeah, of course I do, yeah. Oh, go away.
We'll drop you the link, Blackheath. Blacklist. Yeah, Blackheath, I called him. Blacklist. Click the link and come on and tell us what it was, because I know what it was, but there's a lot of other people who don't know what it was. You can come on and tell people what happened the day after when Once you got to daylight. Hi, dear. Everybody that's here, don't forget to subscribe to my channel as well, Jupiter Affiliated. Like and subscribe. Make sure you like this video up as well. We can see that we've got some followers have come over just to dislike for no reason at all.
Oh, yeah, they always do it. Doesn't bother me. Good luck to them.
So if you can, like and subscribe here and Jupiter Affiliated.
Now on the blacklist, you weren't a voice. Yeah.
Come on, Blacklist. Click the link. We're waiting for you.
Wonder why he thought he was a wuss. I mean, it was very scary that night, wasn't it?
Thank you, Stephen. Well, if it was me, I'll tell you what, those fucking howling dogs, that would have been enough for me, or wolves, or whatever it was. But it was because it was a full moon. That was why they were doing that. Especially around that time as well. I don't know why Blacklist's not coming on. He's disappeared now. He's not even in the chat. I hope he does come on. All right, well, let's get on with our show, and then if he turns up, we'll stop. So, what did you want to show first? What have you got lined up to show?
Just about Goddard, really, what you sent me.
Oh, okay, well, let's have a look at them, then we'll play some of them and talk them through them.
So, let me find them.
Oh, Blacklist, you shouldn't be shy with us. You can keep the camera off. You just don't put the camera on. You turn it off. Before you come on, just make sure it's off. And when you come on, we won't see you. And all we hear is your voice. It's up to you, Blacklist. Anyway, the link's up there. If you want to come on, scroll up. You click the link. Just make sure your camera's off, and then come in.
So let me have a look. No, yeah. Now, Goddard seems to think he's some sort of action man, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with this one then.
We're just going through them all, and then we'll discuss them all.
Oh, what have I done? Right. So watch on YouTube. Hang on, Jupiter, it's playing up. I heard you having trouble with your
Oh yeah. That's really weird though, because what I was talking about was I know you're not really into it all, Wendy, but you know, like the code behind that video that got dropped to me, and the fact that there was many layers to it and many levels, and not just the basic stuff, the name of the channel and the actual name of the video. And I was getting into that with Council of Nices because people have been taking the piss out of him, but he's actually correct. And so I was having a conversation with him. And there were two videos that I found. I'll explain that story after, once we've gone through Goddard, because that's a bit more conspiratorial, and it's for people who either want to listen for entertainment purposes, and some of those that understand what I'm talking about. We can do that later.
all right. Goddard. Now, what's he doing here then?
Well, we'll see, and then when he finishes, we'll talk about it.
Come on, mate, this is London. And you've got, look, Gaza, stop the massacre. What? Why?
Where's your accent from?
Huh?
Where's your accent?
I'm from Leicester.
Yeah, well, this is London.
Yeah?
Why are you
So
here?
why are you supporting Muslims over Israel? Why are you supporting a terrorist state?
Israel is the terrorist
No,
state.
Palestine is the terrorist
Israel
state.
is the terrorist
So Palestine, so Hamas and Hezbollah, they're not terrorist organisations.
They're terrorists.
So why?
Anyone like you who uses terror.
Anyone like me that uses terror, I don't believe in violence like Followers of Islam, yeah? And you're promoting it on our capital city. You're a disgrace, mate. You're a disgrace. Huh? No, well, I tell you what, that offends me. That shit. Huh?
I hope I offend you.
Do you know what?
Shit. Just go for a walk.
No, but I'm asking you, why do you support Palestine?
What makes you think we're shit? Because he's calling me a terrorist.
No, I'm saying you're a terrorist supporter supporting these. Palestine, Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorist organisations.
Israel is terrorist.
Wow, that's quite a turnaround, isn't it? Really, when you consider it.
Yep.
So he's got, he's gone from being a full.
So ask yourself this: if you were that little old man that just got attacked by him, would you now want to support him now because he's changed his mind?
No.
Exactly. But according to Goddard, he's going to be the greatest leader someday. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, he's he's going to be the greatest. I have noticed that neither him nor John Lawrence could be bothered to stick to their schedule of telling the story of Blackwell. They missed their slot for last night that they promised. Can you remember?
Yeah.
And this is why they could never be leaders, you see, because they miss everything. If it doesn't earn enough money coming in, right, they won't do the stream. And that's terrible. I don't know when it was done. That's really bad. I mean, what? So he goes from, oh, Israel's the greatest to Israel bad, very bad. Do you see what I mean, love? So that's he's a ridiculous individual.
Well, he is the greatest debater ever that walked into a debate with one position and walked out with his opposition's position and still claimed he won the debate. I've never met anything like it in the whole of my life. You know, he believes his own lies. He believes his own lies. He went in worrying about his mixed race auntie and come out saying, get all the blacks out, get everyone of colour out, including his arm. Look at it. Nuts.
I wonder what boosts his ego to think that he's what's the word? That he's that important. Do you understand? I wonder what it is that tells him he's that important. Because you've got to remember, he was just a little no one that turned up behind the back of that Day for Freedom or speech or whatever it was, arguing with Ali Dawah. That was it.
What happens is that some people get high on people believing in their bullshit. So they first of all they start off believing in themselves, and that's when they're at their most honest. And then you start to collect followers, and then other entities come along and say, "Oh, you've got quite a big following. I want you under my control to follow me." So they come along and they go, "Do you know what? I quite like what you are, but you've got it just a little bit wrong. If you do A, B, C, and D, you'll get more followers, and I can give you support, and I can do this." And that's where the corruption comes. If you can't pass the first hurdle by standing on your square, you're never going to get anywhere. You know. You can have open debate with people that are opposite you. You can even have what I call friendly discussion.
Yeah.
But and you might even come to some common ground. But if you can't stand on your square, then you were never certain of where you stood before you went in.
In the first place, yeah,
and
exactly.
You make it plain that you was somebody that was looking for answers rather than trying to lead and guide. So, and that's the difference, you know. But he thinks he's going to lead us all into, I don't know, the sunset. So should we go to the...
Yes, this is quite a good one. Yes. This is quite funny, actually. Yes. Oh, let me shut him up a minute. Hang on. Let me just share. Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, he believes his own crap, doesn't he? His own self-importance. Definitely. Goddard, calling Mark. Let's have a look then. Okay.
Really reiterated the point in as much. And we're going to get onto a few things as well, because you've got that, what's his name? The one with the flat cap, dodgy nose, Chris TR, talking about a scumbag that, you know, takes money off people. Someone that's close to me as well. Yeah. And these are the people that we should be going after. And then you're watching through the streams and everything, and then you're seeing Mark Collette come on, and then you're seeing he's got this Chris guy with him. And then I'm listening to a bit of what Mark Collette said, and I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, do you know what? The guy's wrong. He's deluded. Minorities are afforded. Like I said, I've been a... somebody get me a debate with Mark Collette. I'll happily sit down and debate him, because do it. Someone knows him. Get it sorted. We'll go and do it. We'll debate him, and then I've got another imam to debate from Manchester. Lost my point. Sorry. Yeah. So going back, no bloody glory. Okay, there isn't. All that happens is the establishment come after you, and they have fucking came after me. I had Greater Manchester Police release my bail address. Arlene, you're too kind. Greater Manchester Police released my bail address. Right. I've had. I think I've been arrested 5 times this year. I got arrested for going to court in London. I got held overnight because the police turned up at my house and I wasn't there in the morning. Now, I'll chat with Laura Towler. I'll debate anybody, right? Because I know that what I stand for is right. And I know that a lot of people in this country actually, stand for what I believe in as well. Tracy, I'll calm down now. I just have to rant sometimes. But it's true. So for me, rather than we need to out the wrong ones sometimes, but it's true. So for me, rather than we need to out the wrong ones in this movement, right? And there are I wouldn't say that I'm a part of any movement. I support Tommy. I support every cause that there is. That's fair. Don't let these people have some sort of hold over you, because just because I've been quiet doesn't mean I'm going away. I'm never going away. I've got too much. I've lost too much to go away, and people know this. When you sacrifice things, you're in it, and you are, and that's it. Like I said, there's certain people I could come on here and bitch about that are just morons, and it's not worth giving them the time of day, because they are truly vile people, and God will judge these people on the final day. So
So who's he talking about? Jupiter. Where is she? Has she dropped out again? See, I watch it on the other. Oh no, she's there. Jupes. Hello. What has she done? She's muted herself. I wonder if she knows she's muted herself. Jupiter. No, nothing. She might be on a phone call or something. But let me find the other one. No, I have to go into my inbox for that. So, James Goddard. Oh, yeah, this is quite a funny one. Yeah. Quite a funny one as well. For the big debater. The one that tells the truth. Yeah. Do-do, do-do, do-do-do. I'll be with you in a minute, people. I am just sharing the screen. quite funny, really, when you think about it, with the crap he comes out with.
You're the one that's attempting to block a political demonstration. Do you think I'm scared? I'm not scared of any of you. You're traitors. Look at you on the state of you, look. You're traitors. You're Corbyn supporters. What was that?
You're a class
You're a
traitor.
class
You're a class traitor.
Huh? How am I a
Fucking
class
working
traitor?
class.
Yeah, he is working
Yeah,
class.
but what does he stand for?
So what does he stand for? So why? Right, one at a time. Why are you against him?
I don't like him. I think he's an absolute
Really?
wanker.
Fucking carpetbagger.
Himself, really? Shit, himself thinks he's a big lad.
Right, this is alright, is it? Yeah.
Chill.
I'm getting don't start with it. So that's alright. That's alright.
Come on, you fucking wanker.
What the fuck? Back off, everyone!
What was you running for, James? I thought you weren't frightened of anyone. Weren't so gobby when the men turned up, were you, James? No, that all went out the window, James. Well, what's going on here? Jupiter. Oh, what's this? Oh, I see. Right. She's having an important family call. Didn't see that message. Right. So, let me go to YouTube and yeah. This here. Oh, you can't see it. Let me share it. I was very humbled by this woman. I don't know if any of you have heard of her, but she I'm gonna put here. She lived on her own in the I think it was in the Yorkshire hang on, I'm trying to share the bloody thing. Yeah, very humbled by this woman. So let's have a look at this. For those of you that don't like it, yeah, you can go elsewhere. But I find this woman very interesting. Simply because of the way she lives life, I guess, the way she lives her life.
A journey starts for Hannah Hawkswell, farmer and spinster. A simple journey for most people, but for Hannah it'll mean crossing a frontier into a way of life she knows nothing of. Hannah Hawkswell lives alone in an isolated farm called Low Burke Hat on the far edge of an enclosed and partly abandoned Yorkshire dale. Once, 31 years ago, she went on a day trip to Loch Lomond. Apart from that, she's rarely left the dale. But now she's a celebrity, and the outside world wishes to honour her. The one place where Hannah makes fleeting but regular contact with the outside world is alongside the little used road which cuts through the centre of Baldersdale. Once a month, the shop in the village 5 miles away leaves a modest carton of groceries in the milk churn for Hannah to collect. And it's a good place to keep her Wellingtons dry until it's time to walk back to the farm.
The train still doing it leaving at 1:56.
Tell your trains along there, they stop along there. 7.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could I have a return ticket to London, please?
Look at the way this woman lives. Well, lived, sorry.
Hannah prepared very carefully for her journey to London. Her weekly wash is done in the reservoir alongside her farm because she doesn't have water on tap. She takes her drinking water from a stream, which she shares with her cattle. For Hannah Hawkswell, life has been hard since the day she was born. She has been perhaps the most materially deprived person in Britain, and in some ways still is. But she possesses an inspirational quality which, when she appeared in a television documentary 4 years ago, touched the heart of the nation. Then, as now, she had her reasons for remaining at Loughburg Hat.
Attached to the place because my family have lived here since my great-grandfather's time. No one else has lived in this house since it was built with our family. And the lovely countryside, down the new, through the Iron Gate, down the new road. And I've often thought, sometimes it's my favourite walk. And I've stopped and looked and I've thought, well, it's one thing, if I haven't money in my pocket, it's one thing nobody can rob me of. Nobody can, it's mine for the taking.
Hannah is the first to admit that she is not the best farmer in the Dale.
Ah, dear little beast.
She finds it difficult to control and discipline her animals.
Chip! He's a little naughty one. Chip! Come here! Come here, you fool! Come here! You bad puppy.
This winter, the people who decide such things have invited Hannah to take a seat at the top table of the Women of the Year lunch at the Savoy. Hannah, this means you're a guest of honour.
Yes. Yes.
You're one of the Women of the Year.
Who in the chat then think they could live like this lady did?
To be.
Does anyone in the chat think they could live like she did?
I don't know.
Sorry about that, Whitney.
That's all right, love. No, I'm playing Hannah Hawkswell. I don't know if you've heard of her, Jubes.
Who are
No.
my colleagues.
She lived in the Yorkshire Dales all of her life, alone.
Oh, it'll be a wonder.
Oh, I think I know who you mean. Yeah. I didn't know her name, but I know who you mean.
Something out of this world.
And when I saw this little video,
It'll be wonderful to see.
and look at her, she makes you so humble because she lived with very little, Jupiter. Nothing.
Had
She
several
seems
distinct
like my type of lady.
Mrs. Wilson.
Because money has never been my god.
think
And,
that-
I'm a strange person, right? Throughout my life, I mean, I know it's hard to believe. Everybody likes to call me ugly. But when I was younger, I didn't have I had my choice of men, believe it or not. And I hated the kind of men that came that were flash, with money, flash cards, dressed up to the nines. I hated them. I don't know why. I was just like, you're too pretentious. No, I can't handle that. Yet there's plenty of other people out there that would have gone, bing, money, bing.
Oh,
go.
yeah.
You know, gotta have that, man. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I mean, I don't think she even had electric. I think she cooked on her fire. And she lived in that great big, in the farmhouse, all on her own. Winter, summer, spring.
Victoria, when I was younger, in my early days, when I had all the young children all close together, there were times that I went through great poverty. When you have a lot of children, you do go through financial hardship at times. And I had to resort to hand washing and stuff because my washing machine broke down and I couldn't afford to get a new one straight away. And yeah, the blisters I got on my fingers, I tell you, from the scrubbing. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's just have a little listen to Hannah.
I would like to see her. I don't know to approach her. I don't know how I would feel about that. But it would be lovely to see her, just to be able to see her.
Hannah, who once lived on £280 a year, tries unsuccessfully to alter a second-hand dress. She has to buy her first new dress in 18 years.
Do you know the biggest price I paid for a dress quite a few years ago was £4. Now, what do you think of that? Oh, it's very nice, but I think my figure isn't all it might be. I think perhaps just a little bit more room and not quite so revealing.
Lovely, though.
Hang on, darling, I didn't hear that. What, Jupiter?
I thought that first outfit looked lovely on her.
Yeah, so did I, that dress, yeah.
It was her colour.
I like the shape of it, but it's my figure, you know, that's the problem.
Oh, bless her.
It needs a bit more room. What about that one? That's just a shade larger.
With her wellies on.
Yes, it has a bit.
I bet
Quite
you like
long, but I mean that's a mere detail. One can be
always
sure.
do
something
We can always
that.
adapt
I like this one better than
that.
the room. They're all lovely things.
It looks more comfortable.
Yes, it feels comfortable.
Oh, is that £1 notes?
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah.
16 exactly.
God. She must have been happy within herself, though. She had to.
Yes, look at them downs. Can you imagine how much time she had to contemplate in her head? What she was doing?
Yeah.
There's
God.
no better job than the outside. You know that.
Morning,
No
Anna.
better job.
Good morning. You're off, I hear, eh?
Yes. Off tomorrow, yes.
Uh-huh. And how long are you going to be away?
Not more than a day or two.
Oh.
No. And you know where different things are,
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
me hen and me cake in stable and me drop of milk for with calves and what isn't plenty milk for help out with, if you please, with cake.
Right,
and offer a bit of something,
Yes,
please.
I'll do that.
Thank you. Now I'll rush away. I have a few things to say too.
Right, now.
Thank
And I'll
you
say
very
not-
much.
Not to worry.
Thank you. No, I
Everything
won't.
will be all right. Have a nice time.
Thank you. I will. Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Come on over. Good night. Good night.
He wanted to drag that out for the camera, didn't he?
Yeah. You know, Ishik is London.
I think the trains were the first travelling I did. The Sunday school trips, at least a distance from home, the Sunday school trips. We would go to Rumelkirk station, but first of all, Tommy's bus came. Tommy Oliver at Rumelkirk, quite a character and a likeable person. He had a bus and he came and brought us to Rumelkirk station, but that was the last time I was on a train. Haven't been since.
Do you know how fast we're travelling?
No, I don't. I've no idea.
I'd say between 80 and 90 miles an hour.
Let's see. Unbelievable. Jeez.
Are you worried about the prospect of meeting all those famous ladies?
Yes, I think so. At least I'm not worried, but there again, I'm not one who sort of craves to mix with the great ones. If they're people who are kind enough to speak to me, it's the people I like.
She looks lost, doesn't she? Oh.
I've never been to London. And of course, it is one's capital city. It's an important city in the world. I think one ought to see it. I haven't a clue what it's really like. They say people go rushing about at a mad rate. So I honestly haven't a clue. Nothing, do I hand it in? Yes.
No.
I see.
Oh, she doesn't know where to put the ticket. Oh, right. Isn't she's left a ticket?
Yeah, she's supposed to collect it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The way she looks at him.
Bless her.
She's almost been shocked there.
Oh, bloody hell, she's still...
Excuse me, please. Could I trouble you to ask the way to the Savoy Hotel, please?
Savoy? It's a bit posh for you, isn't it? What's wonderful?
Cheeky
No,
son.
no, not quite.
All right,
Nothing
well,
like that.
Do you want to walk there? You're walking there.
Yes, if I can, please.
Turn right, walk down the Haymarket, then turn left into Trafalgar Square and walk up to the Strand, and it's up there on the right.
Thank you very much.
So,
How far will it be, please?
It's about a 10-minute walk.
Oh, that's fine.
If I
Thank
wasn't
you.
so busy, I'd carry your bags for you. I'd take
Thank
you up
you
there.
very much. Good night.
Bye-bye.
What a con artist. He offered to carry her bags.
Yeah, offered.
Yeah, probably was going to hit her over the head when he got round the corner. He threw the camera, didn't
Yeah.
Of course, one heard about the Savoy because it is, I believe, one of the top hotels and associated with a way of life which is past now. Good evening.
How are you? Good. Fella?
Thank you very much.
I bet she's fitter than me, even at her age,
you.
going up and down them hills.
She will be. I think she, yeah.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you.
Can I take your cake for you?
Yes, please, although it's not very important.
That's a register over here.
Thank you.
That's your son.
Thank you.
This one.
Thank you. Not that I crave to live in luxury, but it's wonderful to see just how the other half of the world lives. How it lives.
During the stay, you may like to call for the waiter, the maid, or the valet. Just let you know that they are available at any time. There's little call buttons here. You just have to press the button and they come around and answer.
Thank you.
Now, if there's anything that we can get you, just let us know. Give us a call downstairs into reception, or if you'd like to call me yourself.
Thank you.
One other thing.
Never dreamt it would be like this at all. Not because it is a place of wealth and luxury. It's the sheer beauty which appeals to me, especially my home being what it is.
The bathroom's over there. Got absolutely mountains of wardrobe space, so you shouldn't be lost for that.
Funny though, isn't it? That room still looks that
telephone by the side.
sort of wrong. No,
Buttons again if you need
It still looks what, love? Wrong.
Is there anything else we can get?
wrong, not as lavish as what it would be now.
Oh, God, no. No, it looks... Yeah.
Beautiful.
The luggage will be straight on.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night. Come in.
I mean, if I was given a room like that now, I'd be like, I'm not that impressed.
No. I'd be like, what's this? Oh, God,
Yeah.
look at the bed.
Yeah. I like the bed. I think it's nice.
What's he doing? See, people like that would get on my nerves. I'd just get out. I'll do it myself. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're used to unpacking people's cases as
Yeah.
well. Even that bed, though, there's much grander ones now.
Oh, of course, love. Yeah.
Oh, bless her. Look. She does. Look, she's keeping it all sort of made. I bet she does what I do, gets up and makes herself in the morning.
Who the hell's this?
What would you like for breakfast?
She reminds me of my nan. It's like she was lost, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Judge Mooney. This is Hannah Foxwell. Miss Marguerite Wood. Councillor Mrs.
Why have you never come down to London before?
Well, I neither had the means financially nor the opportunity.
Would you exchange your life in the Dales for, for going to functions like this and living in London? I mean, could you?
It's nice for a while, but not. I wouldn't think on a permanent basis. No, I would need to be quiet to get back
Bless
to the
her.
hills and
She's doing what you do, Wendy, making herself sound potter.
presented to the Duchess of Gloucester. How do you feel about it? Looking after you? You all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
I do it as well.
I was to be presented to her. Oh, it's very wonderful. Yes. I hope I behave in the correct manner, that's all.
Very nice to know. That's so much about you. Who was looking after your farm?
The neighbours looking after my farm.
It's not the most busy time of year, is it?
No, it's really the best
I
time.
think that's the Duchess of Kent. Hmm.
Right, royal racist.
That's fine.
No, that's not the Duchess of Kent. That's,
It was.
it is. Well, it might be, you know. She's changed a lot, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Usually the press tells you what to talk about.
Yes.
At least we do different today.
I'm not mistaken. I had to think
Yeah, well, Denmark, yes. That's right.
Oh no, it's not because she didn't come from Denmark, does she?
Mm.
I'm slowly getting into the farm business.
I can say she's really changed looks wise.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Safer out there.
I think who that might be is one of Prince Charles's cousins.
Oh right, okay, love.
Have you explored your life? No.
What was the one who's got the brother called Peter?
The brother called Peter.
Yeah.
Oh, Zara.
Yes.
Yeah, them, the parents of them. Who was the parents of them?
Princess Anne.
Thank you. I'm proud to have
Oh,
met
no,
you.
it's not her then.
You're going to have a picture.
I've got the
I'm
wrong
sorry.
key.
Oh,
What
I
about,
said I don't
was
want
it?
to be intruding.
Oh, she's back.
Was it Marinda or Marissa?
You look as though you need a little bit
Her
of rest.
parents. Who was that?
You can sit down.
Oh, I don't
Make yourself
know, love.
comfortable. I'll let
Thank
you know when
you.
the lunch is on. All right?
Thank you very much.
Why do you think the press made such a fuss of you?
That I don't know. I have no idea in the least. You know, I got a bit of attention from them, but then there were other people as well who, so that I have no idea in the least. I'm just a very ordinary person, especially compared with a lot of the people who were there.
What about London, Hannah? Has it come up to expectations?
It's past expectations because it's a much more beautiful city than I'd ever imagined. But I think out in the streets, one doesn't see everybody's in a big hurry, of course. One doesn't see the friendly faces or the friendly words in one's own North Country. Well, one passes the time of day or smiles at someone, they haven't a clue who they are. But that, it doesn't seem to be like that in London. And out in the street, the faces some seem to lack the life somehow. I never even came across a friendly London policeman. Perhaps he's a thing of the past.
A glass of sherry or any other drink you might like?
Thank you very much. No, it's very kind of you, but no, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Didn't you want a drink?
No, thank you. No, I don't drink wine.
Why not?
Well, I think it's better for me, at any rate, simply not to touch it. Some members of the family had too great a liking for it, and that can ruin
Oh,
the
dear.
blood. So I simply don't have it. I don't mind people if people like a glass of wine, everything in moderation. But in excess, it's a very bad thing and has ruined many a fine person and the lives of the people around them also.
So have you never tasted wine?
No, I've had. I do like, I'll admit, to rum sauce with plum pudding. Yes, but no, I've never drunk wine and don't intend to.
Now, you've been to Soho, haven't you? Do you disapprove of that sort of place?
Only the big, rather, I don't know. One would call them garish advertisements in a certain line, which it just didn't appeal. It didn't greatly offend me or upset me, and one doesn't bother about them. I just simply didn't like them. I don't think there's need for those kind of things to be so displayed. But the lovely the stalls I liked. Formerly, one associated Soho, I think, with the underworld rather the criminal side of life. But now it's been a good thing. I'll think only of all the lovely vegetables. That's what I'll think of, associate with Soho, when I hear it mentioned now.
Would you come to London again, Hannah?
Oh, yes, I would. It strikes me that I've seen the best side and the loveliest side, but I know it has other sides, and it strikes me as being for someone much less fortunate as being a very lonely place. If people come without friends or relatives, and I know there are people amounting to thousands who haven't a roof over their heads. Till there's that side to it. It could be a very lonely place.
Do you think it would be lonelier than your way of life?
Yes, very much so. If one is rather short on things in life, in the country, you can go out and there's the hills and the river, the streams. In summertime, the birds singing. They don't fail you. I think you could, I'm sure, not experiencing it, but I'm sure you could be much more lonely in London than in the country.
But surely you must experience loneliness up at the farm.
Yes, of course, it's possible, yes.
What sort of loneliness is that, Hannah? Is it for permanent company or what?
I think we'll not delve perhaps further. Maybe so. But I'm very lucky. I've lots of wonderful friends, some wonderful people I've met. And of course, I have my shaggy dog now. He's a little rascal, but he's grand company.
So there's never been anyone?
One who lived a very limited life.
Wendy Dade wants to
Away
leave.
very much.
Oh, okay.
Limited to the people they saw, which weren't really so very, very many. And of course, the hills are lovely as they are, but they were the borderline. You looked around and, you know, you saw lights, car lights in the further down the dale, but of course, one was where they were without transport, and the number of people in the dale once opportunities perhaps were limited.
It's a hard professional job. I believe it's an extremely important job. But nonetheless, I have to face the most incredible image projected.
600 of the best-known women in Britain. Hannah has talked to a Royal Dutch illustrious ladies, but the one she most admires, Odette Hallows, the French-born war heroine, she hasn't even seen, and the lunch is about to end.
Oh, Odette, yeah.
To meet you properly. I tried to meet you upstairs, but you were so busy with everybody, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to talk with you.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you how much I admire what you've done.
May I say how very proud I am to meet you?
Not as much as I am of meeting you. Oh, I do.
Wonderful.
I do admire what you've done. What a wonderful life. I do envy you very much.
Yes.
Because, you know, I'm a French peasant. Yes. I've seen your film on television. And I wondered about your life. Do people bother you now?
I've been lucky, you see. I live away in a remote dale and away from the main road, so that unpleasant people I haven't met. All the people who come have been nice, genuine people.
And people don't go and bother you too much.
No.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Perhaps,
I did wonder.
Thank you. Perhaps being busy on a farm, sometimes it is a problem. But they are nice people and genuine.
England is a lovely country.
Yes, it is. One gets the peace and the beauty.
Yes, yes, it is. It's very beautiful. Oh, it's nice to meet you.
Who's this woman?
Hannah Hawkswell.
And what does she do?
She lives on a farm all on day. This is what she does. Look, Dave.
You are funny.
She lives on a farm.
All on her own, yeah. No
Okay.
electric, no nothing. She's back from a trip from London now, look.
Oh, I thought she was involved in some kind of conspiracy or something.
Oh, no.
Man, what's this woman been up to?
I just thought it'd be good to look at something
But of course,
purely British, you know,
it's been
English,
this
British.
while, I knew that, and I've enjoyed it very much. And I'm like the young Englishman in The Prisoner of Zenda. He was a king for a day, and I've been a lady of leisure for a few days. But now we're going home. Of course, there is no place like home. There's my animals, the little dog, and so I think that is all.
Yeah, sweet lady.
Apparently, Tommy's live on VK.
Pardon?
Apparently, Tommy's live on VK.
Oh, I don't have VK.
Stopped by police for a drugs test. Oh, okay.
Who was Tommy?
Yeah, it's what person in chat says.
Let me have a look at. Well, if he was live on VK, about to have been live on.
Oh, your stream's gone.
What do you mean?
It says stream unavailable. Suspended for policy violations.
That'll come back. I've ended it now, haven't I?
What the bloody hell was that about?
Hannah Hawk, because I showed Hannah, no doubt.
That's ridiculous.
I know.
I'm sick of that frigging 9E for turning up everywhere. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
That woman's alright. Poisonous bitch.
Yeah, she is. I was telling Wendy what she done to you and what she done to me. She tried doing it to me yesterday as well.
It's not that she's done anything. It's just how annoying she is.
What it is she's trying to stop people from discussing across the different ideologies. She's nuts, absolutely nuts. And she can't bear the fact that we're white and she's a racist and she don't like white people getting any attention or leeway. She's nuts.
Yeah, we're back on.
Oh, we're back. Yeah, I thought as much.
But yeah, she's I don't know. She seems to think we are the ones who think about her in some way, but she keeps showing up everywhere.
Yeah. She's unintelligent. She ain't got a clue what's going on. She doesn't understand politics. She doesn't understand the spiritual uprisings that are going on. She really doesn't understand anything, to be quite honest. She doesn't understand conspiracy theorists, even if we don't agree with them. She doesn't understand the paedophilia and the connections and stuff. She doesn't understand any of it. She's just mad. And she had the cheek. Guess what she said today, Wendy? She said, I'm copying and modelling myself on her.
You're copying. Yeah, oh my God.
Delusion.
Really?
Absolute delusion.
No.
Your show sounded good today, Jupiter. I was so upset that I was out and about. I couldn't listen to it all, but it sounded good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to listen back to it.
Okay, here's a tweet. Sorry. Here's a message from Tommy on his parlour. Apparently, Black Lives Matter to virtue signalling Jerry Adams, right? But not men and women abducted, tortured, and murdered, left tied up and hooded with bullets in their heads and dumped in ditches. So this means that Adams likes Black Lives Matter. Okay.
Yeah, we've always known that connection.
Didn't I?
Yeah.
Like, I've been saying that for a while.
Yeah. Oh, I said it way back when, Dave, and I got called a nutcase for saying it. Actually, it was Dave. Yeah, it was Dave. It was you, weren't it, Dave?
What?
It was a side chat that day when I was reading out your questions.
What questions? What in regards to the? Oh yeah, I remember now. I remember.
Yeah. And they tried to take me down for it. Because as soon as that's how far back I've actually seen Dave, if you know what I mean, in the chats. Because when I spot somebody that I can understand their wavelength and where they're coming from, I pick up on them very easily. And he was making questions that I was like, oh, this is good, because I can channel my own questions through somebody else.
Yeah.
What was Nine Ether's problem then with you, Dave?
It was about the you know, where the white guy was carried out by the black guy, and it went all over mainstream media.
Oh, what the
Yeah,
setup? You mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. I believe it was staged, and she got quite offended by it. You know how she is, you know, little snowflake. Yeah, they don't like Simon over there. I know that much. Mention Simon and bloody hell.
Oh, don't they?
No, call it. I said because it got onto the Tan thing, and I said, "Oh, Tan's been stalking Lucy Brown." And I said, and they said, "How do you know this? Is it true?" Because they believe he's some kind of government agent or something. And I said, "Well, Simon has made videos about it because you can't believe him. He's, you know, a gay liar and all these kind of things."
Oh God.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're doing something good, Simon. It's the videos, yeah.
How dare they?
Yeah, well, you got crazy Maku, ain't you? You got crazy Nynefa, crazy Maku. You got that Terry. He's off his head. All he does is that deep fucking throated nutcase laugh. You got Schiffer. You got Schiffer who's on another planet. You got Shakara who's a boring racist.
Yeah.
The list goes on. They're all oddballs, aren't they? Then you got Natty who's as dumb as fuck.
Oh, he really is stupid.
Yeah. And he don't like you. He's jealous of you, Dave, isn't he? It makes me laugh. You can see the jealousy because when certain people are jealous, they go straight for a particular tactic, and they do it with Dave all the time. The ones that are jealous of him.
Well, he hadn't said anything to me since the last time I went off at him. He hadn't said a thing. So
yeah, but even when you ain't around, Dave, he likes to talk about you a bit like the way they like to talk about me and Wendy. He like to talk about you.
Yeah, it was on Valley, Simon.
no, Jedi's.
Oh, Jedi's.
Jedi's, yeah. Yeah, no,
Oh, you were both on Jedi's today then?
Yeah, and then Nynefa turned up out of the blue and started squawking. Well, actually, Dave was on there first, and then Nynefa started squawking. And I thought, I ain't having this. So I went on, and then she started squawking at me like she does.
Yeah, that's a good word. Squawking, yeah.
So what? Have they all deserted Valley's or what?
I don't know, I guess. Yeah.
I think what's happened is Shaka Racist has took over, and what you've got to understand is amongst the as Turek used to say, just leave them to it, they'll all destroy themselves, and that's exactly what's happened. It's what they did over on Reels, and it's what they did on Raspect. The minute they get their segregation, and you leave them to themselves, they all turn on each other, because that's their mindset. And, she will always be in the middle instigating, and now she's gone on to it's boring for her when she gets what she's one of these people that when she gets what she actually wants, she don't like it, so she's got to move elsewhere to try and achieve. She's one of these people that likes to achieve the goal but doesn't want the goal she's trying to achieve.
Yeah, was Jedi there?
In and out.
But Jedi's show's doing pretty well at the moment off the back of the whole Raspect thing. So obviously them two have got some kind of thing going on. So people are basically tuning in to see what people say about.
Yeah, but I thought Jedi wasn't into this, this bitchy fighting and everything. Or has he changed? Yeah. Mm.
Well, yeah, the drama. He's periodic with the drama. He won't indulge in it constantly, but when the big event comes up, he'll ride off the back of it for a while.
Yeah.
I think what it is a lot of the blacks that we used to go on his channel, but they used to go mainly on Bellies, but they went over there occasionally. Have all just left Bellies and took up residence on Jedi's.
Yeah, but Veli's
most of them that moved over are actually Islamic.
Yes, Veli's yesterday's show was doing all right. He was on like 130 views for quite a while. So he's still doing all right. It just goes up and down, don't it?
Yeah. Oh, very. I don't think. I don't think Vellies has died just yet, but if Shakira carries on, it will.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shakira and Ralph together. What a lovely duo. Yeah.
But Ralph will take that as he will take that as a badge of honour if that goes down.
Yes, yes, he
Ralph's
will.
not on there because he enjoys going on there. One of his aims is to get rid of all the black channels.
What's
He said-
what's the name of Velli's channel? Simon wants to know. Is it Global Waivers? Vision Global Waivers?
Yeah,
What-
something like that. Or Valley Vision. If you stick Valley Vision in, it'll come up, won't it? As Global Waivers or whatever. It's supposed to be the Godless channel where all they do is talk about God most of the time. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, true.
So, going into the conspiracy stuff, Dave's probably going to want to jump off now because he don't like it.
God,
Remember ages ago I told you about the Illuminati cards, Wendy?
Oh yeah, yes, yes.
Can you imagine they've got a card called the Black Activist?
The black what?
Activist.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Black Lives Matter was preordained.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when was these cards made? Because obviously there's been plenty of black activists in the past who have been compromised.
Station 6 says anyone following the Illuminati channel is feeding into the anti-white sentiment. How?
Anyone who comes on frigging this part of YouTube is doing that then, mate, because it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, he is being very anti-white at the moment, Jedi, I think. I don't know what's wrong with him. I really don't know what's wrong with him.
Go on to challenge it. I think Jedi's definitely biased in his own favour, but then I would say everybody is. But to go as far as to say he's a racist, no. Does he want to fight what he perceives as racist? Most definitely. But sometimes they get the wrong people.
Well, I see Khan's made his home there, which is not always good.
Yeah, that guy's a two-faced
Really?
serpent, isn't he? He's a piece of shit.
Can't stop. So he must be in the boycott then with Vellies, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, him and Zabida, they're kind of at the forefront of it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Look, if Muslims boycott you, pray to God and thank him.
Yeah.
Good. You know what I mean? Who on earth wants to be associated with you? It's not a boycott, that's a Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Oh God. Ralph, flashbacks of Ralph. Oh yeah, that was it. Ralph was like goading me in the chat. He's trying to. He doesn't bother me in the slightest. But he's saying now he's created a new character. A new chapter for us. He's come up with a new term. You know how he did that. You know how he did that graph where he put all the people in certain sectors.
That's how irrelevant Ralph is to me. I've blocked him. I don't even care what you do.
Yeah. But I said to him, if you're putting me in videos, mate, you must really have it rock bottom. I don't think he like.
Oh, he's just look. He's the sort of person. He uses 50 words where 5 will do. So the more he says, the less he says. Yeah.
Yes. Sophistry. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got nothing to say, and he makes it up as he's going along.
Con artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he is.
That's what he's got in common with Shakira. And do you remember that Rajiv? That Rajiv used to do all that shit. And
Oh,
Dan.
he was a weirdo. He was fucking. He was
that
a grade
Rajiv.
A pervert. Yeah.
Well, that
Who?
Dan last night
Black
pissed
hat
me
guy
off.
who goes to the speaker's corner.
Oh
one
God,
of
yeah. Oh, God.
yeah.
the great of
Yeah, James
Lunatic.
Jones does it at times as well. Yeah, James Jones.
I can't stand that man, James Jones.
It's just like white noise, isn't it? When they start, it's like you zone
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Well, James Jones only has to say one word. That's it. Hear him. That's it. He's gone.
Did any of you catch Raspberry show last night?
So I heard a little bit of it. I heard him calling Jedi some sort of Jedi. No, what was it he said? Jedi wants to be a general.
Yeah.
I want to be general. That woman was on Shani, and she had an awful lot to say. And I thought, oh God, I'm not listening to this.
Yeah, he
Oh,
turned
no.
the Shani show, but that was his tactic, wasn't he? He's such a devious little prick.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He brings her on to use her as the scapegoat, divert attention, and then he brings on some Muslims to attack Jedi, and as he's muted his mic. So he won't say it himself, the little shit. He'll get these other little knobheads to say it for him. It's the kind of person he is. He's just... Ugh. But yeah, he tried to thingy her, scapegoat her, and then, yeah, they went on to all the other bollocks, but...
I mean, Dan was on there, but I don't think he spoke a word.
Dan and Nynaeve, this is where it gets weird. Because as far as I know, Nynaeve and Raspek don't get on. Okay?
No, they don't.
But Nynaeve and Dan, Nynaeve and Dan are trying to do damage control for Raspek, which is interesting.
Yeah. Dan went straight into a character assassination on Councillor Nice Ears, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, but he went right over the top and got everything wrong. He has not got a clue what any of that coding meant. None of it. None of it. And I know there's a lot of people here, and even Wendy was probably amongst the audience. I know Dave was, I know Angel Room was. Probably didn't understand what me and Council were talking about. Yet me and Council knew exactly what we were saying to each other. We understand.
What you do with that is, though, you complicate it too much. The bottom line is, we've seen this geezer with the police extremely close to him. And something ain't right.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. But there's another level to it. There is another level to it as well. It's talking about, you see that stuff that Turek gave us, Wendy, that we've got to read about. We've got to read into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what we should do? We should put that up and start reading through it, all of us together.
Oh, what, the COINTEL Pro?
Yeah.
Oh, not tonight.
Why is it that deep? Is it
Yeah,
that
it's too deep. It's got to be. I'm going to have to read it through a few times myself before I come online and make out I know what I'm talking about with this document.
Okay.
It's very deep, and we don't want to get it wrong, do we? Sort of thing.
Why are you now getting attacked for being anti-Semitic in your chat, Jupiter?
Oh, no, the clone. It was a clone. I'm suspecting that the far right have cloned people.
Do you know that for a fact, though?
Yeah, because the real one come on and said, that's not me.
Okay, all right.
Please, can you get
who's saying what?
Athena London got cloned.
Oh, yeah, because Goofy was having a wobble and was timing her out all the time.
Yeah. I hope he hasn't timed out the wrong one, because I got rid of the horrible one.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
You remember a few weeks ago they tried that tactic with Victoria West?
Yeah.
They done it with her and came on saying abusive stuff towards me. And she was quite upset because she's not a young lady, that person. I know who she is. I've actually seen her in the park. And she came on and she was quite upset. I was doing a stream. It was quite a quiet stream. And she come on the side chat and said, and she very rarely talks to me directly. And she was like, Jupiter, that was a clone. It wasn't me. I was trying to tell everybody. I said, it's okay. I spotted it. Don't worry.
It's very difficult when someone makes up, your exact profile.
Yeah.
And people don't believe you. I only timed out one making abusive comments. I knew there were 2 in the chat, says Goofy.
It's like yesterday on Velis, they was coming at me with the same kind of attacks, mentioning Busker and this other lady whose name sounds like Margarine. But they, yeah. So I don't know if it's the usual crowd of stalkers or now we've got some new stalkers. I don't know.
Yeah, David, I get on with Jedi. I kind of understand him. I know a lot of other people.
Yeah, but Jedi don't like you, Drew. So honestly, the
No, I
things.
know he doesn't have to. If I get on with him, I understand him. I do understand him. You don't have to always like people to exchange information, Dave.
No, I'm not on about on that basis, but I'm just saying, you know, the things I've heard him say. You know, obviously.
Yeah, he's a piss taker as well. He's a piss taker. He loves himself too much, and so he takes the piss out of everyone else, but he can't take it when it's him. Yeah.
No, he can't take any
criticism at all.
Criticism at all. No.
Yeah.
Maku is just
nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. Maku's just...
Well, I heard him saying today that let me get this right. That the King James Bible was only 700 years old. I mean, you know.
Yeah, his version of history. So
yeah, it's a bit crooked, isn't it? His version of anything's a bit crooked.
Yeah. Yeah. He gets swept up into conspiracy theories, but only those that reinforces his bias. I mean, he believes in the Yakub story. Have you ever heard of the Yakub story, Wendy?
No. Yakub? What's the Yakub?
Let me see. I'll show you the propaganda. Let me see if I can get the video. It's a
it's
joke.
basically a gentleman with an extremely large brain, and he created white people to be evil.
Let me show
Part of
you.
the Nation of Islam.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's where we
Nation
get
of
white
Islam.
devils from, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me show you the video. It's funny. I find it funny.
I always quite like the idea that we were born it, made in a lab.
Big brain scientists. Yeah.
What they did was they listened to the translations that were made in the of the Sumerian text, and then created their own story from that. Of course, it's pure fantasy.
But by that logic, if we was created to be evil, then we're just doing what's in our nature, aren't we?
Well, exactly. We're just doing
It's not our
what we were
fault.
meant to do. Yeah.
Don't blame me. Blame the guy who created us, bro.
There is an argument that if it's all foretold in the Bible that there was going to be slavery, then God ordained it. And
Yeah, there's that, yeah.
Right, here we go, Wendy. I've just dropped you the link. Play that. It's funny. It's hilarious. I found it funny anyway. Other people might not. But this is what Maku ascribes to, because I asked him once, does he believe it? And he said yes.
Big Heads, the story of Yaku and is that Yashmal? Yashamal.
It's the Sumerian story, but with a bias, Dave. It's not correct. If David Trill Hudson, because if you go and read the proper Sumerian, it doesn't come across like this. This is nuts.
Big Head scientist.
Yeah, the Sumerians were also just making things up, weren't they? Unless you believe in that stuff.
No, there's quite a bit of their stuff that's been proven to be true.
Oh no, let's have a look.
It's funny. I find it funny.
Oh my God.
Saki's got a. Well, I won't say what he said.
Thousands of years ago, on this planet we call Earth, our planet was visited by various groups of extraterrestrial humanoid beings. These extraterrestrial humanoid beings had to leave their planet and seek refuge here on Earth because their home planet had been destroyed by evil. When these extraterrestrial humanoid beings arrived on Earth, they chose to take residence inside the center of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth was inhabited by human beings. At this point in time in Earth's history, the human beings who lived on the surface of the Earth were all of one tribe, the Ebenoid tribe. Since they live inside the Earth, these extraterrestrial beings have now become interterrestrial beings. The center of the Earth where these interterrestrial beings reside also contains an inner sun. The inner Earth has been called by a variety of names by cultures around the world, including Shambhala by Buddhist, Agartha by Tibetans, Kurnuji by the ancient Mesopotamians, the Duat or Aminta by the ancient Egyptians, Hades or the underworld by Europeans, Xibalba by the Mayans, and in modern times, the concept of the inner Earth has given rise to what is called the Hollow Earth theory. Unbeknownst to many human beings, the activities of these beings which reside inside the Earth has affected the course of human history and human development. The first and most noble of the beings which resides inside the Earth is called the Shayuk. Compared to human beings, the Shayuk would be considered geniuses with exceptional intelligence, and telepathic and telekinetic abilities. The Shayuk have a dark brown skin complexion, they are between 5 feet to 7 feet tall, and their heads, brains, and cranial capacity is much wider and larger than the average human. The Shayuk come to the Earth's surface occasionally to teach and to trade with certain tribes of human beings. The teachings of the Shayuk are so profound that when they come to the Earth's surface to teach, they are often called deities, gods, priests, prophets, messengers, and seers, and because of this fact, the Shayuk have strict laws which limit the interaction of Shayuk tribal members' contact with the humans on the surface. The Shayuk commonly interact and have mixed in with the surface world humans called the Danakil or Danakil, also known as the Afar people, in present-day Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Somalia. The chief of the Shayuk is named King Fukur, and his daughter is named Princess Radiya, and 2 of his brothers are named Amo and Yishak, who has always been jealous of his brother King Fukur. King Fukur's brother Amo had fallen in love with a surface-dwelling human female, and he would sneak to the surface world to visit her, and would also pass himself off to the surface-dwelling humans as a psychic and a magician, and for these acts, Amo was exiled to live on the surface, 20 miles outside of the present-day city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia. As long as the people in the inner Earth spent most of their life in the inner Earth, then they will not die. However, to be exiled to the surface world means a person from inner Earth will eventually die like the mortals on the surface. In the caverns adjacent to the Shayuk, resides another group of nobles called the Sinin. The Sinin are also highly intelligent, but also have a fighting spirit. The Sinin are between 5 feet to 7 feet tall and have a variety of complexions from yellow to brown, and they are hairless and are most noted for their cone-shaped heads. The Sinin commonly interact and have mixed with surface world humans including the ancient Egyptians, the Olmecs in present-day Central America, the Mangitog people in the African Congo, and the Paracas people in Peru. The chief of the Sinin is named King Lamsa, and his daughter is named Princess Lucina, and his son is named Prince Atif. One of the wretched group of...
Are you telling me people actually believe this crap?
Yeah, Nation of Islam. Listen to it. Listen, this is what they all believe. Listen.
Beings which resides inside the Earth is called the Samin. The Samin are grotesquely obese, pale, with long elephant-like noses, and are very negative and aggressive. The Samin were actually the manifested evil grafted out of the Sinin on their home world prior to these beings arriving on Earth. Since the Samin were grafted out of the Sinin, it is the responsibility of the Sinin to police and keep in check the evil activities of the Samin. It is said that an American named Richard Sharpshaver encountered the Sinin and called them the Turos, meaning interrogative robot, and he also encountered the Samin and called them Duros, meaning detrimental robot. One day, the wretched Samin raided and invaded the village of the Shayuk, stealing food and terrorizing the Shayuk family. When King Fukur found out about this invasion by the Samin, he sent a telepathic message to King Lamsa stating that the Sinin has neglected their responsibility to keep the Samin in check, because the Samin were currently raiding and invading the village of the Shayuk. Upon receiving the telepathic message from King Fukur, King Lamsa went with his brethren to the caverns of the Shayuk to stop the invasion by the Samin and to drive the Samin back to whence they came. After driving the Samin away from the lands of the Shayuk, King Lamsa apologized to King Fukur, but tension remained between the Shayuk and the Sinin for some time after the incident. In order to make peace between the Shayuk and the Sinin, King Lamsa offered his daughter Princess Lucina to be a wife of King Fuqur. King Fuqur accepted the peace offering from King Lamsa, and in turn offered his daughter Princess Radiya to be the wife of King Lamsa's son Prince Atif, as was the custom, and there was peace in the land for some time between the two tribes of the Shayuk and the Sinin. However, King Lamsa's daughter Princess Lucina was angered and outraged because she did not want her father to give her away to be the wife of the Shayuk King Fuqur. Princess Lucina felt like an outcast and out of place living amongst the Shayuk people, and she did not like living by the strict laws of the Shayuk people. Princess Lucina always wanted to marry a man from her own people the Sinin, and she did not want to be married to a Shayuk man. One day Princess Lucina, now the unhappy wife of King Fuqur, met Yashak, the jealous brother of King Fuqur, and they conspired together based on their hatred for King Fuqur to have an illicit sexual affair together behind the back of King Fuqur. Princess Lucina and Yashak would travel to the surface world to the home of Emo, the exiled brother of King Fuqur and Yashak, and it is here where they would have their illicit affair. This affair between Princess Lucina and Yashak went on for months with them sneaking back and forth from the inner earth to the surface world, and eventually Princess Lucina became pregnant. In her pregnant state, Princess Lucina would not return to the land of the inner earth, but would remain at the home of Emo, and Yashak would stay with her. It was here in the home of Emo, 20 miles outside of the present-day city of Mecca, Saudi Arabia, where the child Yaqub was born to Yashak and Princess Lucina. The child Yaqub, being part Shayuk and part Sinin, had an enormous head the size of 2 men, and he also had 2 brains. Knowing that they could not return to the inner earth because their affair had now produced a child, Yashak and Princess Lucina decided to live and raise the baby Yaqub for 5 years in the home of Emo, 20 miles outside of the present-day city of Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Yaqub's father Yashak would work as a scientist and a priest amongst the humans on the surface, calling himself by the title Mornuakan, the last high priest. Back in inner earth, Yashak and Princess Lucina had been missing for years, and eventually it was found out by King Fuqur about the affair between his wife Princess Lucina and his brother Yashak. King Fuqur ordered his soldiers to go to the home of his brother Emo and arrest Yashak for his crime, and according to the laws of the Shayuk, Yashak was put to death. Princess Lucina's life was spared because she now had a child to take care of, but her punishment was to remain exiled to the surface world living in the home of Emo, and to never return to inner earth. Depressed about her inability to return home, overwhelmed by her new responsibility to raise a child, and saddened by the death of her lover Yashak, Princess Lucina kills herself by committing suicide. The 5-year-old child Yaqub, now an orphan, is raised by his uncle Emo, and the child Yaqub is emotionally disturbed and rebellious because of the death of his parents. The child Yaqub grows to hate his people the Shayuk, and he also grows to hate all dark-complexioned people because he blames them for the death of his parents. The child Yaqub desires to have his revenge when he grows up. Yaqub starts school at the age of 4, and is teased and mocked about the size of his head by the surface-dwelling human children. This mockery and teasing about the size of his head that Yaqub experienced as a child created low self-esteem, and further infuriated the already deranged Yaqub, fueling his desire for revenge. Yaqub's uncle Emo would tell Yaqub stories about the beings in the inner earth and how the Samin were the manifestation of the evil grafted out of Yaqub's mother's family, the Sinin.
Oh, what happened there? Hello?
Hello?
I don't know what's happened here.
Yeah, he gave up the will to live. It had too much bollocks and killed itself.
Yeah.
You haven't been struck again, have you?
No.
One day, when Yaqub was 6
Here we
years old,
go.
he was playing with 2 steel magnets in the home of his uncle Emo, and Yaqub noticed the magnetic power of attraction and repulsion that unlike attracts, and like repels. By observing this, Yaqub was inspired with a determined idea to create a tribe unlike any of the people on the surface of the planet, and this unlike tribe would be weak and wicked, and attract the other tribes on the surface of the planet, and rule over them with the knowledge of tricks and lies for 6,000 years. Upon coming to this realization, Yaqub looked up at his uncle Emo and said, "Uncle, when I get to be an old man, I am going to make a people who shall rule you." Uncle Emo said, "What will you make? Someone to make mischief and cause bloodshed in the land." Yaqub responded to his uncle Emo by saying, "Nevertheless, uncle, I know that which you do not know," and it was at that moment, the boy Yaqub first came into the knowledge of just who he was, born to make trouble, break peace, kill and destroy, and be the enemy to the Ebenoid people of Earth. Yaqub knew in order to accomplish his plan he would have to study science, biology, and genetics. Yaqub was a child prodigy in school, being exceptionally smarter than the surface-dwelling humans he was going to school with, and by the age of 18, Yaqub had finished all of the colleges and universities of his nation. While in college, Yaqub was mocked and teased being called the big head scientist. After graduating from the colleges and universities of his nation, Yaqub began to preach a new doctrine to the people in the city. Yaqub called his new doctrine Tricknology, and his holy book was called the Book of Tricknology of 120 Degrees. Yaqub taught that if people followed his doctrine, then they would be able to rule the world for 6,000 years, and make slaves out of everyone else on the earth. Yaqub made such impressions on the people that many people began following him. The children who once mocked and teased Yaqub were now requesting to be part of what he was teaching. The girls who once laughed at Yaqub were now women who desired him. As Yaqub's teachings spread, he made more and more converts to his new doctrine, and the power of Yaqub's doctrine began to intimidate the king of the surface-dwelling humans, who ordered to have Yaqub and all of his followers thrown in prison. The police arrested all of Yaqub's followers and put them in prison, and filled up all of the prison cells with Yaqub's followers. However, there was not enough space to put all of Yaqub's followers in jail, therefore there were still some people free who Yaqub's teachings. The police notified the king that they did not have enough space for all of Yaqub's followers, and at that point the king decided to go to Yaqub's prison cell and negotiate a deal. The king went to visit Yaqub in his prison cell, and the king said, "So you are Mr. Yaqub?" Yaqub said, "Yes, I am." The king said, "Yaqub, I have come to see if we could work out some agreement that would bring about an end to this trouble. What would you suggest?" Yaqub said to the king, "If you give me and my followers everything to start a civilization, and furnish us with money and other necessities of life for 20 years, I will take my followers and we will leave." The king was pleased with the deal offered by Yaqub, and agreed to take care of them for 20 years, until Yaqub's followers were able to go for themselves. After 20 years, the government began to make preparation for the exiling of Yaqub and his followers. The king ordered everyone rounded up who was a believer in Yaqub's doctrine, and they took them to the seaport and loaded them on ships. When Yaqub and his followers departed, there were a total of 59,999 followers plus Yaqub, making 60,000 total people on 100 ships. Yaqub and his fleet of ships departed from an area 20 miles outside of the present-day city of Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and set sail on the Red Sea, and sailed all the way around the continent of Africa to go to their destination, which was the area which is currently called the island of Patmos, or Palam, in the Aegean Sea. While on the ships sailing around Africa to get to the area which is currently called the island of Patmos, and the second part of his plan, which was a eugenics human graftation experiment. Even though all of the people on the surface of the earth were of one tribe, the Ebenoid tribe, there was still some variation within the Ebenoid tribe, and Yaqub began to highlight these differences, and Yaqub taught these people that they were special, because Yaqub planned to use them to graft his new tribe. Yaqub developed his theory by studying his own genetics under the microscope and noticing that there were two different genes in him, one gene that was dark from his father Yishak's family, the Shayuk, and the other that was not dark from his mother Princess Lucina's family, the Sinin. Yaqub began to have children with the women on this ship, and the babies which were born that were a lighter complexion he would spare their life, but the babies which were born which were of a darker complexion, Yaqub would have thrown overboard into the ocean. Yaqub felt if he could successfully separate the darker gene from the lighter gene, then he could graft the Ebenoid tribe into its last stage, which would be albinoid. Yaqub planned to create a tribe of albinoids, which he discovered was weaker than the Ebenoid gene, which would be unalike, to rule the Ebenoid nation for 6,000 years. When Yaqub's followers found out about his new wicked plan, and learned that he was killing and throwing babies overboard into the ocean, 95% of his followers lost their loyalty to Yaqub, and abandoned his mission and jumped ship. As Yaqub's fleet of ships sailed around Africa, people who lost loyalty to his mission would jump ship into the areas which are now Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Djibouti, Somalia, Mozambique, Namibia, Senegal, Morocco, and Tunisia. 10% of the original 60,000 of Yaqub's followers betrayed Yaqub and jumped ship. 85% of the original 60,000 of Yaqub's followers jumped ship because they were confused why he would do such a horrible thing, leaving only 5% of the original 60,000 of Yaqub's followers who actually made it to their destination of the island of Patmos in the Aegean Sea. As king on his island, Yaqub set up birth control and Planned Parenthood laws which would contribute to his plan of negative eugenics and genocide to breed his albinoid tribe. Yaqub made it a law that only the lighter complexion people could have children. People with darker complexions were put to death, and when children were born, nurses were ordered to have the darker babies killed by pricking the brains with a sharp needle as soon as the child's head was out of the mother, but the lighter babies were allowed to live. Yaqub's aim was to kill and destroy the Ebenoid nation. Yaqub would have the dead bodies of the darker babies fed to wild beasts, and if they could not find a wild beast to feed the bodies to, they would take the dead bodies of the babies to a cremator to be burned. This is the level of intense hatred Yaqub had in his heart. This process went on for years on Yaqub's island as Yaqub trained his sons and grandsons to carry on his work after he died. Yaqub died at the age of 150 years old from a brain tumor. As the father of technology, Yaqub taught his people a doctrine which would enable them to rule the world for 6,000 years. Yaqub also taught his people that God is a spirit and a spook and not a man, and Yaqub was the founder of the doctrine that unlike attracts and like repels. After 200 years on Yaqub's island, all of the darker babies had been done away with, and all babies were born of a new tribe called the Rubetoid tribe. After another 200 years, all babies were born of an even newer tribe called the Citrinoid tribe. And finally, after another 200 years, which makes 600 years total, all the babies born on Yaqub's island were of Yaqub's desired albinoid tribe. It took 600 years to breed Yaqub's albinoid tribe, and every imagination of their heart and all of their actions were wicked continuously. The evilness of the albinoids not only affected themselves, but also affected the other peoples of the world. Yaqub's albinoids returned to the city where they were exiled from. Once back in the city, it took only 6 months for Yaqub's albinoids to cause chaos and war amongst the Ebenoid people. The king of the Ebenoid people realized that it was Yaqub's albinoids.
Yeah, well, stop playing that. Don't know what's wrong with it. It's doing things. But do people really believe in that crap? Are you being serious?
No, they believe it. They believe it. It goes on that the albinoids go and take over the start building civilizations, because basically you know who those albinoids are meant to be, don't you?
Yeah.
Us. Yeah.
Us. Yeah. You should watch the end of it, Wendy. It's funny. Watch the end.
No, it's doing stuff. It's like messing up the computer. I don't know what it's doing. That video.
Okay. Well, basically, towards the end, that they decide that they've got to get rid of all the white people and put the balance. Nuts, isn't it?
So that idiot actually believes all this Maku individual.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Now you understand where his mind's at.
Oh, wow. How can you believe in such rubbish?
But the funny thing is that he's stolen the Sumerian story and changed it all. He's completely changed it up. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, but you only have to have an ounce of intelligence to know that that's a ridiculous story. But then again, though, it would play right into what they like to believe, that that the white people are evil. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why they do it. You know what I mean?
I'd never even heard of this kind of thing before. God, and I thought Angel Moon was bad with her conspiracies.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what I mean, Angel Moon. God, at least you don't go that far.
What
Bloody
conspiracies
hell.
have I said that's that batshit crazy? Come on.
Let me have a think. COVID doesn't exist.
I don't think that's batshit.
You wouldn't, because you believe it. Silly.
I don't say I believe it. I think COVID it's a flu virus. It doesn't warrant shutting the world down, though, does it?
Yeah, the survival rates would suggest that also. It's not as deadly as they first made out. You know, Wendy, today, Sargon's put out a video, and it's titled Britain's Diversity Training Leaks Are Insane. So people have been leaking out the kind of things that are going to be implemented in this diversity training. Looks interesting.
Oh, right, okay. No, I think this... I'm trying to think of some of the nutty things Angel Moon said.
Go on.
Right, Wendy, I've dropped Tommy's video there.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then, yeah, why don't we take a look at what Sarah Garvey's saying?
Sarah Garvey, where's he coming to it?
I think that's what Smith just said.
Say what?
Who did you say was going on about the links?
No, Sargon of Akkad.
Oh,
You know
Sargon. Yeah, we'll have a
they-
look at
They're introducing diversity and inclusion into the military defense. So they're going to diversify the army. Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
God, no.
Sounds like infiltration to me.
Diversify the army. Wonderful. So, don't worry, Angel, I'm still thinking.
Good. Yeah, I'm dying to hear which one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which one. I can't remember. I'm fed up with them.
Harassment. Look how many officers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 police officers. No, another van. 5 police officers, another van. Another van. Another van, another van. Well, why are you here? Go. Make sure they're okay. You've already got 2 men. Make sure they're okay. So you're the backup. What's that?
Bloody hell. They're still harassing.
Poor Tommy.
So what's going on here then? I don't understand.
Apparently, they're going to make him do a drugs test.
Why does he have to do a bloody drugs test? Business is of theirs.
Come on, man. They're all expecting me to test positive for cocaine or cannabis, and they're all thinking, please test positive, please.
So now the police are feeding.
How long
into
ago
the
do you have to have done
conspiracy.
cocaine for that to test positive? How long ago would you have had to do cocaine for that to test positive?
We're not medical experts.
We're
You've
not
got no
medical.
idea. You don't know. You're given that test, you have no idea what they do. So you could give out a test there. I'm asking you. Okay, so someone could have took cocaine 10 years ago. Does that test show?
As I said, sir, I don't know.
You don't have a clue.
It's down to us to decide that. It's down to us to conduct the test.
I don't even trust your test. Can we have a look?
They were trying
What
to
does that
say
mean?
cokehead and they failed.
Okay, I don't like you get the camera in my
Well,
face.
no, this is for my own evidence.
Yeah, no, but you're putting it too close
No,
to my
okay,
face.
let me do
I have
this,
no
let me do
issues
this.
with you
Okay, let
videoing
me do this.
because I'm videoing too.
Okay, so let me do this.
But don't put it close to my face.
Okay, keep it down there.
Calm down.
What does that show?
No.
What does that show?
Okay, I'm trying to have a look at it.
What does it show? What does it show? I'm asking. What's that mean?
It shows negative.
Oh, it shows negative.
Yes.
Hey.
Oh, right. So I haven't took any drugs. Oh, now you're going to change it. 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 Now
There
you
you
want
go,
to
James Goddard.
Yeah.
Who's the cokehead, James
I know you're not
Goddard?
giving me tickets. I've done fuck all wrong. I passed your stupid little drugs test as well. So boring. Am I off? Am I free to go? Please do. Go carry on doing a good job, lads.
Was he driving or something?
I'm not sure.
So my attitude seems like I've got an attitude. It's because I have, because I'm to be honest,
Yeah.
I'm totally fed up with them.
No, that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Obviously,
The
they're being
maddest thing is,
bastards.
I only went to pick the car up. It's got traders policy. It's my mate's car, and he's waiting for me as well. He's probably thinking, what the hell is going on? Well, how has it taken you that long to get? Oh man, come on.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to start the fucking thing. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to get done for being on the phone while I'm driving, do I? But there you go.
Yeah. Well done, man.
See you later.
God bless
Yeah.
Tommy.
Even the police now are buying into the conspiracy.
Yeah, so there you go. Number one, Tommy's not a cokehead, James Goddard, Mr. MDMA man. Do you remember those texts we got the other day? Wendy, should we have a little look at Goddard's text? Have you still got them?
Goddard's what, love? Sorry?
The ones that got sent from Cole Holmes. You still
Oh,
got them?
yeah, let me have a look. Yeah.
Have a little look because Goddard's missing DMA man on a trampoline or a bouncy castle or whatever the fuck it was.
Oh,
But
yeah.
he's not.
He was a cokehead.
Well, Tommy Robinson obviously ain't the drug addict they portray him to be, is he?
No.
And it's been proven. So, you know, there's something good came out of that.
And number two, there weren't no attitude there. At the end of the day, you had every right to be like that when you're being pulled up for something you ain't done.
Well,
They've done
yeah.
him a favour. They've done him a favour.
Yeah, they've done him a massive favour.
Yeah. Yeah. So even the police are freaking on this conspiracy, but it's backfired on them.
Yeah, 4 people died in Newcastle, didn't there? Was it one died and 3 in hospital with MDMA?
Yeah, students, yeah. No, I think it was ketamine.
Yeah, ketamine, yeah.
Where the hell have they gone?
Yeah, this thing about him diversifying the military, he looks absolutely mental.
Who's saying that then?
It's on a card daily, Sargon of Akkad.
Oh, right. He goes on a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, they've leaked out what the diversity training is. So now soldiers aren't going to be trained to be soldiers. They're going to be trained to be friggin', I don't know what, social justice warriors. Social justice warriors.
Well, if you think about it, they don't need to be soldiers because everything is done by drone now. Or see what I mean?
I don't know. I still like the thought of us having a strong military.
All I know is that every time Buddha says he's a druggie, or Dan comes on and says that he's a cokehead,
yeah,
or James Goddard, or anybody on the extreme right, we can say, is he? He passed the drugs test. And like I've been saying for weeks, when they call me a crackhead and stuff, I bet I'm one of the few people on their panels that could take an air sample and you wouldn't find one drug in me, not one. I don't even take prescribed drugs, let alone recreational drugs.
I can't find them, Jupiter. I got so much in this bloody thing. I thought I'd be able to see them, but I can't.
All right,
but anyway, no, it was good. But well, I wonder why they pulled him over.
Yeah, because it's Tommy Robinson, isn't it? And obviously, they're it'd be a great gotcha moment for them, wouldn't it, if he failed? Because obviously, the main thing that's targeted at Tommy Robinson at the moment is the guy's a drug addict. So
yeah, it's laughable. Right, let me find the sense and I'll send it to you. Let me find it.
where is everyone? Everyone's numbers seem to be down.
I don't know.
There's something going on.
Maybe respects.
No, he's not.
Is there a football match on?
No, it's finished. We beat Wales 3-0.
I'll tell you what I did notice, that respect is this it?
What was they talking about today on a thing you streamed? Did anyone catch it when he said something about there was a video of Raspet when he was younger cooperating with the police?
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's what those guys were saying on that stream.
No, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Okay, I've resent it to you.
All right, love. Okay.
Yeah, Hassan, not according to the police, he passed the test, mate.
Hey, Trill Hudson, who are you talking about? You said Jupiter on coke, she wouldn't stop talking. I'd say.
Okay. Oh, I hate these kind of screenshots.
Sorry. Blame Carl.
Well, they're bloody tiny, aren't they, really? I can't enlarge them. Oh, hang on. Can I? Oh, yeah, I can. So what am I looking for here, Jupiter? Where is she?
Apparently, it's all written in the side chat. So basically, someone accuses him of doing MDMA, and his girlfriend says, "No, we don't do it when the kids are around."
Yeah, she's got here. Let me. Where's Dave gone? He does that, doesn't he? Just pops off. Right.
I think he just doesn't want to be around when anything like this is said, so that no one can say that he was involved in it. That's all that is.
Oh, God. Right. Where is it? There it is. Mrs. Goddard, I never do anything in front of my kids. I have respect. She shouldn't be doing anything anyway. Oh, God.
So confirming that they do drugs.
It seems so, yeah.
Indirectly.
Mark, ha, ha, ha. My kids were nowhere. What? Were nowhere. That was my party. No kids anywhere. So, someone must have been accusing her of them.
Yeah.
Doing drugs. Yeah, but she's saying that she's not denying have taken drugs. She's just saying that it was her party.
So therefore, they were taking drugs at the party, but there were no kids around.
Yeah.
There you go. So who's a druggie? James Goddard?
Yeah, even if drunk, please don't kiss and lead Arlene on.
Oh, God.
I have noticed that Mrs. Goddard person has an awful lot to say, doesn't she? When she's in the chats lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have noticed that. Yeah, so that's basically he thought it was as long as they didn't do it in front of the children because they have respect for their children. They wouldn't be doing it if they had respect for their children.
Yeah, it's not.
It's crazy times.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to think of some nutty conspiracy theories.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, Angel, come Jupiter. You must remember some she's come up
what
with.
were the ones that you argued with her on over on Emily's? What one was that?
Oh, that was just a piss date. We were just pissed.
Yeah, another.
I was a piss date with a guy.
I remember one. The moon landings.
Yeah, the moon landings. Well, I'm not. That's not way out. A lot of people think about that. A lot of people think it was filmed in a studio.
What, the moon landing?
Oh yeah, a lot of people think that it was actually filmed in a studio. Yeah, I'm not the only one to think that that could be possible. And you have to watch The Shining to know that.
The Shining?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen The Shining.
Well, Black Van Man had a loss in his family and decided to step aside from politics.
Oh.
He had a death in his family.
What?
Oh, that's a shame because he was a good guy, wasn't he?
Steve Wilde asked where Black Van Man was.
Oh, right. Okay. Look at Dave causing trouble. Jacko Radio, why was you defending Prospect last night? So, yeah, that's the moon landings.
Yeah, and The Shining, the guy is Kubrick, or whatever his name is.
Kubrick. Oh,
Yeah,
Stanley. Old Stanley, yeah.
yeah. He puts a lot of hints about the moon landings in The Shining. Apparently.
There's other ones, though.
Oh, Busker's just done a premiere. Tommy Robinson passes a cocaine test with the police. Up yours, Goddard.
So I take it, Angel Moon, you'll believe that the Titanic didn't sink.
Well, I think what they say about that conspiracy is they swapped it for its sister ship. I can't remember the name.
The Olympic.
Yeah, the Olympic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it had a hole in it apparently or something, and they wanted all the people from the Federal that was going to stop the Federal Reserve. They wanted them to die apparently. I know the conspiracy. I'm not saying I believe it's true, but I know the conspiracy of it.
Yeah, I can only remember the bloody moon landing.
Come on, Wendy. They must rake up another one. You can't call me a nutty conspiracy theorist if it's just the moon.
Oh,
Come
yeah,
on now.
of course. Yeah, the biggest one of all, 9/11. Yeah.
Oh, well, 9/11 was definitely an inside job. Yeah.
See, I can't agree with you on that. There's no way I can agree with you on that.
There's too much there, Wendy, man. There's too much. NORAD was off somewhere else. What is it? The guy who owns the towers.
NORAD was off somewhere else, were they?
Yeah. They were off on the jollies, exercising somewhere else, not covering the country at all. So they didn't even leave one plane to cover the country. Nobody knows. 2 planes brought down 3 buildings.
Right,
Come on.
another video you might want to share. It's up to you, though.
What, love?
I've got another video you might want to share. It's up to
Well,
you.
as long as it's not about big heads that keep messing up the screen.
No, it's not a conspiracy. This one's have a look at that. See if you want to use it.
Hang on. Now. Where have you put it in the chat? Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm not on my own. Unchained believes. No.
I think that's why we haven't got a lot of people up there.
Wow. Why? What's going on?
Apparently, there's been an assault or something down at
Upset locals gather. Oh, right.
Oh yeah, they pushed an old guy, didn't they? Pen. Yeah.
What? So, right.
Yeah.
Well, you see.
There's a second video to go with it, so I'll give you the second one. You decide which one you want to play first.
Yeah, I'll play this one now. Well, you get as many watching as you get as many watching, you know what I mean? I don't really worry about that. Right, upset locals.
Yeah.
All right. Let's have a look.
I think Darren didn't want any camera because he just got in through the gate just then. So I don't think he wants any camera footage.
Mm. Not good. Not good at all.
You've got to give it to the Welsh, though. They're out there, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, unlike us, you know. Not good at all. Did you say you had another one, Jupiter?
Yeah. Hold on. I did drop it, but I'll drop it again. Hold on. Right, that's in the side chat.
Radio. Christ, look at them. Are these private security firms, Jupes? Do you think? Yeah.
Probably Circle.
Yeah.
Traitors.
Yeah, he wasn't wearing his body cam though when he did it. Nothing but a bully thug.
It's famous. It's loving it.
You can smile as much as you want, mate.
Have you got nothing to say of what you've just done? Got nothing to say of what you've just done? Nothing at all. Just smirking. Do you think it's funny? How do you like that somebody did that to your dad? Not nice, is it?
That poor man you assaulted, his son was waiting for him to be picked up from school while he was laying there on the floor, unconscious, after what you did to him. You will be arrested, mate. Believe you me, I've been and made a statement, and I've got you on dash cam assaulting him. So you're pretty well fucked.
Oh, dear.
Wow. I wonder if, have a look on Base Channel and see if they've got the actual assault yet.
On whose channel? Based Welshman.
Yeah, see if the actual assault's on there.
Mm. Upset local gather. This is no.
Okay, we'll have to wait for that. That will come because he says it's got dash cam. So that will come.
I wonder. Yeah, maybe he's keeping it for the police.
I don't know. What's Cam saying in the side chat?
They've put Ireland into code 3 now, level 3. DEFCON 3 we're on now.
DEFCON 3?
Everybody's got to be curfewed by midnight, apparently, or something like that.
Pauline Smith, where can we find the footage? Do you know? Has the footage been
Tracy
released?
O'Malley's. Right, I'm going to write that down.
DEFCON 3. That's
We might as well be, haven't we?
Yeah.
God, I've got this little notebook that I've got bloody loads of things to look at.
Does anyone know where we can find the footage of the actual assault, though?
No. Nope.
Okay, they're not releasing it because it's evidence, like you said.
Yeah. Wow, you know. Well, what do they expect the people to just sit there and take it? Oh, okay. I mean, these people are allowed out of that bloody barracks and wander around. Imagine if you've got a young daughter, you know? Christ, I'd be a bit worried myself.
Exactly. There should be. And I bet they should, they should at least have tags on them, at least.
Yeah.
They shouldn't even be let out of the barracks, to be honest with you. If they're illegal. I don't think so.
No, neither do I, but they are, and
Okay,
they get the money.
I've got it.
Okay.
At least we've got evidence of it, because I like to make sure we have the evidence. I don't like putting that out and then we haven't got any evidence. So here's a video with the evidence in it. Okay, let's get over and drop it. Oh, my computer's so slow. Right, that's it.
There was something weird about that Big Ed video, I'll tell you.
That's what Matthew believes. I asked him, he said, yeah, he believes it's true.
It's not that far off from the bloody Scientology bullshit.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's share this. It's like the whole country's going insane, honestly.
There we go, guys. He's being picked up now. Being put on the stretcher. Look at his. So, what I've been told is he's got neck injuries. Bless him. Poor innocent local. Jennifer Taylor, Darren, just stay safe. So, guys, I know this incident has happened. You know, we've got to stay calm and oh, turn the camera on. We've got to stay calm and not kick off about it. But there will be a lot of angry locals. But hopefully, arrest will be made, and this security guard will be charged, and he loses his job.
Fucking bully.
I know, big bully. These people are the worst on the earth at doing these jobs.
Yeah. Sick of them, to be honest. I mean, don't they realise the locals don't want them there? Why don't they just get rid of them? But it's like what you said, Angel Moon. Was it you, Angel Moon, who said they picked out Wales to be the
yeah, the sanctuary country.
Yeah.
There'll be more of that. I'm glad that the Welsh is, kicking off though about it. It'll never be on
Yeah.
the news. None of that will be on the news, though. People won't even be aware of it.
Well, that's
You know
the
what I mean?
sad thing. Yeah, it won't be on the news. It won't be on the. It won't be on no mainstream media news.
People will only know what's happening when it's on the doorstep and it's too late for them.
Yeah, when it gets really bad, that's when they realise what's going on.
I was showing them over on Emily's today, you know, like in America, all these jihadi camps that they've got compounds, you know, and this was like in 2016, like 8 compounds, and they're all fight, you know, they've got all the weapons there, and it's unbelievable.
So what? They've got all these compounds, and
yeah, jihadi compounds.
They're not being moved.
No, and this was 2016, and you can bet there's a hell of a lot more now. There's one called Islamabad that's in New York City State. You know, New York. Islamabad.
Right.
That's what they call it. Yeah. And the police can't go. You know, it's all fenced off, and nobody can go inside them.
Why can't no one go inside them, love?
Because there's people on the gates and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you the link if you. It's not a conspiracy, I promise.
No, I'm only joking about it.
I know you are. I know you are. I know I've got that reputation all over the place for some reason. I don't know why.
No, wouldn't have a clue.
Well, but I mean, these things are happening. These things are happening, and don't forget, like in Britain, one of the mosques had loads of weapons. Who's giving these weapons? You know?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Do you remember
What,
that
darling?
mosque? The mosque. In
Yeah,
Britain?
one of the mosques. Yeah.
Yeah. So is this our future? Is this, you know,
Looks
just why they're
like
bringing
it.
them in?
I mean, I was telling Jupiter 20 were saved yesterday from being deported that had come over on those boats because the damn solicitors appealed it.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Let me see if I can find it now.
Steve Wild, I never talk about my my work. If I did, I'd have to lock you up.
Put it in the chat. Hold on. Here it comes.
Yep, I'm waiting.
How the hell is this? You know, because when you think of like Waco and stuff like that, which obviously is cults,
Yeah, that was really
you know, they
bad.
went in there like and got rid of all that lot, didn't they? But no, this has been going on for a long time.
Radio. But I thought Trump was this evil guy that doesn't allow none of this to go on.
This has been going on for a long time. This has been going on through Obama's administration.
Oh, well, there you go. Say no more.
An Islamist compound are stockpiling guns in preparation for the Trump administration. We're going to show you a map on the screen which lists all of the compounds all across the country. This is the Islamist group. They claim they've got compounds all over the place. Joining us now is the man who brought us the report. His name is Ryan Morrow, National Security Analyst with the Clarion Project.
Right. You've got people inside these compounds?
We do. We have a significant number of people who are operating not just inside the compounds, but also among those that are living outside the compounds. It's a group called Muslims of America. They used to be known as Jamaat al-Fukra, but then they carried out a bunch of terrorist attacks and decided to drop the name. It ultimately culminated in one of the camps being shut down in 1992 in Colorado. The rest of the infrastructure remained, including these same villages that you've been talking about.
Now, they're accumulating weapons, assault rifles, explosives.
Yes.
What do they say amongst themselves that they're going to do with these weapons?
It depends on who they're talking to, because sometimes they'll lie to their own members. So in some cases, they'll say this is for self-defense, which is also sometimes how you describe jihad. Sometimes it's more blatantly referred to as jihad. But this arming and this type of training that has been going on, and we've got video of some of the training going on at their headquarters called Islamberg in New York State, has been going on since the beginning. What the breaking news is that we heard from multiple sources, and they provided information to substantiate this, is that with the election of Donald Trump, they believe that their end times prophecies that they believe in are now being fulfilled. Donald Trump is part of a satanic Jewish conspiracy, and they are preparing for the camps to be raided and to fight back.
What is the response of law enforcement, who I presume you've made aware of this?
Well, most of them are in shock because most don't know that the group even exists. Everything is about Al-Qaeda and ISIS. It does not appear that in most cases the FBI is sharing information on the local level. And so I educate law enforcement across the country. Most of the time they don't know about this, or they've heard a little bit. And so we've accumulated thousands and thousands of documents to help law enforcement with this. And just about an hour ago, we opened up a new website called fukrafiles.com, where people can learn more and look at our declassified documents about the group.
Now, Ryan, you can hold these weapons. You can have these weapons.
Right.
And if you've got a permit, you can have these weapons. And the FBI or law enforcement cannot go up to the compound and say, we're just checking. Here's a search warrant. We just check. Law enforcement cannot do that.
Right.
So
Well,
what are they going to do?
Well, they've engaged in a lot of criminal activity and, again, a terrorist history. So you can make the argument that there's some level of probable cause here because drug trafficking, massive charter school scams, all sorts of things to raise millions of dollars that then goes back to their leadership in Pakistan. Their leader, Sheikh Jilani, is the man that Daniel Pearl, Wall Street Journal reporter, was going to interview when he was abducted and killed. And so there's a section on our new website going over that incident because I'm not convinced that Sheikh Jilani wasn't involved in that.
Your position is, it sounds like, and I've not read your website, it sounds like you believe that this is a Muslim force in America prepared to attack for whatever reason. Is that what you're saying?
Based on their own material and statements, yes.
It's an enemy army, fully armed, ready to attack. You say that?
And so do the FBI documents that are declassified and posted on our website. And by the way, also a number of people have been arrested because they're felons, not allowed to have guns. And so then they have other members that don't have criminal records buy the guns and then pass them. And there's a pattern of that.
What do you want done about this?
Well, I agree with about a dozen Muslim organizations that we rallied together saying that this qualifies as a foreign terrorist organization. They've been looked upon as a domestic group. They're American citizens. But if you are a foreign terrorist organization, that changes things because then it becomes illegal for the group to operate here, and it severs, at the very least, the link between them and the Pakistani terror network.
Quick question. How many people live on, say, the compound in upstate New York, Islamberg, whatever it's called? How many people are living there on the compound?
They've said about 200 to 300, but they move in and out. Altogether, though, the estimates range between 1,500 and 3,000 members, but it doesn't appear that includes the families, and they have a lot of kids and multiple wives.
Ryan Mora, you better come back soon and tell us what the progress is here, because that's kind of a shocking story. Ryan, thanks for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The name of that website again?
Fukrafiles.com.
How do you spell it?
F-U-Q-R-A.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
So America has some dodgy things going on in their country as well. Bloody wonderful, isn't it? It's going on all over.
Well, he said that was going on since 1990. What was it, 7 or something? He said.
1992.
92. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Right. I've got a video for you regarding anti-white stuff.
Okie dokie.
And this is what's going on in the schools.
In schools?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's what's going on in Sainsbury's, but It's the same shit going on in schools, to be honest.
Okay. Let's get that one. Okay, who's this guy then, Jupiter? Do you know who he is?
I've only just started watching him, but he's pretty good.
Oh, right.
Oh, it's Paz. Do you know he knows Penny very well, Jupiter? You should ask him to go on your show or Wendy's.
Oh, ex-army part 49.
He's good. He's good. This guy, Welsh. He's a Welshman.
Sainsbury's really has no idea what they're doing in regards to Black History Month, and is just your average bleeding heart liberal who's trying to appease and pander to Black Lives Matter and promoting Black History Month, or somebody there knows what they're doing and, judging by the books that they're promoting and encouraging everyone to read in regards to Black History Month, doesn't like white people one bit. But before that, it's Ethnat Corner. Yes, folks, Ethnat Corner. Didn't see this one coming, did you? But there we go. It makes me wonder sometimes about the Ethnats. They're desperate for me to join the patriotic alternative. And because people don't agree with their opinions, their rhetoric, and whatnot, they call them thick and stupid and boring. Now, ever heard that before? Anyway, this video is about Calamity. I've plugged him enough times on my channel, so you might know whom he is, or you should know. Now, last night I was meant to be doing a live stream on a channel called Galileo's Tongue, and because of family commitments and things pop up as they usually do in my life, I couldn't make it. So I messaged the fella and I apologized. A promise which I still intend to keep if he does want to do a live stream with me. The offer's still there, buddy. Now, Calamity, this didn't sit well with him. He called me a shite bag with no bottle. What a surprise. You see, Calamity is the guy who turned on Sargon of Akkad and made an awful video, a backstabbing video about him. And at the end said he wasn't interested in debating him. Well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, Calamity. You see, I had family issues, so I couldn't go on a live stream to debate. You choose not to debate Sargon of Akkad because you're a spineless, gutless coward. And you know he'll spunk your bum. You see, Calamity has a history of turning against people who've plugged his channels, channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Sargon of Akkad being the main one, and now me. I expected nothing in return for plugging him, or nothing. Just a bit of gratitude and be on your way, and that's it. You see, ingratitude is the worst trait in people, I believe. That and disloyalty. I don't like that. But anyway, I messaged Calamity on the thread and I said, Jesus, what's wrong with you? What's got into you? Because he never used to be like this. I really liked the guy. I liked his comment. And he said, I woke up, got the fuck off the fence and decided to fight for my people. What the fuck happened to you to make you so spineless? You see, people who know me in my two previous careers, they would tell you that shitebag, no bottle, and spineless aren't words you put next to my name, but you don't know me. So there you go. And how the hell are you fighting for your people? Listen, dude, you're a faceless YouTube account who puts celebrities into a made-up gulag. And if the time comes, God forbid, that we have a civil war in this country and you have to pick up a rifle, then give me a call from someone who really has fought for his people. The patriotic alternative and ethno-nationalism is just a sinister organisation, and it rings alarm bells with decent Brits. So, ethnic nationalists on YouTube, I suggest you look into these people who are former members of the extreme left, Antifa, socialists, communists, and question their motives, question their tactics, and ask them, who are you shilling for? I can't wait for the comeback on that one. Why can't they all be like Laura Towler? You get more with honey than you do with vinegar. That's a simple lesson in life, isn't it? Anyway, moving on. I popped to Sainsbury's today. I know I've done a video about Sainsbury's, but I thought I'd do another one because I popped in and I saw an advert outside, and the advert suggested a bunch of books for you to read, and among them was White Fragility. So I went in. I was determined not to buy anything. I wasn't giving money to this company that thinks white people are racists and its customers are racist. They can go get fucked, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, it just happens in my local Sainsbury's, the only book they had was in this suggestion list was White Fragility. And the problem I found with the book, I read it cover to cover in a few hours. It was an interesting book, but it's a very racist book. I believe it is the Black Lives Matter version of Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf's My Struggle by Adolf Hitler was a book that blamed the Jews on everything. That's another link with the Ethnats. The far left and the Ethnats all hate the Jews. Go figure. And the entire book is based on, from what I gather. Now, look, we all know I'm not an intellectual. I'm not a deep thinker. I'm just your average schmo with an opinion channel, and that's it. But I'll give you my opinion the best I can. And reading this book, it is a very racist book. It judges white people on their skin color, which is completely and utterly wrong. Now, whoever suggested these books in Sainsbury's, in the Puzzle Palace Management Building, should get the sack. These books shouldn't be on the shelf. Any book, imagine a book called White Fragility, where it said white people, black people exist solely as part of a black supremacist system, which is what this book is saying. You know, the author would be in jail, vilified, the book could be burned in a public burning. But that's what it is. It's a book that's based on the fact that white people, or the author thinks that white people exist as part of a white supremacist system. So we're all racist. We're all white supremacists. We all think we're better than others simply because we're white. And we are racist because we are white. And if you disagree with her, then she tells us that it's proof of your white fragility, so to speak, which is the title of the book. To deny you're racist is racist. To be white is racist. You are racist regardless. You are being judged on your skin color. And the only bit I wrote down was her summary at the end, or near the end, where she says a positive white identity. And this is a warped view of her world. This isn't the real world, mind you. We all know that not everyone is racist, and racism swings both ways. But this is what she says in the end. A positive white identity is an impossible goal. White identity is inherently racist. To be proud of your skin color is racist. No, it's not. It's not racist to be proud of skin color, whatever your color is. I don't think so. White people don't exist outside the system of white supremacy. So Sainsbury's, by having this book on their shelves, by suggesting it in their list to celebrate Black Lives Matter, Black History Month, just shows that they haven't really thought it through. No one's read this book, or someone who did and works as Sainsbury's management, the Puzzle Palace, really thinks that their white customers are all racists. This whole idea, Sainsbury's need to knock this thing on the head right now, because it's damaging to race relations and it's just losing them customers. I suspect someone hasn't thought this through. That's what it is. I think that's what it is. But there we go. I won't be shopping in Sainsbury's again. I'll be keeping this book, White Fragility, because it's a fascinating book into the mind of a racist who hates white people and their idea of a warped view of the world. It's a disturbing book. It should be banned, really, judging by the left's logic. It really should. If they can ban Tommy Robinson's books, surely this should be top of the list, because this judges people on their skin color. It really does, and it's wrong. Anyway, that's my video. Please comment, share, subscribe. I won't be doing a video for a while because something's come up. Something really has come up. I need to deal with it. But, you know, my video...
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so that's the book that I keep talking about, and I keep telling everyone, read it, go read it, understand what they're doing. Notice how he's sussed on to the left and the right joining up.
Yeah, yes.
Because it's all becoming so apparent now. And this is an ex-vet, another ex-vet that they're trying to pull over to PA by the sound of it, and doesn't want to go. So we've got a lot of...
No, he wouldn't want to go there, no.
Yeah. We have got a lot of people on our side, despite what they think. There's a lot of people like us who think like us, Wendy. It's just, but yeah, I didn't know Penny Bunny knew him, so I will ask Penny Bunny.
Yeah,
if we can
you
get him.
know, Jupiter, you know when you had Penny Bunny on your show, he was in the chat, Paz.
Oh, I'll have to
Yeah.
ask if we can get him on.
Yeah, he did a thing the other day, and he was talking about Penny Bunny. I think she's like one of his mods as well. He talks about her a lot. Yeah, so she must know him very well. Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to
But
ask.
it'd be good to get on talking about that book, wouldn't it? Because seems he's just read it as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you get sick of hearing that word racist, though?
Oh,
Yeah.
God, yeah.
Very annoying.
I don't think there's one day goes by that you don't hear it. Racist. Racist.
Laughing. Hector's laughing. He thinks it's funny.
Yeah, seem to hear it every day for one reason or another.
Yeah, because that's we live in. Well, we live in a country full of white people, and all the white people are racist. So, according to them, so you're going to hear it on the daily.
I've totally gone past it now, though, haven't you? You know, I'm sure
Yeah.
you have. I've just gone past it, but been bothered, you know, what it means. You know what I mean?
When someone
What they
says
think it
you're-
means.
yeah,
anyway.
when they
Yeah.
say to me, "You're a racist," it's like, all right then. I'm at the point I don't even want to argue it.
Yeah.
They think what they like because I just get sick of hearing it.
Yeah, it's just madness.
I don't think it's having the effect anymore of what it first had.
No, they've took the.
Not at all.
Yeah, all right, Steve Wilde. Yeah. Plugging that book again. Now, I really don't mind you plugging that book again, but the way it was done on Goddard's channel, yeah, no, didn't approve of that. Sorry. I thought that was very insensitive and stupid.
What's that?
Scummy. Well, using a man's funeral to try and get a point across.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And also, I've been on Amazon, had a look at the intro into that book. And I have to say that knowing the craze and being nasty isn't what I'd call a good way to be. But hey, we're all different, aren't we, Steve? We're all different.
Mm.
Because it makes me. Huh?
Did he? I know he missed the live stream yesterday. Has he done one tonight? Has he done his news one?
No.
I thought he was doing.
There's no money, but there's no money in them. Jupiter Love.
Yeah.
No money in them. If there's no money in them, John Lawrence, and him, they won't do them.
Yeah.
I mean, he was going to be doing his nightly Goddard, and he was going to be doing so much, but they never do it. Yeah, Pauline, it was very tacky. Not only was it tacky, they were using it to push a lie, which made it even worse, as far as I was concerned. That's why I refused to play it on here.
Right, so Angel Moon, well, it's up to Wendy, but do you mind if I do this little section to show the conspiracy to do with that video? Apart from what was the obvious, that there is some
No,
involvement.
I like I say, I was sorry I missed that show with that guy today, because the little bit I heard, it was fascinating, and I was pissed off that I was bloody out. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'd really like to hear what about this magpie and all that sort of stuff. 'Cause, yeah.
Wendy, about you?
What?
Well, you know that video that I got dropped to do with Aspect?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, obviously, there's connections now that the establishment are involved with Black Lives Matter. That's glaringly obvious.
Uh-huh.
But just how much of a psyops that was over there that day is even becoming more obvious, and more connections and stuff, which is pretty
Oh,
deep.
well, if you have knowledge or it's something you want to get put across, do it, Jupiter, yeah.
But I just want to show people the more conspirator. Well, I say conspirator, it's not really conspirator. It's there, it's fact. More of the hidden sigils and things like that's going on in there. So I couldn't understand why I got dropped the video.
Right.
And I found out that Council of Nicaea has also dropped it on the same day as me. Okay.
Okay.
Now, I didn't go and look at it straight away. He said he did. So I'm thinking that's why he was there first. He told me that he did subscribe. So he was the one subscriber. That was there. And he explained to me how it got dropped to him, which was exactly the same way as me. Now, just like Angel Moon said when she came on the other week, she said, oh my God, the name of the channel and that. There's so much involved in that. And I was like, yeah, I agree with her. So anyway, I typed into the computer Magpie code just to see what would come up on YouTube in the channels.
Yeah.
And there was only one channel that came up with Magpie code. Right?
Right.
So I thought, well, let's have a look at this. Right now, I'm going to drop it now so we can all watch it. It is 22 minutes long, but it feels in time. And I do want people to see it so they understand the fault train. So let me just get it.
Hang on, let me.
Right, now this video is slightly weird. I'm not really worried about the imagery, just what is being written in the side bit, because that's where the true message lies.
But where did you get this video from, love?
YouTube.
Oh, okay.
I just typed in magic code to see what would come up, and this is the only channel that had it. Okay? I'm going to explain what I did.
Where's the link? I can't see.
Yeah, in the side chat now.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Yeah, Cole Holmes, right from day dot. I said that I think he's a policeman.
Hang on, this says 4 minutes long, love.
Yeah, oh, sorry, this one is only 4 minutes. Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
right. Okay.
It's on at 22, sorry. Right, so put this on.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the side bit, and then I'm interested to see what Angel Moon makes of the message that's in it.
Oh.
I've got my pencil and pad out.
I'm kidding. No.
Oh, Wendy, you make me laugh.
Right.
Oh, dear.
Screen. Okay, let's get going. The Magpie Code, dedicated to sorrow and joy. Okay.
Tree yourself, be your own light. Be your own light. Be your own light. Be your own light. Fire is hot. The time is now. Time of your life is just outside. Take it now. Take notes, child. Be your own life. For your own fights. Pick the right ones. Be your own light. Be your own light. Be your own light. Be your own light. I know you get lonely, babe. Don't worry, your light's one of many.
Wow, there's a lot of symbolism in that, isn't there?
Isn't there? So what's
Yeah. I'm just trying to let's think. I'm sorry, 2 for 2, 3 for go, 4 for go, 5 for 7, 6 for 4, what's 7 for a secret, never to be told? What's 8? Oh God, what's 8 in that poem?
Okay. 1 for
Let me
sorrow,
find out.
3 for a girl, 4 for a boy. 5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret, never to be told. I thought it ended on 7.
It did on the song, but not on the poem. I'm going to find it. I'm going to Google it because
Okay.
But obviously, to me, that's telling you about the consciousness coming in,
Yep.
and that
Ascension.
the good will win. Yeah, the consciousness is coming in, and they're
The-
talking about the archons and obviously
Yeah.
the mirror thing as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
crossover, the mirror, the 2 realms, the beginning, the end.
Do you
the
know
alpha, the alpha
this
and the
mirror thing? Years ago, I used to watch Red Ice Radio, and they did an amazing little documentary about this, this mirror world. You know what I mean, like the reflection in it, and they were showing that, like they put out these sigils and sort of predictive programming in pop music and films and stuff like that. And just at this one point, there was loads of stuff about going through the mirror. You know what I mean, going through the mirror, and oh yeah. I'd have to watch it again to see it all. But
Steve Wild, how come you're over here? I thought you didn't like me and Wendy.
I'm going to find that poem.
He stayed around long enough to listen to all this, though, didn't he? Right. So, but no worries. We don't mind who watches us. It's an open platform. So
yeah, exactly.
Let's go and get the second video. So the reason why I typed in the Magpie code, right, was because it was the channel that dropped it was the Magpie, obviously.
Yes, yeah.
So after that one, I then typed in for eyes that see. And now I knew it was already in the Bible. I knew that myself. Eyes that see and ears. But I thought, let me type in for those eyes that see code. See what comes up. Again, only one channel. Right?
Oh, okay.
Right. So I'm going to get that channel for you. Just wait a minute. We're going to play that, and we're going to look at that all the way through, and then I will read you what it says in the Bible, because it's amazing. For me, anyway. For those that understand what I'm talking about, they'll get it. Others that don't. Right. Okay. Here's the next one then. Angel Moon, I want you to watch this.
Yeah.
For me, anyway. For those that understand what I'm talking about.
It's 8. Can I just tell you, Jupiter? It's 8 for a wish, 9 for a kiss, 10 for a bird you must not miss. So it's 8 for a wish. Yeah.
Have you put it? Ah, there it is. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Steve Wolf says he's trying to suss our game out.
Be a long time before you can do that out. Do that. All right. Let me enlarge this.
What if there's a world behind the geometrical structure of the fabric of existence? A world beyond time.
Yeah, Wendy, and listen.
A world that can be uncovered
Pardon?
using gematria.
I said behave and listen, and you went, oh.
What have I told you? A method to retrieve messages from beyond time and place, interdimensional telegrams, sent from outside of time to bring us to the edge of time. This show is powered by dreams, visions, and inquiry of viewers. Remember to keep sending me your ascension codes.
Short messages that people receive from a dream or a vision. Oh.
You are watching the Berean Calling Channel, and I'm your host. Together, we'll explore the unexplored.
Creepy.
Hi guys, I got a new Ascension message. Before we get into the message, I want to start off by thanking my new subscribers. I'm getting new subscribers every day. Thanks a lot for subscribing. I really appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, remember to head over to the Berean Calling landing page, hit the big red subscribe button, and turn on your notifications to be notified whenever I post a new video in the future. For those that are new, on this channel, we translate Ascension codes using gematria. If you want to see how that works out, I invite you to stick around. The code for this next episode, episode 16, was sent in by Kez Green. You guys voted for this to be the next code, and the code is, let those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. If you want to help vote for the next code to be translated, head over to my community tab and enter the poll. Without any further ado, Kez Green, she sent in a backstory, and it's quite a bit of a story. Let's just get into that right now. I was wondering if you might be able to find a message in the phrase, let those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. It had come to me clairaudiently this evening in meditation, and when I tried to ignore it, it became really persistent and repeated about 6 or 7 times until I totally acknowledged it. I've looked it up, and there are very similar phrases in various versions of the Bible, but this seems to be worded slightly different and seem to be a complete statement as opposed to a part of one, like it appears in the Bible passages. I'll be interested to see if anything comes of it. So, she sent me that in her first email, and of course I get a lot of emails, so I couldn't reply right away. And so before I could reply, she sent me another one. Hi there. Just a little update since I sent you my code. I ordered a book a few days ago as my friend and I had been researching anointing. It kept coming up everywhere, us hearing the word and seeing posts with it on it. This book mentions it, so I ordered it as you could only see so much on previews on Google. So, and then she was talking about this book. I'll show you the picture. And then it continues by saying, she continues, it arrived this morning and I opened it up to find this. So, and it says, I, my beloved, and my beloved is mine. So it's a Song of Solomon. And we were talking about one of those. This one is referring to 6:3. But I believe it was 7. We were investigating in the last episode. And then it goes to this book, and then it goes, this book is dedicated to those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. It shows a little graphic of the Vesica Pisces, and with on the left side the feminine and on the right side the masculine, and with God in the center. And it's also pretty much something that came up in the previous episode with the Klipot and the Tree of Life. Yeah, it's pretty synchronicities. Let's just continue with her backstory so we can get into that. I'm actually shaking from head to foot the same words from the code I received. This is the kind of synchronicity I get all the time, but for some reason I can't stop shaking. I should also add that your last video mentioned anointing or anointed too. At the same time, we were getting at that word appearing everywhere, so I believe there may be some extra connection there too. Well, Carrie, I've looked into the code, of course, and I was able to extract a message, and yeah, let's just get into that right now. Witness of the spiritual and the physical. The night is coldest just before sunrise. In the twinkling of an eye, change will happen. I will redeem thee out of the hand of the terrible. So I'm just going to stop there for a bit because it's referring to us as witnesses of the spiritual and the physical. And then it says the night is the coldest before the sunrise. And I believe it's referring to the dark night of the soul. And you need to get all this just before sunrise, and then it continues just by saying, in the twinkling of an eye, change will happen. I will redeem thee out of the hand of the terrible. And let's just continue. This show has just begun. The truth shall open the door to liberty. Only eternal truth of the Holy Spirit. Righteousness will prevail. Your mission, should you choose to accept, change the way you perceive your reality. Practice positivity, mental health, and healing. You can be filled with love or fear, your choice. There are no more enemies to fight. So what is your emotion? God has blessed us today with a new life. Humanity is racing towards awakening. Thank you, Hashem, for the blessing we receive. So, and Hashem is just another way to say God. The end-time transfer of wealth into the body of Christ has begun. Money has a mission, and it is crying out to be in the hands of the righteous. Christ's way out of Saturn. The spider snares the praying mantis in a trap. Poor joke opponent, Satan, looks like a fool. What makes him think he will get away with it? I'm just going to stop there just a bit because it's talking about the spider, and a lot of people don't know that that's actually, a benevolent archetype, like the mother spider. Yeah. If you check in Native American Indian lore, then you will find that the grandmother spider, it's a positive archetype. It's actually referring to also Mother Earth. It's the same energy, and because that is also the energy that can get the spider webs out of our lives. And a lot of times when that happens, when grandmother spider takes over your life and gets away all the cobwebs and removes them from your life, it might look to you, or it might seem to you that your life is, falling apart, but actually it's, coming together. And that is how she's able to to snare the praying mantis in a trap, by letting the praying mantis believe that they are winning. So the spider snares the praying mantis in a trap. Poor joke opponent Satan looks like a fool. What makes him think he will get away with it? Of course, the murderers and child molesters deny their crimes. You are a coward and an abuser of women and children. Your comfort is now permanently gone. Those who eat children shall be turned to dust. They cannot be healed and must be destroyed now. All agents in Saturn's prison will be killed. Satan has been on Earth for 1,000 years, compartmentalizing control systems. Saturn is the real Satan and pretends to be God. So I'm just going to stop here for a bit, because it's talking about Satan has been on Earth for 1,000 years, and makes me want to get into a bit here, the angel and the key to the bottomless pit, because there's a lot of confusion going on about that, because people think that that's talking about Satan, but that is not talking about Satan. And I can just show you in Revelation 20. Yes, it starts in Revelation 20, and it says, "Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and the great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years, and threw him into the pit, and shut it and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer, until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be released for a little while." So, and because of this passage, you can see that the angel, that the Abaddon, it's talking about Abaddon, and that's the angel that put away Satan. And the thing is, if Abaddon was Satan, then we would be in one of the 1,000 years of peace, or that Satan was not out. But the truth is that Satan is out, and the way I see it, of course, I see it in a different way. When Satan is out, the angel from the abyss, Abaddon, is in the pit. And when Abaddon is out, Satan is in the pit. And when Abaddon is out, that's when Satan is in the pit. And when Satan is out, he deceives us by luring us out. He lures us outside. That's a bit how you should perceive this, And because if you check also Wikipedia, because I went to Wikipedia to see what people are saying about Abaddon, and and a lot, so in the Hebrew Bible, it's Abaddon is referred to as the bottomless pit. See what I'm saying here? And then also, the angel of death. And of course, people are going to think the angel of death is something bad, but it's not something bad, because the angel of death is being sent by God, And the angel of death is, when I continue here in Wikipedia, it says here, because not everybody thinks that Abaddon is evil, of course, and not everybody is fooled in that way, but here, in contrast, in the Methodist publication, the Interpreter's Bible states, Abaddon, however, is an angel, not of Satan, but of God, performing his work of destruction at God's bidding. That's what the Methodists think. So at least, You know, they have that right. And the Jehovah's Witnesses also think the same thing, but it's, you know, pretty clear actually if you read it, because you know that he puts away Satan, you know, and whenever Satan is not put away, then the angel is put away. Satan puts away the angel by deceiving us, you know. That's basically it, and that's how I see it. And I think people should research that for themselves, because people get easily confused by what other people say. And I can assure you that Abaddon, Abaddon is the angel of death, but it is a good angel. You know, it's here. It's doing the bidding of God. Yeah. So let's just continue. It says Satan has been here on Earth for 1,000 years, compartmentalizing control systems. So, and you can see that already when you try to research Abaddon. You know, because you see right away if you go to Wikipedia and research Abaddon, you see that there are so many different, you know, different interpretations. There's so many different interpretations, you know, and how can it be? It's just, you know, it's just one thing. There should be just one interpretation, but the one says it's evil and the other says it's not evil, you know? And because Satan has been here for 1,000 years, he's been able to compartmentalize all these things. You know, some truths, some religions know the truth about this, and other religions know the truth about something else. And that's how they keep us divided, because most of the people don't take the time to research all these things, you know, and to resonate with truth, because that's what you need to do. Resonate with truth. Let's just continue. Saturn is the real Satan and pretends to be God. The devils, pretending to worship Jesus, in vain do they worship me. Not only lack of knowledge, but close-minded too. The righteous and loving will be freed in the end. And then it goes into two questions here. What is the purpose of capital punishment? What is the purpose of humility? So what is the purpose of capital punishment? And I think it's referring to the agents in Saturn's prison. That is the practice of executing someone as punishment for a specific crime after a proper legal trial. After a proper legal trial. What is the purpose of humility? That's the quality of having modest or low view of one's importance. So that's what it is. But what is the purpose? If any of you knows the answer to any of these two questions, let me know in the comments. Let's just continue. A windy egg was laid by the black-winged knight at first, the parietal lobes, the rational and the creative mind. The path of light in the house of the hidden places. And I'm just going to stop here, because a windy egg was laid by the black-winged knight at first. I had to research that a little bit. And then what I found the Greek creation myth, and I'm just going to read the beginning of that. In the beginning, there was an empty darkness. The only thing in this void was Nyx, a bird with black wings. With the wind, she laid a golden egg, and for ages she sat upon this egg. Finally, life began to stir in the egg, and out of it rose Eros, the god of love. One half of the shell rose into the air and became the sky, and the other became the earth. Eros named the sky Uranus, and the earth he named Gaia. Then Eros made them fall in love. So that's the beginning of the Greek creation myth. And it's pretty intense in the context of this message with the backstory also. So, and then it continues in the message by saying the parietal lobe, the rational and the creative mind, the path of light in the house of the hidden places. So, and the same split that has been made, you know, from the egg, one shell, one half rose into the air and became the sky, and the other the earth. That's the same split we see here, splitting up your parietal lobe in your rational part of the parietal lobe and your creative part of your parietal lobe. You know, and it goes back into also the beginning, the picture that I showed you from Kes Green. I'm going to show you again. So it's very, very funny, guys. Let's just continue. Path of light in the house of the hidden places. And then it goes into a little poem. It says, the void singer sings as all the molecules dance. One of my favorite songs, as long as I can think. The swipe of wind catcheth the man. 7 lines to the cup that holds everything. So I'm gonna say it again. The void singer sings as all the molecules dance. One of my favorite songs, as long as I can think. The swipe of wind catcheth the man. 7 lines to the cup that holds everything. So, and it's referring back to the cup and the candlesticks with the 7 lights, the 7 chakras. And the swipe of wind catcheth the man. It's talking about when, so people that have an awakened Kundalini they know what I'm talking about. It's when your chakras, the way your chakras feel is like someone is blowing a wind on them. So it's your chakra here. It's like a slight wind blowing on them. You know, when they are activated, you feel a constant, some people feel a pressure. Other people feel something else. I feel always like a wind blowing in my heart, and then it's not a normal wind. It sometimes gets real hot, but it's not really hot because, of course, it doesn't burn, but it feels like it should burn, but it's not burning. And then also the same, a slight gust of wind through your third eye chakra, and then the same thing. So that's how it feels, and it's talking about the 7 lines. So to the cup that holds everything. The swipe of wind catcheth the man. 7 lines to the cup that hold everything. So the meaning of the cup in the Bible, the feminine aspect, because the cup is symbolized by the upside down triangle. And that's the feminine aspect. That is what it's talking about. So looking up that, what's the meaning of the cup in the Bible? And then I found this piece. Jesus is facing death for the first time in very real terms, which requires one to pray and concentrate. The cup is what the feminine aspect of God is called. The Father is the masculine and the pure one, the way to the eternal life. The cup represents the mother and nature, the selfish side of the all, the aspect of humanity with animal and beast features. So Jesus is praying, if this animal side of me and all people is not possible to be taken away unless I die, I'm ready to die. And then it says, it is very important to understand that Jesus represents both the individuals like himself and people as a species, aka humanity. So that's basically what we've been saying. Let's just continue. And then it goes into the ending. Thank you for the good you have given me. Thank you for the good you have given me. The Holy Spirit loves me very much. Yeah, it's a pretty crazy message. Thanks a lot for sending in this backstory and the code, Cas Green. Thanks a lot for that. If any of you want your Ascension code translated, remember to send it to my email address, BoreanCalling@gmail.com. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, guys, remember to subscribe and hit the bell so you can be kept up to date to my messages in the future. Let me know what you think of this in the comments, guys, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Right, so Angel Moon, what do you make of that one?
Well, I think it's talking about obviously ascension again, isn't it? And like that dark angel. Well, this is how I've read it. Like this dark angel, what they're talking about, that opens up hell. It's talking about how you can do that within yourself. Do you know what I mean? Not so much a real angel coming down, but you know, you can unlock the doors of hell, because there's a lot of, I mean, I've looked up a lot about Saturnalia, that's been ruling the world for a long time, and it's you know, because everything should be like spherical, but Saturn puts you in a square box, you know, a black square box. And
what does that relate to? What religion?
Well, yeah, definitely the square box, yeah, for sure. And you know,
yeah,
talking about the eating babies and stuff, and like the spider thing. what the first thing that come to my mind was Bohemian Grove when I heard that, because outside Bohemian Grove, it actually says, there's a plaque that says "Spiders beware" on the gates of Bohemian Grove. So, you know, that they're the people that are obviously worshipping, you know, they may be the Saturn worshippers within there. And this is just off the top of my head when I'm like obviously listening to it. And yeah, it's talking about opening up the heart chakra, I would say, definitely. You know, like, because that's the first, you know, the love chakra, the heart chakra, that, and
yeah. So what I gather from it all, I was trying to explain this on my channel earlier, is that basically everything's been inverted. Okay.
Yeah.
We've got us believing that good is bad, racism is anti-racism, you know, things like this, and it's all going on, and that's all the mirror. That's all the mirror they're talking about. It's all about understanding that we are going to be ascending. And do you remember Dell, when we spoke to Dell and he was talking about the age of Aquarius and the fact that they're going to try and create a fake age of Aquarius?
Yeah.
Because then that way they
so
get
that's the mirror image. Yeah, that's sort of
again. Yeah. So that they can control us. Well, that is being done through politics and identity politics and Black Lives Matter, etc. And this is where all the politics is crossing over into the spiritual. They're also using Islam, obviously, which is the most obvious link. But yeah, in America, they're also using the revelations as a reasoning for a lot of their politics as well. So that
they're also boosting that up in Israel as well with the, you know, the red heifer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's happening there. So it's happening on all the three realms of you know, these religions, that, you know, it's putting it into the consciousness of people with all these, you know, the apocalypse. Well, and obviously that's like apocalypse actually means the lifting of the veil. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. But we've always been sort of put in our minds with the mirror image of it that it's a bad thing. But it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Yeah. Apocalypse.
So we basically know. So now listen to this. This is the Bible passage. Okay. Let me get it up. Okay. Let me get it up. Let me get it. Come on. Right. Whoever has ears, let them hear. The disciples came to him and asked, "Why do you speak to the people in parables?" Right. So the person in the side chat asking, "Why is it always encrypted?" Here is your answer. He replied, "Because the knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven have been given to you, but not to them. Whomever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. This is why I speak to them in parables. Though seeing they do not see, and though hearing they do not hear or understand. In them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah. You will be ever hearing, but never understanding. You will be ever seeing, but never perceiving. For this people's heart has become calloused. They hardly hear with their ears, and they have closed their eyes. Otherwise they might see with their eyes, hear with their ears, understand with their hearts, and turn, and I would heal them. But blessed are your eyes because they see, and your ears because they hear." Right? Now, I believe that was the sublime messaging in the thing that they wanted me and Cancer of Lycius to pick up on. So even though they were showing the connections, because they have put us onto a very big spider's nest, hornet's nest, if you wish, of evidence, especially with Turek dropping what he knew as well. There's a lot of things uncovered in that video. You know, so
Definitely. Yeah.
so it's very interesting, I think, and I can't wait for part 2. I can't wait for part 2.
So I wonder if he's going to sort of put it up on another channel or something. Because didn't they say they put the channel down?
I reckon so. So when I went over to Jedi's today, because he's featured in the video, I was gonna say, like, this is the code that to do with the video and stuff. Straight away, Nine's got her heckles up, and I said to her, "Okay, if you can explain it, or you explain it," and she just went on mute. After accusing me of trying to be her, model myself on her.
And you see, you know, like these esoteric books, which, you know, like the Bibles, what you called, you know, the good books, you know, they're full of code, obviously, aren't they? Because they can't. When you're doing magic upon people, you have to actually put the magic within. You know, you have to have the magic there for them to hear. Because if you don't, then they can't acquiesce to the magic. So I can understand, like, you know, that's why it had to be in parables as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because everything, it's like this with predictive programming. Predictive programming, we sort of, that's them giving us what's going to happen. And then if we don't do anything about it, we literally acquiesce into it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even though I can't express it properly, I completely understand this. And I had Council of 9 years onto my channel today, and we had a wonderful conversation. That
I can't wait to hear that. I know I was pissed. I was so mad I had to go to the Garda station today.
So many in the chat who was like, "What's this? What are they talking about? It's going over my head." But it was actually quite brilliant. But yeah, no, it was really interesting, and I did want to go and sort of like drop it on Jedi only because he was in the video, and I think there must have been a reason, not just an obvious one, why because they could have just shown the video, just showing respect and calling him out. They didn't have to add the bit with Jedi in there walking people out. Apart from the fact that they're quite clearly showing that it was a psyops and that Respect was part of that psyops to lead people into danger. That's obviously what they're saying.
Dave's asking why did I have to go to the police station. It was only to get a form for an Irish driving license, what I have to have because of Brexit. So I had to just go and get. You wouldn't believe the bloody documents I had to take today and tomorrow. It's unbelievable. You know.
Yeah.
But,
So
no, I think that's amazing that you actually. So there was on those two sites that you went on. So the Magpie one that you said was that the only video on that? Or
yeah.
And what about this site?
Yeah, again, the only one.
Bloody hell! And did you put down the dates of when they were put up?
No, I should have done maybe, but no, I didn't.
Yeah, because it'd be interesting to see when they were actually put on YouTube. And they were the only videos on that. That is mad. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, there's probably even more stuff there if I go and look at it and research it. I mean, I don't know what dates those videos were put up. I didn't bother checking that. I do know that Council looked at the gematria of the word magpie, and the most prominent number was 33, which again is amazing.
33. Oh well, there you go. Yeah, that's a big one.
Guess what? Every time we were dropping a new point, there was only 33 viewers.
Really? Oh my God.
I know, and so did Council. Yeah.
See, this is total synchronicity, isn't it? Yeah.
So what basically what is going on is that Black Lives Matter is the false wokeness that they're pushing. It's the false wokeness. So instead of having an awakening, we're having an awokening. And the woke movement, like I keep telling people, go woke, go broke, but it's all false. It's all being run by the government, all doing stuff that we don't want them to do, and they're using politics. They've got to do it in the politics actually to be able to involved in it.
What I think's happening though as well, Jupiter. What I think's happening is the fact that they're rushing it in, and the more they rush it in, because let's face it, they are rushing it all in. Because like you only have to look 5 years ago, it wasn't as mad as what we're on now, and because they're rushing it in, they're actually waking more people up to it being bullshit. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think that's a good positive about it. It's like even what happened with Tommy tonight. Do you know what I mean? They'll probably set out, all those police cars around Tommy. Just even in that realm, and now all these realms, the veil is being lifted. Yeah, for sure.
What's really interesting is that I just dropped out and come back with no photo, and I haven't done nothing.
yeah. That happens to me sometimes. Yeah.
That's fucking weird, isn't it? So, what was I going to say? Yeah, so it's all talking about transition, truth, removing of the vowels, going from the end of one time into another time, which is the New World Order, obviously.
Yeah.
The New World Order is the fake one. It's not a natural ascension.
Yeah, what is it? The new normal is the fake one. What they're producing. Yeah.
Well, they won't be successful because it is a spiritual war.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have to all of us together sort of put that Saturn, put them back into hell, put the demons back into hell, and choose love, I suppose. I know it sounds a bit hippie-ish, but
yeah. So it's interesting because there's meant to be a part 2, and I can't wait for what the part 2 is. I'm hoping,
like choose love it rather than fear, because this is the sort of consciousness that they're putting us all in at the moment. Fear, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we have to resist the fear of it. Yeah.
But Nynefa just didn't have a bloody clue. I mean, I hadn't even got that far. I was trying to show her that it was me and Dave actually was trying to show them that it was a psyops on that day, and that it was a setup that was a plant, the man that lifted up the bloke for a photo opportunity. And straight away, Nynefa went into one about, we're only saying that basically because the man was black, and she didn't understand what we were saying at all. And she went into a crazy sort of meltdown, and then started saying that I was fake and that I've got an agenda, and rather than the fact that, so I just left. I wrote in the side chat, you're crazy, Nynefa. I said, you haven't got a clue what's going on, but take the floor, you explain it all, because you seem to know. And then I wrote, did you get the video dropped to you? Because she didn't get it, so she don't know what I know. She doesn't know what council knows, and it was really interesting talking to Council of Nicaea, because he understood it like I understood it, and I really hope that the other video comes through. I really do hope it does.
That was really astute of you to go looking like that, though. For those, and I find it fascinating that they were the only videos on the channel. That's amazing. Do you know what I mean?
No.
I mean, like when I heard, like,
they had other videos, but they was the only channels that actually sort of
I see. Yeah, they were only channels that had those sayings. Yeah. Well, that's mad enough as it is, because like you'd think there'd be loads about magpies, wouldn't you, as well? And that's saying, because that's a very famous saying in the Bible, isn't it? Yeah. Wow, it's very, very interesting.
So it's going to be interesting. There was other stuff that was discussed during the conversation with him, if people want to listen to that. I'm
going to listen to that tonight for sure.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. What else did I think when I was listening to that about the Greek thing? It reminded me of the Lilith story. that Greek thing with the egg, and the bird was wings.
Well, the reason why the magpie's been chosen is because it's duality and balance. You
yeah,
see
the
that?
yin and the yang, the black and the white. Yeah.
You see, yeah, black and white unite. You see the two circles, that was in the beginning of that book.
The Vesica Pisces, yeah.
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 That
and the
middle
male and the female, yeah.
The
yin
middle
and the yang, yeah.
The middle section, the godly section, is the center.
I've always said, like, if men and women,
right, we need to unite.
It's a balance. It's a balance again, because like if male and female united in consciousness rather than fighting each other all the time, you know, like being suppressed or dominating or this and that and the other, the elite wouldn't have a chance with us. They just wouldn't.
So that's the end of me discussing all the symbology in it. But what it has told me is that the person that dropped that understands the symbology and is into religion. Because despite what people think, the stuff that was uncovered there is actually referring to Revelations, and it's actually referring to biblical texts. It's not referring to occult. Whether people believe that or not, it's not. So, which is very interesting.
We should go into Albert Pike as well at one point, you know, about this, you know, these letters.
Wendy's off watching EastEnders while we're talking about this.
It doesn't make sense to me. It's a whole lot of, you know, it's not for me, that sort of thing.
Heathen, do you want to come on and talk? Because you wanted to come on earlier when I was on, when I did my show, and then you got busy at something. Do you want to come on and say what it was that you wanted to say? No? No?
I was on about the Aurora Dawn saying yin and yang has got nothing to do with male and female. It has, in a way, it's balance, isn't it? It's like if you could put it in all sorts of realms, but it is balance. And so is that you know, the Star of David, you know, the up and the down triangles. It's the male and female.
Oh, yeah.
Two rocks shrink. It's boring. Two rocks shrink.
But we're going to change the conversation now anyway, because that was the end of that conversation. Robert says, what do you think about the hybrid horse rat respect? He's definitely involved. He's definitely involved with the establishment, and he's definitely involved in authorized protest, let me put it that way, not natural ascension.
But when you look at Tommy's story, when you know, like when he was in prison and he was like, you know, they wanted to compromise him so many times and he refused. Remember, and it's like obvious any of these people that put their head above the parapet are going to be compromised, and some will accept it and some won't. You know. I've always thought that about respect. I'm sorry, but I have. Yeah.
As far as I can throw him.
No. He had Halima on his channel last night. No, not Halima, sorry. The other one, Shani.
Oh,
doing
yeah.
all the talk. I really don't know what that had to do with anything, but, you know.
Oh, he was accusing her of taking sides with Jedi.
Oh, right. Okay.
So she was trying to explain to him that she's got no problem with him, but she prefers going on Jedis because they cover a range of subjects. I think what they were trying to do is make her come off Jedis because she's Muslim.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that'd be about right.
They had a bit of a go at Khan as well.
What, for going on Jedis?
Yeah, I think that's what all that was.
Yeah, but you know what Khan's like. he like morphs into whatever personality to the channel he's on.
Oh yeah, of course. He was still having a dig at Velly. I mean, he's a two-faced little cunt. Him all the
Yeah.
time he's on Velly's channel, and he obviously hates him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't understand why when we can see what's going on, why people don't understand. Obviously, the governments are, pushing this forward, and how, if we want to sort of come out of it, we have to unite rather than be bloody fighting with each other.
Angel Moon, they say the government's pushing everything, but we're apparently, we're siding with the government and pushing it along with them.
Well, it's only our acquiescent is doing that. Like saying the face masks, even down to that. Putting the face mask on and taking the vaccine, and
what's going on is that they say that about white people only because it suits their agenda to mask what they're doing. The fake woke movement, that is. So, I mean, you've got these virtual signals, and this is what annoys me. You've got the virtual signals who are trying to pretend that they're doing the right thing by calling out other white people who are not racist, but calling them racist.
Mm.
And virtue signaling at every opportunity and hating themselves so much that they say that their ancestors fucked pigs, which is just a joke.
Oh my God, I know, she was terrible there.
Yeah, she was terrible. They're the kind of person that actual phrase, Matthew 13:9-16, was talking about. They're the ones that can't see. They're the ones that can't see. But those people think that we're the ones that can't see.
Yeah, definitely. Because, it's brainwashing, isn't it? Because they're all open, the mind's indoctrinated. And it's the same with these kids coming out of university, the ones with Extinction Rebellion and all that. They've just been indoctrinated just as much as any religion. Do you know what I mean? Just the same, because obviously when you go to school and you go to college and you go to university, you're there you're supposedly to learn, but they don't teach anymore for people how to think for themselves. It's just, you've got to go along with their program, and that's it. You know what I mean? So they're just being indoctrinated just as much as any child that's sitting rocking and doing the Quran or the Torah or the Bible. It's just the same sort of thing, or any other religion. You know what I mean? And obviously, when you get them as a children like that, of course they're going to believe it. And if the parents believe it, of course they're going to believe it. So it's the mind's indoctrinated. It's when you start to want to pull away from all that stuff. And even if you go back to it in the end, that's a good thing, as long as you've sort of gone and looked at everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel quite sorry for the kids in college now. Yeah. They're definitely not taught to how to think for themselves, or how to sort of try and analyze things and what's the right way. It's just one way or the highway, isn't it? You don't get the marks if you don't put down on the paper what that the reader or the marker wants to hear.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't be the case, should it?
Right, okay, Wendy, I've got something a little bit different that I think you'll like. Because I know you're bored with this subject now.
What's that, love?
Right, I'm going to drop it for you. Hold on. Because I went away. My computer's weird. Right. Okay. It should be there. Right, it should be there now.
Hang on. What's going on?
Willy Wonka, I've got a really bad cold. Really bad cold. Really bad cold.
Yeah, she's had it for A while now. I'd have thought you'd have realised.
Yeah. My
Oh.
voice is getting better though. It doesn't sound it, but actually,
No, it
feels-
is. No, it's definitely
Yeah.
better to a few days ago. I love people like him that point things like that out, you know.
I'm just wondering if he's going to send us some golden tickets to his wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wonderful, really.
Have you got it?
Yeah, got it, love. Yeah. Oh, Christ, what is this?
It's all right.
You what? Angela?
It's just, when you said Christ, what's this? I haven't even seen what it is yet. But it just makes me laugh the way you say it.
Sorry.
You know, it's just funny. Yeah.
3. Now, I have been accused of the most
Oh.
disgusting, vile things. Working in a brothel, as a prostitute, committing zina openly in public, which these things are all false. And I have actually sworn on the Quran, and I don't like to swear on the Quran for such silly.
So you lied to the whole Muslim world, yeah, on Hangouts that you were married. Now we find out that you bullshitted on that, yeah? So can you apologize to the whole Muslims, your Muslim brothers and sisters, that look, me and Walla Walla, we lied about being married and we gave a bullshit marriage certificate to Sir Faz.
He set out his plan, and his plan was to kill every single boy that was born in that month. And so he did. When it came to that month, every Jewish boy that was born, he executed them, right? And we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of babies here, right? He did not care because he did not want his kingdom to be jeopardized.
My point is that how can you sit there and cry about Muslims that don't defend the sister's honor when yesterday your own guy, Walla Walla, where was he?
I've executed every baby. No baby's coming to destroy my kingdom. That was his plan. Now, for instance, I'm a woman, yeah? And a lot of people have said to me, you know what? We need women like you here.
That is a lie. You take that back. You are a
No,
liar.
you're lying.
You are a liar. You are a liar.
Because I'm not here to impress people by the way I look. I'm here to present my mentality. I'm not here to come here and present to you how I look physically. I'm here to present to you how I feel mentally. You feel humiliated, bro. That's you, fam. You stick yourself, bro. That's what he does, bro. No one finds you funny. You look about 12 years old, bro. This guy ain't no big man. He's a little kid, fam. You understand? I'm a woman, and I'm showing him how it's done. You understand? That's why he wants to silence me.
keeps on rubbing up to me.
He wants to silence
He keeps on
me.
rubbing up to me.
I'm
Woman,
trying
man.
to- It's all about love. It's all about unity. Let's love each other. Let's join together because all of us as one is better than little groups of people. If we all join together, we can do big things.
I know who you are. Right all the time.
So much aggression and so much division. Online beef happening recently. And it's getting quite out of hand, to be honest with you, because we have these channels like See Alive, Random Exposure, who go out their way to make videos basically slandering people and diminishing their character.
Wallahi, I'm gonna rape her son. Wallahi, I'm gonna rape her mum. Wallahi, I'm gonna rape this one and that one. They're Wallahis. Probably worse than Banksy's thing, because he's swearing by Allah, he's gonna stick his finger up someone's bum and he's not gonna do it.
3-4 months of everyone blaming Walid, he's saying raping, you're gonna rape.
nuts,
When I'm
love.
angry, I translate the Arabic. Sometimes it doesn't. It sounds bad here. But for me, I didn't mean that I'm gonna rape you, Razbek. No, I didn't mean I'm gonna rape you. I said I will fuck you. Didn't mean I will have sex with you. No, I will fuck you up, like what you say in England. So don't run and say Walid. It's to stop rape.
Whoa, who told you that Mad Dunya? Yeah? So now you believe in Mad Dunya when he said that in the call, but when I say about what these men were saying in the call, you don't believe it. You're selective.
Stop it, bro. This thing happened live, yeah? This thing happened live, and Finest Wine even asked you later. Did you hear what your man just said? He said he's gonna pull down Razbek's trousers and fuck him, and then you said honey. Yeah, Finest Wine even checked you on it. Yeah, I've got the stream. I can play it back if you want me to.
Can you believe these lot?
By another man. That will be happy for your. So you're gonna be happy for your man to put his finger in.
Yeah,
Oh, you're disgusting.
yeah,
Oh, you're
he's a bitch. Because Razbek's a bitch. That's why he deserves to be treated like that.
You're weird.
Only-
He's trying me out, Willie.
No, but he's gay. He's fucking transgender. Why you think he's running after all these girls? Everyone gonna know that your name is Finger Bingy because you like to get fingered in your ass. You fucking have dirty, stinky ass. You have dirty, stinky ass. And I'm gonna finger you, Razbek. I'm gonna finger you. I will fuck you up, and in the middle of the fight, I'm gonna finger you, Razbek.
Oh
And
my
I'm gonna
God.
finger you, Razbek.
I used to come from that lifestyle, but I've changed. You know what I'm saying? I've come here to be productive, to meet new people, to learn about the deen, to teach about the deen. I've executed every baby. No babies come to destroy my kingdom. That was his plan. So all I say to my Muslim brothers and sisters, stay clear of this online stuff. This online stuff is big fitna.
And your bullshit thing with Veli was all because Veli called you a tranny. Let's be honest, yeah? Veli called you a tranny and a few other things, and you couldn't hack it. And then you thought, so you didn't go over to Jedi or Maku or boycott them. You came to who? The Muslims. The Muslims, yeah? Everybody boycott Veli. You've not done shit, really, to be honest. All you did, you came for your reason. You didn't come for Islam, because Veli, he did worse then than what he did now. But no, but because he called Zubair a tranny, yep, that everybody boycott the whole goddamn place. Bro, Zubair, I can see you like a book.
This online stuff is going to make you divert from the true message. If you're here to speak about the deen, focus on the deen. If you're here to speak about youth work, speak about youth work. If you're here to speak about Christianity, focus on that. Don't focus on what people are saying, because that will divert you from the true message, and you will end up losing yourself as a person. It will start to get ugly. She's sending her pictures to people, and she doesn't even look like that before. This is you can tell this is overly edited, and I can see she's trying to look like. I don't do it for the fame. I do it for the truth. Girl like C-double-E, never seen a girl like me, yeah, I'm too unique. I see you, then you see me, then you wanna be just like me, you can't be like me. All those that know me, I've got green eyes, and she's put fake green contact lenses in as if she's been inspired by the way that I look. Who knows? You know, some people do this because they're jealous of you, they wanna be like you. And we gotta understand, of course the bitch is gonna be mad. Of course she's gonna hate on me. Here she goes again, sending pictures of herself. But then she
Look at those eyebrows.
brothers and sisters. She sends her pictures, but then she starts disrespecting brothers, talking about lower your gaze. Again, trying to seduce people with her fake catfish face. You're a catfish. You don't look like that. We all know what you look like. You've got double chin. Your face is not looking all right. But you're out here editing your pictures. Just look how she's edited the pictures. She's slimmed down her jawline. She's smoothed out her face. She's put fake green contact lenses on. You don't look like that, darling. Just own it. She's trying to look like me.
God, those
All
eyebrows.
those
man.
that
is a lie. You take that back. You are a liar.
And you start to say things that you're going to regret. And remember, we're being filmed. This is all on YouTube. These things can be used against you, so think about it. $2,000 baby.
You used everybody to do your dirty work. And my proof is you wanted us to do the same thing with Sia.
Fucked by another man.
So you're gonna be happy for your. So you're gonna be happy for your man. to put his finger in.
Yes,
Oh, you're disgusting.
yes,
Oh, you're
he's a
disgusting.
bitch. Because Rasta is a bitch. That's why he deserves to be treated like that.
Remember, chill. Why do you incite hatred? You are a hate person. You are a hatred. Are a hate preacher. But you're not dressing like a Muslim, so I wouldn't know you. But you're a hate preacher. You create trouble.
So what hate?
You create trouble. Well, like that, this because your wife, and your wife wants you to die. She wants you to die. She wants you to die. Why would you?
Say, man, peace and blessings to everybody, no matter where you're from, no matter where you come from. It's all about love, it's all about unity. Let's love each other. Let's join together. Get rid of him. He's too old to be out here raising his voice with so much aggression and so much division. From Muslim brothers and sisters, stay clear of this online stuff. This online stuff is a big fitna, and you start to say things that you're going to regret. And remember, we're being filmed. This is all on YouTube. These things can be used against you, so think about it. He killed so many babies. Like, it must be really rare for the same baby that you tried to kill to still be alive, right? He goes, well, what chance would this be the baby that ruins my kingdom?
Who made that?
Jacko Radio.
Oh, right. That's quite funny.
What do you think of Jacko Radio with this mask that he's wearing? It's really scary, isn't it?
I can't
you seen
stand
it?
that. No, no, no.
I'm sure it's Jacko Radio, isn't it? The one who's
No, it was Plisco one night.
no. There's this. I'm sure it's Jacko Radio. He's putting this mask on now and talking to you, and it's like really weird.
Oh, right.
I'm sure it's him. Yeah. Take a look. I'll find out.
I don't know. Look, I've seen Plisco put a mask on. I don't know about. Well, I know him as Jake O'Connor, but that was quite funny, wasn't it? I can't stand that fast person. Oh, just his voice. Oh, God.
Let's see if I've got him mixed up with somebody else. I might have done. Oh yeah, it's not. Oh no, it is him. Him that does things about Easy, that song.
What, he's been doing things about Easy?
I don't know if he's talking about Action Easy, because isn't Easy I don't know, is he a rapper or something? I don't know. But
Oh, I don't
he
know.
must take a lot of them off, because like I can only see one here. It is Jacko Radio, and he puts this mask on, and it's like really weird, really weird. I'll just put it in the thing and show you.
Yeah.
It's quite scary, actually.
They're saying that it's Easy that's in the mask.
Easy that's in the... Oh, okay.
Oh, is it? I'll show you. He's done more than this one. But I know he was in a chat the other day, and I was saying, "Oh God, bring back Phil Mitchell. This Easy, this mask is scary."
Yeah. Oh, let's have a look then. Yeah, it's called Easy Last Song. Oh. Oh dear.
I don't. He seems to quite support Easy, when I see him on the channel. Yeah, but
The most amazing singer in the world. I had to reply. I said, "All right, calm down, mate. I'm good. I wouldn't call myself the most amazing singer in the world. You're being too modest, mate. You're being too modest. You blow them out the water, all the other singers." And I said, "No, calm down. I'm not that good. I might be one day, but I'm not that good yet. I appreciate the fandom, and I appreciate that you're bigging me up. But don't keep saying that to people. That's not how I want to be remembered. I'm a very humble man." When I first met Jack the Fish, our lead guitarist, it was in a pub and he was playing his guitar, and I walked up to him and I said, "You're pretty good on your guitar, aren't you?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you want to get together sometime? Maybe make a little tune. I like singing." And he said, "Yeah, maybe." And we got together. After that, about a week later, and he brought his mate along with him, Billy, our bassist and synth player, Billy Drillbit. And that's how that happened. I also like things like a few pop singers, and classical singers and all sorts. I like Sinatra. I'm going to be doing a cover of Sinatra, My Way. I've sung it in the past, but I never had much recording equipment at the time. It was basically...
It just goes on and on.
Because I'd be a good crooner.
No, Tarquin, it's not that I like a chinwag, it's that I want to get to the bottom of this and stop
so
everyone
Jupiter.
arguing if it's doing no one no good.
And so I face the final curtain. You're not nice. You're horrible people. And yeah, I am generalising. Some of them might be misguided. Someone like me, the one that looks fucking crazy, the one that you would think, oh my god, who's this fucking weirdo in a mask? We're the ones that make sense.
And like Easy, I don't give a fuck.
I'm human at the end of the day. I'm human. And that's more than half of you can say.
And people are going to go on about mental health. He's on about doing streams about mental health.
I didn't know that it was on about
Good.
this, to be honest.
I applaud you for that, Easy.
Because he's done
I really
loads of
do.
these ones with the mask on.
So let's not be a hypocrite.
Now, she's a lovely woman, and she does a lot of good for her community, and I can tell she's got a good heart.
You want to make streams and you want to openly threaten people. Let me tell you, you broke several laws in them streams. Several laws. Threats to kill. Not good. You really need to get help.
But by saying stuff like you're setting guidelines, you've got a code of conduct that people should follow and stuff. That's not how it is. It's just not how it is. Humans aren't that simple.
You've obviously got a hard-on about my voice. That's what I took from that stream. Oh, I don't know, trying to talk like me, bitch. You won't sound like me ever.
Oh God,
yeah, I'm
take it
unique.
down. Don't start all that up again.
Yeah, you seem to go on about my voice. I feel like you're kind of obsessed. But hey, carry it on, bitch. Carry it on.
My way in the
No
background.
offence, I love you. But you got to understand that humans can't be controlled. Not that easily.
But what he's doing is he's apologising in front of everybody, and then a few hours later, he'll then go on and dig the knife in more to me.
I vary. I'll do what I want. I suppose you could say I'm a bit chaotic in that respect. I'm a bit chaotic. I like to do what I feel, what I fancy doing at the time, but always with an underlying morality.
All these streams, they're all contradictory. He contradicts himself all the way through it.
Like my last video, my live video, I was just telling you the same in the past, just bringing it all back up again. But yeah, I like to try and stay relevant now and again.
I mean, I got called dumb and clever in the same sentence.
Listen, what I'm saying to you now is that 99% of the world sees you.
This is a man, a grown man in his 50s. Like, grow up, Easy, please.
And I love that you said I read your website, and it said, I have studied the ways of the warrior and the superhero and the Jedi in real life. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only real thing there is a warrior. Superheroes are made up. You might call yourself heroes, but there ain't no superheroes with superpowers. If there are, prove me wrong.
But Easy, when you do your mental health stream, please have a little think about your own behaviour.
I guess you'd think with your religious fanaticism that I'm some kind of demon sent from the devil. Ooh, sent from the devil to destroy you. But that ain't the case. Truth is, I am a real human being. I am very much the average man under all this facade, under my scab protecting mask. I'm nothing more than a human trying to do right. I've been up worshipping Satan all night. Nah, not really. I don't go for religious bullshit. Now, I gotta go, people, because I'm pretty tired and I got work soon. Gotta go and help some animals.
That's not easy talking on that.
No, I've not seen that one before. Honestly, it was the only one that was there, you know, with the mask face on.
Oh,
But I was watching one the other night. He must delete them because he does quite a few of these ones with the masks on, and you know, it's just like it's like talking gibberish, literal gibberish. But it's
well, he
quite
was,
amusing.
wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Crap.
I mean, that one, oh, I wish to God I hadn't bloody picked that one, but it was the only one I saw, you know. I don't want to drag any of that shit up. But it's like, yeah, he was doing one the other day and he got a table laid out and he'd got things on the table and he was, you know, oh God, it was just crazy. It's like off the wall
One
stuff.
that just posted. It's saying, look at the Goofy's saying, look at the one that they've just posted. I don't know why.
Who's just posted?
Goofy in the YouTube.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean that quite easily shows that Emily, when she said that she really wasn't retaliating and stuff, and that she's never said he fancied her. I think that shows quite the opposite. I'm not.
No, I'm not getting into that. I mean, it might be reacting to somebody's comment or something, you know, or whatever. But yeah, I don't want to get into any of that stuff. Bad enough, innit?
Yeah.
Well, hasn't he been quiet all week though?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully he's just getting on with his life. What's this then?
I don't know. She said it might be the same one, but she don't know.
It's the same one.
Yeah, weirdos.
Don't need to watch it twice.
Right, I got one that oops. Let me go back and get it. I want you to. Let's go and see. Right, look at this one because it's got you in it.
Who in it?
The one I just dropped.
Oh, all right, love. Give me a sec. I'm trying to get rid of these bloody videos.
Oh, Goofy's saying Plisco was on the Wasps in the same mask. Was it the same mask?
Oh, not the same. Similar, but not the. No, I wouldn't say the same.
That mask, though, I mean, it is quite inventive, you know, because he has sort of, you know, cloth dreadlocks on some of them, and he's got safety pins in his mouth. It looks really.
It's like an idiot, really.
It reminds me of, you know, that Silence of the Lambs guy that was making a skin suit type thing.
His choice of music. I did it my way. It's quite funny. Right. Yeah, this is the right one, I think. Okay, what's this then?
Show conversation with Shell, but I'm just wondering what he's done to it.
Yeah.
To take the Wasp, him and Esau wanted to take the Wasp in his wheelchair to a strip club and give him loads of Viagra so he could stay up all night.
What?
Not even it's creepy. What's creepier out of all is the obsession he's got with Wendy.
Yeah, Cheryl, what's happened to your channel?
Oh shit, Wendy!
Sorry, Wendy. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you there. Literally, you just fighting the life out of me. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. What's happened to your channel, love?
I've had it taken down. They've took it down.
Contel and Brian for harassment.
I'll advertise your new channel, Lady Jane.
Thank you.
But Fax and Esau going along with the bullshit. It's like, what are you doing? Well, Fax is another. He's a fucking mentally disturbed retard. God forgive me, but.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, how dare they bloody take her channel down? when they're the ones that are doing all the bloody nasty stuff. Yeah, perception is a wonderful thing, I always think.
Yeah, hell is nuts.
He is, and I can't imagine how they met. But then she had quite a few on there using Chartel's picture, didn't she? If I remember rightly.
I don't know, to be honest. I never really went over there unless I was looking for some video that might show something, and then I would go there.
Well, that was my whole point, right? It wasn't like she was speaking and saying things. All it was clips from different streams. Come in handy sometimes when you needed to look up something, didn't it? Saved you from having to go through all the bloody streams. Oh, I don't know, really. I don't like people who just attack other people's channels for no reason. Then there's Angela Power Disney releasing private phone calls between her and Earl. That's quite funny.
Oh, put that on.
Oh, you can't hear him very well, love. And what they're talking about is not my favourite subject. It's child abuse. And
okay, why has she released him?
Show him up because he's a liar. I mean, he was making out just about everybody in Christendom as a child abuser, you know. But she's releasing them because she's now aware that he sent messages to Yvonne that she thought were private, and Yvonne sent them to me.
Okay, so she understands now that he's a raving lunatic.
Yeah, that's why she's releasing the private stuff.
Yeah.
Or she wouldn't have done it.
Right. I know you don't really like Carl Benjamin that much because he's a bit of an idiot. But that video that Angel Moon was showing, was talking about earlier, I think maybe we should have a little look at it because I just looked at it and scanned it. And
Carl Benjamin. What
the
name?
link, I've put the link inside.
Oh, Sargon. See, when you say Carl Benjamin, I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay.
Because you say Sargon, I know who you mean.
But yeah, I do think we need to take a little look at this because it's interesting.
I think Sargon's got beautiful eyes.
Oh God.
He has though. Watch his eyes. He's got really lovely eyes.
Who? Oh, someone's got a crush on Sargon.
I haven't got a crush on him. I just think he's got really nice eyes.
Joking. I'm joking, love.
He's not Freddie Mercury.
Well, Freddie Mercury was gay anyway. So.
I know. You always get it wrong, innit? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I do like Freddie though. I'd even suffer his gayness. I go celibate just for him.
Oh my God.
Oh, come on, he's the best.
I think he did have a wife that he didn't sleep with.
He had a girlfriend. Well, she wasn't his wife. It's just hang on, or was he? No, they got divorced, but they remained really close friends.
Mary,
and he left everything to her, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Process by which that is attained that have been placed somewhere on the presumably that Callum has collated into a document for me to go through so we can see just what is happening behind closed doors in the major institutions, public and private, of this country. This, as you can see, is from the Ministry of Defence. The Director of Diversity and Inclusion, salary £110,000 to teach people how to be woke. That's just fantastic, isn't it? This is from their diversity and inclusion blog. As you can see, the photo that's been taken is from the Ministry of Defense. And God bless whoever took these pictures, by the way. Thank you, every single one of you. So you want to be a feminist? So you want to be feminist as fuck? By, I can't read the names of those people, but it's a rhetorical question, of course. If we want if we want to be the best armed forces, then the only way to go is feminist. Really? That's going to make them more effective in combat, is it? Feminist armed forces are the best armed forces. Says who? Oh, the feminists say it, incidentally. Yeah, okay. I don't think I believe them. I think this might be a ploy for them to try and rack up 110 grand a year at public expense. But okay. Well, there's also stacks of writing about the importance of feminist thought and analysis when it comes to conflict and peace. What? I mean, I'm sure there is. But who cares? Like, these people are ridiculous. This might seem odd or wrong-headed to readers, and I would completely understand why two straight white men, I would guess plenty of other characteristics in common.
Dave Smith just wrote, they're infiltrating the army.
Talking to each other like it's to be something other than themselves. Nothing wrong with that picture, right? Well, I certainly agree that this isn't ideal. This has been written by two straight white men, and they are sitting there going, well, look, yeah, we appreciate that it's not ideal, but it looks like the patriarchy is going to have to be the thing that turns the world woke, because apparently the feminists can't do it on their own. There was an Onion article or something like this years ago. It had a title something like, straight white men to take over flagging feminist movements. And that's literally what this is, isn't it? Like, it's actually becoming the meme. Straight white men have got, look, you're not getting this right. Look, we'll sort this out for you. That's what's happening. This is ridiculous. But anyway, this again, sorry, I was going to zoom out. Setting the defense, the agenda for defense and the strategic direction of Britain's armed forces. Again, another slide being leaked. Corn Ferry have a webinar series on why race matters. Hear me, black voices on their pain and anger. In my shoes, addressing systemic racism through structural inclusion. Stand by me. How whites can become authentic allies. Don't talk, do. Creating a racially equitable future as inclusive leaders. Man, social justice warriors have taken over. People are like, oh, well, this just in colleges. Not anymore. It was in 2017 when we were like, look, this isn't going to stay in colleges. This is going to get bad. Oh, no. Here we are. Literally, the armed forces have diversity training. The conservatives have diversity training. Like, who doesn't have diversity training? Me and white supremacy. How to recognize your privilege, combat racism, and change the world. This is all really good centrist stuff. This isn't anything with an obvious political agenda or anything.
Yeah.
Brit-ish on race, identity, and belonging by Afua Hirsch. It's a radical leftist. Natives. I'm laughing because it's ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. It's like, imagine if this was Scientologists. If they just sit and go, like, we've got this Thetan reader, and we're going to teach you all how to be Scientologists. So please, the people of the Ministry of Defense, sit down. We're going to go through these slides. Here's a bunch of reading material. By the end of it, we'll have you praising Xenu. Natives, Race and Class and the Ruins of Empire by Carla. White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo. Why I'm no longer talking to white people about race. So what we have here is a collection of racists, people who actively hate white people. And they're being allowed to actually indoctrinate white people running these institutions. I can only imagine the conversations that are going on in these goddamn boardrooms. Right, okay, guys, we need to explain to them why white people are just better than everyone else. I mean, literally, Prince Harry came out and said that the other day. The world was built for white people. It's like, this is literally what Richard Spencer's been telling you, and now you're all on the same page. How is this happening? What is wrong with you? Celebrating Black History Month. So this is from Sainsbury's. This is from a private supermarket, but again, may as well know about what's going on because it's not exactly pleasant, is it? So this is the history, literally Black history. This is good. Pyramids of Giza. Oh, sorry. 150,000 BC, out of Africa. Pyramids of Giza. Skip along to Roman rule in Britain and untold riches. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I presume that's a reference to Mansa Musa. I believe that's his name. The incredibly sort of rich Malian sultan who went to Egypt, went on the Hajj and ended up devaluing the price of gold because he took so much with him. Not exactly a guy you want to emulate because he was How do you think he got all this gold? Like massive amounts of slavery, obviously, duh. A few hundred years later, though, slave trade gets abolished. Then the Haitian Revolution. Then eventually Obama wins, and that's Black History. Celebrate Black History. So read these books. Sister Outsider, The New Jim Crow, Why I'm Not Talking to White People About Race, and White Fragility. Fucking hell, man. Everyone's going to be indoctrinated with it. It's going to be the new normal. We are going to be the people who are weird. We, the people who don't think that we should all be a bunch of racists, are going to be the weird people at Sainsbury's. I mean, good luck if you work at Sainsbury's, because this is what you're going to have to deal with on a daily basis. You're going to be dealing with people who literally are not very competent, not exactly the best and brightest, and they're going to be lecturing to you. And when you give them one of the contradictions, say, well, explain this, they're just going to treat you like you've done something wrong. Amazing, isn't it? This was, again, from Sainsbury's. Look at this. All right. Black Reverse Mentoring. This program has launched a crucial way to support hearing Black voices in the business. Are you interested in becoming a mentor to a member of our leadership team? So they're just literally going to hire some Black people to teach them about not being racist and just to, I guess, to shadow them and validate their decisions through the prism of social justice. Is this harming Black people, Mr. Sainsbury's director? And they're going to pay for this. They're going to pay to be racially belittled and berated by a racist who is not white because they're so afraid of being called racist. This is, I just can't get over it. We are the weird people because we don't want to treat people as if they're inferior. Like I just think it's awful. I just think it's so awful. This is MI5. I know I'm flipping between private and public, but never mind. MI5, the intelligence services for Britain, military intelligence. Obviously, they support National Inclusion Week. Appoint an executive sponsor for race. Executive sponsors for race provide visible leadership on race and ethnicity in their organization and can drive actions such as setting targets for ethnic minority representation, briefing recruitment agencies, and supporting military partnerships, sponsorships. You can't do that. You can't just hire people because of the color of their skin. It's actually illegal. This has actually happened. Cheshire Police Force actually had a tribunal rule against them because they had actively discriminated against this guy and in favor of equally or lesser qualified non-white people. And it was literally because of his race. But it's happening, man. This is at my expense too. Me, the taxpayer, I get to pay for this. You, the taxpayer, you get to pay for this. just racial hiring practices. I really thought that was the antithesis of what we wanted. I didn't think we wanted racial hiring practices. Take action that supports ethnic minority career progression. So there we go. Just promote them because they're not white. Why? Because that's important. The color of their skin is deeply important. Here at Transport for London, we will not accept anything but being anti-racist. Transport for London being the body that deals with the underground, the London Underground. Journey to becoming an anti-racist. So you become an anti-racist, so you deny that racism is a problem, you avoid hard questions, you strive to be comfortable. This is all white fragility. Recognize that it's a problem. This is the learning zone you go into. I understand my own privilege in ignoring racism. I educate myself about race and structural racism, so I get woke, and then I identify how I might unknowingly benefit. I promote and advocate for policies and leaders that are anti-racist. Oh my God. I yield positions of power to those otherwise marginalized. There we go. They literally, and the BBC did this. Like, people at the BBC actively took a pay cut because of the marginalized women based on the gender pay gap. But no, take your pay cuts. I can't remember where this one's from. It's from one of them. But here's the reading list that they've got. White Like Me, White Fragility. Oh, Ibrahim X. Kendi. Oh, that's good. He's very, very much a credible voice on this subject. I'm so glad that all of this, and I do just view this as race war propaganda, is being promoted by these major institutions. This one is the Co-op, which is a supermarket. If you're keen to get involved, please can you send a photo of yourself to wherever. Why would they need a photo?
See what colour you are.
Mm.
You might be white. You might be the wrong race. We need to see a photo of you just in case you're the wrong goddamn race. I will actively speak to new colleagues and welcome them. I will listen to a podcast related to diversity and inclusion. I'm going to participate in sessions related to diversity and inclusion. I will be open to learning about diversity and inclusion. I will champion inclusive behaviors. Again, you will allow promotions to be passed over, etc., etc. It sounds like cult. It sounds like a goddamn cult, doesn't it?
It does.
It's mad. What do we mean by diversity data? Moving forward, Co-op wants to understand more of our colleagues' demographics, sex and race, which is what Callum's highlighted. Our vision depends on our ability to deliver them. We haven't been able to actively track and monitor progress and reduce inequalities within our internal system to do this until now, because your internal system was colorblind, wasn't it? Your internal system was just, we've hired X person, an individual, based on their CV and their history of work. But apparently, we can't have a fairer workplace, as they say there, unless we do this. It's the only way to do it. The only way to be fair is to be massively racist. Actively promote non-white people just because they're non-white. Hold back white people just because they're white. You've got to understand. We need to equalize this out. Everywhere. The plan, as they say, is to double representation of Black, Asian, and minority ethnic leaders and managers by the end of 2022, moving from 3% to 6%, and then 10% by 2025. Require diverse shortlists for all leadership roles, no exemptions, and we'll partner with organizations that will help us to reach talent from Black, Asian, or minority ethnic backgrounds. Man, Callum really needs to learn how to spell Asian. Anyone following the Facebook page, every spelling mistake on there is his. But other than that, I'm so glad he's managed to put all this together. I mean, literally, we are going to hire based on race. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It has to go. Why are the Conservatives allowing this? Why aren't they saying, look, this is obvious and open racism? Robin DiAngelo admits to being a racist. She literally says it. I don't think you can read something by Ibram X. Kendi and come away from the experience without looking at him and thinking, God, this guy really hates white people. He's got a massive chip on his shoulder. But don't worry, these are just recommended reading. It's just Bluehead Feminists. It's just kids on college campuses. It's just bedroom feminists. It's everywhere. And it's actively an attempt at changing the culture, changing the way that we look at our own interpersonal interactions. And it's being done specifically to change the sort of liberal, be the person that you are and treat each other how would you like to be treated. It's trying to overturn that kind of moral order. It's trying to institute one in which there are people in society who have a certain set of privileges and they get to be spoken to in a certain tone, in a certain way, because of the way that they were born. And these people are the minority in society. Now, that is what I would normally describe as being an aristocracy. Do you think the peasantry could just speak however they wanted to the lords and ladies? Do you think there were speech codes for peasants in medieval Europe? Of course there were. This is what this is. And it's, again, based on the way that they're born, based on their heritage, based on their lineage, based on their blood, this is being done. This is totally antithetical to the liberal worldview. I can't stand this. I cannot stand it. It just drives me crazy. And why don't we just have private, separate spaces for our new aristocratic leaders to show us, who are going to tell us how we can be more diverse and inclusive? We'll give them special events for Black, Asian, and minority ethnic staff only. Oh, like all these people have just got so much in common. like there could be a bunch of Chinese people in there who might not hold very progressive views on Black people. And they're just going to be sat next to them and they're like, I wonder how that's going to go. I mean, what are you going to do? I guess you've got to establish a hierarchy of who's the most oppressed out of those. And we know who's going to come up on top of that, don't we? Anyway, I hate this. I hate all of it. I think the Conservatives, I would support just about anything at this point to ban this. Just flat ban it. Say this is racism, which it is. It's revolutionary. It's insurrectionist. Basically, it's treasonous, which it is. It is against the core values of Britain and the general public at large, which it is. It is wrong. It is a moral wrong to teach all of this. And I can't believe that there are so many people in high places going along with it. I think that's disgusting. Anyway, if you'd like to support my channel, you'll have to go to our merch store because obviously we've been demonetized. But this is all, of course, part of the process that Yuri Bezmenov laid out. I would suggest that once we're getting to the point where it's in all of our institutions, that we are looking at normalization. Not good news. I guess we've gone through the crisis. It didn't take very long. I really mean it when I say that I think we have to build sort of a new cathedral where we can at least treat each other as we wish to be
There's that
treated. and
word
expect
again.
media to reliably be able to understand what it is we're saying when we say it. Because I think the problem, much of the problem, is I think a lot of people just don't understand what we're trying to say to them. I think they think that there's something wrong with being critical of critical race theory. And I don't think that there is at all. I think that critical race theory is not an accurate representation of reality. But anyway, I'm not going to go on anymore because it's all depressing me. But thankfully, it's ever onwards and upwards. We're building a new cathedral. And wherever you find people who are trying to build
A
something
new
that is
cathedral.
actively going to resist this kind of corruption, you should probably support them, even if it's only in small ways, even if it's just sharing it so other people can become aware of it. You know, whether giving them money is obviously the best idea, whatever it is, just do your small part to help them out. Because if we don't, I mean, the opponents are, and they've got very, very far, and we don't. I don't actually hold up that much hope we'll be able to stop them, but we've got to try, and we've got to do it through persuasion. We have to persuade people that actually what they're presenting is racism as we define it, which it is. See you in the next video, folks.
Wow.
Right. I agree with most of what he said, but just like Wendy, there's two things I want to pick up. First of all, he said it was that all this stuff is centrist. It's not centrist. That's because the far right want to try and make out centrist people are abnormal. No, actually, the centrists are the normal. Cole Benjamin used to be a centrist, but it looks like he's been dragged up as well. He's going far right now. The indication that he's going extreme right is when he starts talking about cathedrals. That's Ralph's speak.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's Ralph's speak right now. So Cole Benjamin is now a neo-reactionary.
You know, forever. How many times do you mention a cathedral? You know, it's like living in a fucking nanny state. You know,
it's getting worse and worse, isn't it?
Yeah. It's, you know, you must think like this. You must think like that. When you go to Sainsbury's or the Co-op, you must look at these things. You must take note. No, you fucking don't have. No, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to listen to all of it. You don't have to be a part of it deliberately. Yeah, you deliberately pull yourself out of it.
Yeah. But I am glad on one thing, that even the extreme right can see that there's something wrong with this critical race theory.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. But no, it is like living in a fucking nanny state. It's like you can't make your own mind up about anything. Wear a mask, right? Everyone wears a mask. Don't wear a mask, right? We won't wear a mask. You know what's going to be next? Everybody go out and sit on the wall, right? So we'll all go out and sit on the fucking wall.
Well, I don't want to go to a shop, right, where the person fucking doing the shelving and putting fucking just a job, just putting fucking tins out on the shelf, right? Have got Mickey Mouse degrees, and now they're going to have some fucking person from BAME standing next to them. And when you interact with them, they're going to tell them if they're racist or not.
Yeah, no, I don't want that. No.
And then you're going to go to the fucking till, and there's going to be a queue just for black people and a queue for white. But boycott Sainsbury's, boycott the Co-op. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. I remember going into a big Tesco's once, and I was wandering around there, and I needed to know where something was, and I got so angry because there was like no English people working there, and I said to this guy, I said, "This is like the fucking United Nations. Is there anyone that speaks English in here?" I go get. I thought, yeah, you go get someone that speaks fucking English.
Yeah. We're going to have to get one of those apps on the phone soon, aren't we?
Yeah, this is England. Do you know what I mean? No, it pissed me off.
It's gone absolutely fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That's what I'm saying. We need a
racism,
boycott list.
anti-racism. And this is why I'm saying it's all coming from the establishment, because the establishment are doing this. How thick are they? So the army's now got to be taught diversity training.
Oh,
What
that's
a load of codswallop.
Yeah. You can just see your average squatty sitting in the fucking room. They won't be
They're pushing
listening
it
to
everywhere.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
exactly.
Teachers, nurses, everywhere. I told you, even my son, when he was, signing on, they did that there with him. They sent the pictures to me. He photographed them. Yeah.
No.
Seeing if you're racist. Yeah.
No, they need to fuck off with all that. They really do.
No. It's obviously where the racism's going to, or
And
it's
I'm not
projected on.
joking. Told you what I'm going to do, and I'm not joking. If I go into any shop and they tell me that I have got to queue in the white aisle, or Hector's got to queue in the fucking black aisle, I am going to stand in the black aisle, and when they try to remove me, I am going to shout out, I am the new Rosa Parks.
Yeah.
Well, when you think of the Freedom Riders in America and everything that they fought for, right? It's all coming back. Everything they wanted to get rid of, and they did get rid of it. A lot of people lost their lives, and now segregation is coming back. Can you believe it?
It's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
You got to speak up for yourselves, you know. And then they call me. The whole world can sit and call me a racist, but if I go into a fucking Tesco's in the middle of England and there isn't one person in there speaking fucking English, I got something to say about it.
Mm.
And we all know why they employ these people. I go get. Yeah, you go fucking get.
Oh dear. They're not going to win, though.
No, they won't. No.
They're not going to win. No, they're not going to win. And again, going back to what was dropped, that's what it's all about. Trying to expose that Black Lives Matter is fake. It's all everything in reverse, and that it is the devil in disguise. Yeah.
The devil in
That
disguise.
coding was about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went into the local garage about 2 years ago, and it was like a garage, but it was Marks and Spencer's like shop on the side of it. Yeah. So I went in there, as all these women weren't running around that were employed in there with things on their heads, these things on their head, like hijabs. So was that hijab? Yeah.
Mm.
And I'm stood there looking about, and my daughter said, "What are you looking at?" I said, "Well, when did this turn into South?" You know, I said,
Yeah.
and she said, "What?" I goes, "How long have these people been working here?" Because the last time I'd been in there, it was like young white English boys, you know, about 19, 20, working in a bloody garage, their first job or whatever.
Yeah.
And in about 4 weeks, it changed over to all these women in bloody hijabs.
Wow.
I walked out. I thought, no, I ain't getting served by them. Not. I'll go to the one that's got an English kid in there behind the till. So I'm funny like that because I don't like it. But they must have replaced the ones that worked there 4 weeks ago with all these other ones.
I'm the same with taxis.
Yeah.
When I go to Newcastle, come out of the railway station, and it's just there's not a white taxi driver inside.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's not one. I had to to ring my sister up and said, "You get somebody, she's a local firm to come and get me." I thought, I'm not going in it. I'm not paying for it.
It's weird because they don't understand that they're creating a society where all the blacks are actually servants.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't even realise that the service industry is now just going to be black people. It's weird, and they can't even see that either.
Mm.
It's like you can see what's being brought in, and nobody can see it. It's crazy. I can't understand why people can't see it.
But what's happening has made me see colour. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, it's true.
Whereas
Yeah.
before, wouldn't have
You
took
never
any
did.
notice.
Yeah. Oh God, but
Now-
that's racist saying that now. Saying that you don't see colour
yeah,
means.
but now it's made me see colour.
Crafty Cockney, what happened to Phil? He said he wanted me to come over. Said he was going to drop the link in an email, and then never bothered.
Huh?
I'm talking to Crafty Cockney. Is in the side chat.
Oh, right. Well, like I said, Jupiter egos are a funny thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like as though like white people might as well just not apply for jobs anymore. The way it's going.
I suggest every white kid out there gets an apprenticeship, gets up a trade, and self-employs. Yeah.
Do you know what? Do you know only thing that it's going to do is like if they're trying to create an underclass that's a white underclass, what it's going to do is like a lot of people are just going to make their own businesses.
Yeah.
It'll make it, create invention, because that's who we are. It will create invention.
I mean, when you go into a garage that was once staffed by young white teenage, well, like 19-year-old boys and everything. Young men, sorry. And then 4 weeks later, you go in there and there's been an Islamic takeover. You've really got to wonder what's going on.
Mm. I don't like the idea of, just, with the army, though. That don't sound good.
No.
I mean, they're doing it with the police as well. They're doing it with the fire brigade. I mean, I've heard people saying, even, of that Paz? He wanted to go into the police force, and because he was white, they wouldn't accept him. It passed with flying colours on the thing.
Yeah, I believe that.
They wanted diversity. Yeah, he says it on one of his things, and he ended up going into the prison service. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like in immigration and customs, right? You won't believe how many Muslim people work in that.
Oh, no. Well, I thought the underground, I mean, he was talking there about the underground, but when I've ever been to London, the underground's full of black people, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where's the diversity for the white jobs?
Well, there is none. There is none, love. I learned that. That there is none.
It's all fucking nuts. It's all gone crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous.
Do you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you know the name of it, Wendy. You might remember the name of it. Do you remember years ago they did a program where they had that experiment in university where they separated a group of people and they said these people are the ones that are superior, right? And they were friends in the classroom. Do you remember what I'm talking about? And
I think so.
And very quickly, within a matter of days, the ones that were getting treated better started looking down on the other people.
That's right. Yeah.
That's from is it Montauk experiment or something like that, or the Philadelphia experiment? They did that actually in reality, didn't they? There's a film about it. Yeah, it's a famous experiment they did, and they had sort of prisoners and wardens. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh no, that's isn't that the 60-day prison experiment?
That's
No,
it.
this was back in sort of in America in the 60s or something.
That's
isn't it?
right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. Oh, is it
You had
Montauk?
you had the ones who were playing the part of prisoners,
Yeah.
the ones who were playing the part of the prison guards.
Yeah, look it up. There's a documentary on it that we can watch. It's not too long.
And pretty soon, the guards actually were taking on the persona of bloody prison guards, where it was just an experiment.
Yeah, Stanford experiment. They're saying it's called, but I'm not sure that it was.
What,
but-
it is. It's called Stanford. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
the Stanford. Yeah,
Stanford
yeah.
experiment.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing now.
And that there's a movie made of it, isn't there? With
yeah,
quite a few famous actors, and it's
They've seen
horrendous.
documentaries on it, on of things on it on YouTube. Wendy, have a quick look.
Let's have a look. Minefield. That's a bit long.
Because it shows you how quickly people's mindsets can change. And I would say that Lady Divine was one of those people when Black Lives Matter came along. Do you know what I mean, Wendy? She was going along, she was normal. And then when she thought she was getting a bit of superiority, she changed into the most evil racist within a day.
Yeah.
I mean, you could show the trailer.
Yeah, I'll show the trailer because that's not long at all.
It sort of gives you a sort of hint of what happened,
Yeah.
obviously.
And I'll tell you what else as well. When she turned on that day, that was the day that I went over there to tell them, don't go to this thing at Trafalgar Square. It's a psyops. And I've been proven right on that and all.
Yeah, but they don't listen. They already know everything, love. They already, they don't need to be advised or anything. They know everything.
Yeah, true.
Stanford, so.
And Tommy was proved right on that as well.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
James Goddard, Mr. Coke Sniffer, NBA jumper.
Here we go then. Stanford prison experiment.
A mock prison was created. It rivaled all social psychology experiments in controversy.
Shortly after I finished this Stanford prison study, Milgram embraced me and said, "I'm so happy that you did this." He said, because now you can take off some of the heat that he's had to bear alone of having done the most unethical study.
Although this experiment is 30 years old, its enduring power has been underscored by the events at Abu Ghraib.
When we got to Abu Ghraib, it was eerie. People were being told to rough up Iraqis that wouldn't cooperate. I mean, they're torturing, they're abusing detainees. You're looking at the situation thinking, they've condoned this, but why? And if it wouldn't have been for those photos, no one would have ever believed what was going on over there.
When I first saw the pictures, immediately a sense of familiarity struck me because I knew that I had been there before. I'd been in this type of situation. I knew what was going on in my mind.
The photographs were strikingly familiar to the photographs that we had taken, many of the photographs I had taken in the prison study.
We didn't do any of the stuff that you see in Abu
Oh,
Ghraib
God, this is awful as well.
or something like that, but I certainly subjected them to all kinds of humiliations. I don't know where I would have stopped myself. Given enough time, we could have got there.
When the images of the abuse and torture in Abu Ghraib were revealed, immediately the military went on the defensive, saying it's a few bad apples. When we see somebody doing bad things, we assume they're bad people to begin with. But what we know in our study is there are a set of social psychological variables that can make ordinary people do things they never could imagine doing.
At Abu Ghraib, ordinary people perpetrated extraordinary abuses. To understand why, it helps to reach back to the lessons of Zimbardo's experiment, how people respond to a cruel environment without clear rules.
I think he and everybody else who came down into that situation got caught up into that situation. And the sense that this was an experiment, that began to fade away. It became just life.
We frankly didn't anticipate what was going to happen. And we tried to really test the power of the environment to change and transform otherwise normal people, much as Milgram had changed or transformed otherwise normal
That's just,
people in an obedience.
it's unbelievable, isn't it?
We wanted to do
Yeah.
a prison-like situation.
Over 70 men volunteered for Zimbardo's experiment.
And they completed a battery of psychological tests. We picked 24, 24 who were the most normal, most healthy. Half are going to be guards, half are going to be prisoners. It's like flipping a coin, and heads, this one's a guard, this one's a prisoner. So at the beginning, there's no difference in the kinds of people who are in your two groups.
When we were given our jobs as guards, we were issued a uniform, which was a plain sort of khaki or lighter colored uniform.
And then we gave them the symbols of power, handcuffs, a whistle, a big billy club. And then the other thing we gave them were silver reflecting sunglasses.
When you have mirror sunglasses on, then nobody can see your eyeballs. I think that anytime you put on what essentially is a mask and you mask your identity, then it allows you to behave in ways that you would not behave if you didn't have the mask on.
To make it more realistic, I had arranged with this Palo Alto Police Department to make mock
Which
arrests.
is why they're making us wear masks now.
When I was arrested, it was a surprise to me. I didn't think I was going to be brought to an actual police station. I didn't think I was going to go through a booking process.
The guards then put a blindfold on them, stripped them naked, and then they put them in dresses, smocks with no underpants. Each had a number that replaced their name. They had to know the number. They could only be referred to by that number. And they had a chain on one foot, which was put there to remind them at all times of their loss of freedom. So all of these things produces a sense of being dehumanized. On the first day, I said, this is not going to work. I mean, the guards felt awkward giving orders, and they'd say, okay, line up, repeat your numbers, and the prisoners start giggling.
I don't want anybody laughing.
And then a very interesting thing happened. Dave Eshelman, who the prisoner's named John Wayne, like he's a Wild West cowboy, he begins to be more extreme.
I decided that I would become the worst, most intimidating, cruel prison guard that I could possibly be.
I've seen the future that you work when you're told. Say it again. Say bless you, correction officer.
I was sort of fascinated myself that people were believing the act, and I was trying to see how far I could take it before somebody would say, okay, that's enough, stop.
We do ordinary people do things they never could imagine doing.
At Abu Ghraib,
Sorry.
ordinary people perpetrated
Or transformed otherwise normal people in an obedience situation. We wanted to do it in a prison-like situation.
Over 70 men volunteered for Zimbardo's experiment.
Station. I didn't think I was going to go through a booking process.
The guards then put a blindfold on them.
You work when you're told. Say it again. Say bless you, correction officer.
I was sort of fascinated myself that people were believing the act, and I was trying to see how far I could take it before somebody would say, okay, that's enough, stop.
We did have to do things like push-ups. We would have to sing things. At the beginning, we protested some of the actions. We did things to irritate the guards.
So the guards' authority was challenged right off the bat. And the guards had to decide how they were going to handle that, and they had to decide it without our input. I mean, again, this was not a Milgram study in which we were standing over them telling them what to do. And they began to see the prisoners' behavior as a kind of an affront to their authority, and they began to push back.
We would ramp up the general harassment, just sort of crank it up a bit. Nobody was telling me I shouldn't be doing this. The professor is the authority here. You know, he's the prison warden. He's not stopping me.
This is unbelievable. They took our clothes. Hands off the door.
There was the first evening a kind of rebellion that took place.
The prisoners rebelled. They barricaded themselves in their cells and said, we refuse to come out. They took off their numbers. They didn't want to be de-individuated. They started cursing the guards to their face. And the key turning point was the guards began to think of them as dangerous prisoners. And so the guards formulated a plan, used fire extinguishers, took the doors down, dragged the prisoners out, stripped them
Good
naked,
God.
and essentially broke the rebellion in a purely physical way.
From that point on, the study was as remarkable a series of events as I've ever seen. It was a real laboratory for Zimbardo and I to watch human nature transform in a very rapid way in the face of a very powerful situation.
People really suffered. I mean, guards did terrible things to the prisoners. They punished them by putting them in solitary confinement, which was a small closet. You could squat or stand, but you couldn't sit, and it was dark and dank, actually.
Every hour, every day, there's a teeny little bit more of an increment. And they're stepping up, taunting the prisoners. They're stepping up. The count's not letting them sleep. They're stepping. I don't think from 1 minute to the next, the people who are in it see the change and see the difference.
And then the next key thing happened beside the rebellion. Prisoner 8612, he was the first one to have an emotional breakdown.
I feel really fucked up inside. You don't know. I gotta go. To a doctor, anything. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm burning up inside. Don't you know? I'm fucked up. I don't know how to explain it. I'm all fucked up inside. Help me now!
At the time, if you had questioned me about the effect I was having, I would say, well, they must be a wimp. They're weak, or they're faking. Because I wouldn't have believed that what I was doing could actually cause somebody to have a nervous breakdown. It was just us sort of getting our jollies with it. Let's be like puppeteers here. Let's make these people do things.
The guards now began to escalate their use of power. Some of them had prisoners clean out toilet bowls with their bare hands. They now taunt, humiliate, degrade the prisoners in front of each other, and they exert arbitrary control over the prisoners.
They keep thinking of more and more unusual things to do. And very soon after the fourth day, things begin to turn sexual.
You be the bride of Frankenstein, and you be Frankenstein.
Wow.
I want you to walk over here like Frankenstein and say that you love Superman.
If you want to fully sort of humiliate somebody, then you want to get them in those things that where their biggest fears are. And a lot of us have a lot of sexual hang-ups, and so that was part of that effort to humiliate them even further.
Yeah, bro. I love you, I love you, Your smile, please. You get down here and take with us.
The guards knew that had the coin come up heads rather than tails, they would have had the dress on rather than the uniform on. They knew that. So they certainly knew that the prisoners who were being mistreated had done nothing wrong to deserve the mistreatment. And yet the roles themselves were so powerful and the environment itself was so powerful that they ended up punishing those prisoners as though they had done something wrong.
We were told to chant something about how he was a bad prisoner. And at the time I went along with it, I'm thinking, what does this matter? We don't believe this, but we can go along and chant it.
That night, he had a breakdown. Every day after that, another prisoner broke down in a similar way. Broke down, extreme stress reaction. And we released another one on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Nobody who was in that study could deny that the prisoner breakdown was genuine. They were scary to see. They were upsetting to us. They were unexpected, but they were very clearly the real thing. At some level, we understood that something was happening that we were no longer in control of. It was damaging people. We didn't quite have a grasp on what to do about it. One of the mistakes we made was that we hadn't built in time to step back and to look at what was happening and call it what it was, which was mistreatment. We were caught up in the events that were taking place.
Well, you can keep your blankets, and 416 will stay in another day. We
We got 3, guess 1. Keep your blankets. 416, you're going to be in there for a while. So just get used to it.
On the 5th day of the study, Zimbardo invited his girlfriend, recent psychology graduate Christina Maslach, to visit the locked prison.
I had heard bits and pieces from Phil about what's going on. And then when I was down there that evening, it really was kind of a wow. The thing that really got to me was when some of the guards took the prisoners down the hall to the men's room.
She looks out and sees a line of prisoners with paper bags over their heads, each one holding the other one's shoulder.
And they're leading them down the hall. And Phil comes over and look, my God, look at that. And I looked up and something about it just, again, it was the dehumanizing, demeaning kind of treatment. I couldn't watch it.
And she said, it's terrible what you're doing to those boys. And she got tears in her eyes. I said, what? And she runs out. And I'm furious. I'm saying, look, this is, I run outside. We have this big argument. I'm saying, look, this is dynamics of human behavior. Look, it's fascinating, power of the situation. So I'm giving her all the psychological basis. And what kind of psychologist are you? You don't appreciate this. And she said,
I don't understand. You're a stranger to me. I don't understand this. How could you not see what I see? I mean, you're a caring, compassionate person. I know you from all the other things. Something's gone wrong here.
And then the next thing she said, which had an equally big impact, is, I'm not sure I want to, have anything to do with you if this is the real you. And that was like a slap in the face, because what she was saying is, you've changed. The power of the situation has transformed you from the person I thought I knew to this person that I don't know. And at that moment, I said, wow, you're right. We got to end it.
After only 6 days, Dr. Zimbardo shut down his experiment.
Yeah, well, I don't think it should have gone on longer than more than a day.
It just shows you when people think that they've got, I always say, piece of power. This is what happens, isn't it? This is why it's like what we witnessed tonight, where that man shoved that old guy down. That's it. That's exactly what we've seen.
A little bit of power and they go power crazy, don't they?
In one day, they'd already caused problems.
Yeah.
I can't believe that not one individual said that's going too far. I'm not going to be part of this experiment if you're doing that shit.
Yeah, but they weren't allowed out. They do, but it was like, you've got to remember it's like 1971, and so they take it for as real. So when they're shouting they want to come out and fuck the psychologist or whatever, yeah, and the guard says no and shuts the gate. Instead of carrying on and really making a loud noise about it, I think they just went into the mode of, well, I'm the prisoner then. I think that's what happened in their minds. They literally behaved like prisoners would.
No, I'm talking about the guards, seeing the other guards doing the bad treatment.
The guards?
You think some
I
of
don't
them
know
would
if it was real in real life, but in the movie that there was money involved in it. They were all going to get paid, but if they
everyone was going to get paid, but still the way the guards, I think the psychologist that had set all this up just to look at human behavior and how power would change the way you react to another human being. I think when he saw I think he should have stepped in and, really said, no, this is too much. Because
they did a similar...
It was sort of inhuman what they were allowed to do while he sat there as a psychologist, monitoring it and thinking it was wonderful.
Yeah, because they did a similar sort of experiment with children, didn't they?
Yeah, but
it was a similar thing,
Yeah, it was similar, but the Stanford one is well known because of the cruelty that was involved.
Yeah.
Because they literally took it on board. Well, I'm the guard. I've got the power.
See, this is the problem. This is what happens when you, and this is what's gone wrong in the police force. It's not hard to see. This is what's going wrong with the Black Lives Matter movement and the white fragility and the inverting the racism, like non-racism, which is racism. All of it's right there, right in front of your eyes. And if people are not going to wake up and start speaking out, and they probably won't. We have to admit, Wendy, that a lot of the masses are just going to go through with this. They're going to take the diversity training. They're gonna go home and start speaking proper PC speak, just so they get paid at the end of the week.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow,
crazy. Because they've got everybody sort of like a couple of wages away from being, nothing, having nothing, with mortgages and, etc., insurances, etc., etc. Most people are like 2 paychecks away from losing everything they've got. This is what's going to happen. Like I say, it's not just the working class that's going to affect this. What this lockdown will affect the middle class big time. Yeah.
It's going to affect everybody. And the sad thing is, we got the cure. We got the cure because when the Windrush come here, we can't deny that there was bad race relations, and then it all healed itself through people getting on, people getting to know each other. We did have an equilibrium.
Mm.
This race baiting that's going on now is orchestrated, and it's orchestrated by our own government. And the blacks are going along with it because they think it's going to give them supremacism.
Yeah, I think that that's why a lot of them will say things like, oh, we're going to whip you, because that's what they want. They think that, what will make them happy is to have the power, what they perceive to be power, to virtually go out and treat people like shit. Do you know what I mean? That's what they want.
Yeah. Can you read Noah's comment and can you tell me what you think on it?
Noah, hopefully panel owners, speakers and chat will think about their own behavior. Noah, I think you're a bit lost, yeah? Because what we're talking about is nothing, our behavior is not like that, yeah? If you knew anything about the Stanford experiment and morality, if you knew anything about the Stanford experiment, you'll know that morally it was wrong to even do that experiment and to let it go the way it did. Unfortunately, some of their ego keeps getting them blind to their own wrongdoings. Noah, I don't have an ego. I do have an ego, but I dampen it down all the time. Jupiter, Angel Moon, would you like to comment on your own ego?
Well, some people, I think this is another thing. Like, people think that an ego is always a bad thing, but it's not. Because you wouldn't get up in the morning and make yourself breakfast.
But
you know what I mean? But I know what you're saying. You're talking about being arrogant. She's meaning arrogance rather than ego.
Yeah.
Noah, of course, I'd love you to come on and explain. Please come on. Wendy, drop her the link. Please come on, Noah. You said, why don't I ask you what you mean instead of Wendy? Please come on and explain to everybody what you mean.
I don't think Noah likes you, Jupiter. It's plain to see.
Yeah.
Her
I don't like it because I call her out.
Yeah, it's quite plain to see. But I don't think you understand the Stanford experiment, Noah, or you wouldn't be saying the things you're saying. I mean, they've made TV shows out of it. Haven't they? They've had people volunteer to go into it, and it's just sick to me. Why? What? Wendy, why do you assume I was talking about you? You said the panelists. There's me, Angel Moon, Jupiter. Yeah, so Who
I
else?
mean, what was
would
she
you
saying
speak
further
about?
up? I don't know. I wasn't really watching it because I was listen. I don't know what she's saying.
It's a
I'm not
shame.
the only one that's noticed that Noah tends to go against anything that I say just for the sake of it. Also, anything that Dave says, anything actually that this channel says.
Yeah, Noah wrote, firstly, hopefully panel owners, right? Panel owners, speakers and chat will think about their own behavior and morality now too. So she's equating our panel to the Stanford experiment. You're not very wise, Noah, are you? Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that. So why would you presume that we would know that? Why do you think we would know that? Good God. Noah, if your mum's, did she say her mum's passed away? If your mother's just passed away, I suggest this isn't the place.
Yeah, may she rest in peace.
Yeah, this really isn't the place to be putting your views across, because obviously you won't be in the right frame of mind at the moment. But don't know why she presumed that we knew. I didn't know.
Because she thinks that we're invested in her, that we care. We don't. She didn't just come on and write provocative statements all the time just for the fucking
Yes,
sake.
she does. Yeah, I've noticed she does.
She wouldn't get called out so often. Cam told us her mother had passed on. I wonder how did Cam know then? We didn't know. She must have told Cam at some point.
Yeah, but all you can do is pass on condolences. But all right, I'm going to say it right. I can't feel empathy for the fucking world. It's an impossibility. You can't. And anyone that's pretending that they can, they're liars. Noah told me and Emily's a few days. Well, as I said, condolences, but
yeah, sending condolences because it's not an easy time when you lose somebody.
No, it's not. But on the other hand, Angel Moon, this is what's partly wrong with what's going on. We're now expected to be empathetic towards the whole world all the time. And then when it's your turn, when something bad happens, do you know what I mean? You'll be looking for the same sort of empathy from people that won't come. That is a lesson I heard. I learned very early in my life.
True.
So, it just won't come.
Yeah, everybody's got their cross to bear. Everybody.
Yeah. No, you can't, Aurora Dawn. Oh, God. I don't write provocative statements. You take them differently than I do.
She doesn't think she does. Noah, you see what you've just wrote? Read it and then inwardly reflect. Then inwardly reflect. That's what she needs to do. Look inward.
Yeah. I don't know how much time's gone by since your mother died. But when you lose your mother, I know what it feels away. Well, that's no time at all. 2 weeks of your mother dying is no time at all.
God, my mother died when I was 13. I still haven't got over it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the feeling, love. So that's no time at all. And to be quite honest with you, Noah, I don't think you should be on here doing what you're doing. So I'm not going to engage. No, sorry. I don't want to engage because 2 weeks is nothing for the grief that you'd be going through at the moment with losing your mother.
Yeah, we're sending you cyber hugs anyway.
Yeah.
Again, I asked Jupiter to leave me alone, like I did before she just passed away. No, have I spoken to you? Apart from today, that.
Jupiter, let me deal with this. Noah, Jupiter has never spoken to you for weeks. And what do you mean, leave you alone?
It's a fucking nuts.
You know, she hasn't spoken to you. You wrote something in the comments. She picked up on it, and she had a right to pick up on it. Now, if you want to be treated as just an ordinary person in the chat, you know, I don't know why you had to bring up the death of your mother. That's fair enough with me. I don't mind doing that. If that's the way you want to go. Aurora Dawn, you're another one, right? I know Jupiter likes you and gets on with you. You're another one. You're starting to irritate the hell out of me. You come out with some strange things, woman.
Well, let's move on from it anyway. There's a lot of hurt going on, I suppose.
I don't know why they come online when they're going through grief like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're on their own. I don't know.
Noah, Noah, Jupiter can block you if she chooses to. Yeah, I don't know why you're getting so hurt about Jupiter blocking you. Just leave my name out of your mouth, please. I did not address Jupiter, for fuck's sake. No, you addressed the whole panel and the chat. That's who you addressed, the whole panel and the chat. Noah, stop trying to make it more than it is. But anyway, back to the Stanford experiment.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you remember that book called The Lord of the Flies? Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. It's very much like this experiment. Remember the kids were on an island or something, and you know, it's just the same thing. Yeah. Dog eat dog. Yeah.
But that Stanford experiment has always amazed me in the way that they actually forgot they weren't guards. Do you know what I mean? That it was just an experiment. They actually forgot they weren't guards.
I mean, like, I watched that movie not that long ago. This, you know, I can't remember there was a black actor in it, and he went in there. I can't, you know, he's a very good actor. I can't remember his name. He's got wonky eyes. Was he in the Shawshank Redemption as well? Can't remember his name. He's a famous actor. Anyway.
I know
He's a
who
very
you
good
mean.
actor.
Yeah.
And you know, his character when he went in, he was really meek and mild. You know what I mean? When he went for the interviews and stuff like that, it was and he turned. He was the worst one. The one that was the quiet, meek and mild one.
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. He was the worst one out of the lot of them. You know, in this sort of film depiction of it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
See, a little bit of power
can
change some people.
And it was to do with money though, because like they said there was a light on the wall, and they said if that light goes on, that means the experiment's been stopped and you won't get your money. You know what I mean? So there were, you know, that's what drove them to.
Yeah, it was like an incentive to
play
the parts out.
And that's the same thing, like it's what's happening in the police force and all that sort of stuff, isn't it? You know.
Yeah.
Well,
What is-
then,
And a
What is-
security guard.
yeah.
What is really disturbing is that they knew that those people were innocent. Now, and now imagine if they knew that those people were guilty of some crime.
Oh
whether
God,
it's
yeah.
mild or extreme.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen?
I dread to think.
Exactly.
Well, that Abu Ghraib showed you, didn't it? You know what I mean?
No.
I mean, how they could have done that, that was terrible what they did. And then they, you know, take selfies with the thumbs up and...
Well, because they're
it's
fucking
just awful.
retards, love, retards. That's why. Yeah.
Mm.
But now just imagine our prisons, yeah?
Mm.
A lot of people that are guards in prisons are black. Imagine that the majority of our population are white. Whether black people are over proportionally represented is not really the issue. The issue is most prisoners are white. So what do you think is going to be happening now?
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
same in the nursing
Yeah.
homes. Look what's
Yeah.
happening in the nursing homes.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Like the carers and the
Mhm.
patients. Look what's happening there. Oh Jesus! Oh God! Got to think nice thoughts. Think nice thoughts. It's getting worse.
Yeah, I might look further into that Stanford experiment actually, because I
And then
think
there was
in
that other one that they were talking about. You know, remember the one where, you know, the person, because they had a white coat on and they were telling them to keep pressing the bell, and they thought that somebody on the other side of the wall was getting electrocuted.
getting electrocuted. Yeah, and they kept, and
Yeah.
some kept pressing it because they didn't care, and others, some didn't. Some didn't press it.
The majority did though, didn't they? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because this guy
The
who
man in
wore
the
a
white coat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
told them
exactly.
it was fine. Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable.
What we should do is a show about these psychological experiments, because I think
Yeah.
you get a lot of information about the behavior that's going on today, the way people are today.
Definitely,
That's
because
what, that's what they were done for. They were done to show the behavior of
Yeah.
human beings.
Well, they were done to find out where the weaknesses were.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how they know how to do psyops because of it. They know they know how to break you down. Yeah.
No, Carl, not Uber, not the horror film Saw. Oh, that's pure fantasy world. Yeah. Yeah. I think we should do that. I think that would be interesting. Because I found that Stanford experiment, I've always found it interesting. That the guards decided to punish people that had done absolutely nothing.
It's scary.
Yeah. Very scary.
You
when
can see
think
how,
about it.
yeah. I mean, that's like what happens in war all the time, isn't it? I suppose. Like, you wouldn't be able to go to war. You have to see, you know, like one side and the other. I mean, like, you know, like that thing on
Yeah, but
Christmas
in
Day
war-
when they
in
stopped
war-
fighting. Do you know, yeah, but I mean, like, you know, on Christmas
Well,
Day they
that's
stopped
another.
fighting
That's
and played
another thing.
football.
You see,
Yeah.
now that goes to show again, it's the hierarchy, because the guys on you know in the trenches, you know, they could have stopped the war there and then for good and just gone home, but they played football, swapped pictures of families, and gave each other presents. Then the whistle fucking blew.
Heartbreaking. That's
Then the whistle
heartbreaking,
blew,
isn't it?
and they went back to killing each other because the
Oh my
hierarchy blew the fucking whistle and said, right, go back and start
Yeah.
killing each other now.
Because they, you know, they would go home and be killed themselves for being like sort of traitors, wouldn't they?
Mm,
That's
yeah,
the
well,
fear. It's fear.
yeah,
All fear driven all the time. Everything's fear driven. Yeah.
Yeah. Back to what we read tonight. Choose love, not fear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, girls, I'm off to bed, but yeah, I'll be doing that tomorrow night if you want to come over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do, yeah.
It'll be interesting, I think. Very interesting.
Yep.
I'm going to find some experiments.
It's my birthday next Friday. I'm expecting a big happy balloons and everything.
What, tomorrow?
No, next Friday.
Oh, next Friday. Okay.
I'm just giving, I like to sort of give you a chance to start blowing the balloons up. Making the cake.
Okay. Next week then, we should next Friday we should have just an easy stream where we wish you happy birthday.
Yeah.
And we just have a womanly chat rather than anything in particular. Because we don't need, because Angel will be drinking and I'll probably be drinking.
Yeah, so it's better to have a yeah, anything goes chat. Yeah. And we'll have to ban Busker for that night.
Yeah, won't be allowed. It depends what kind of birthday she wants. Does she want someone to argue with? But no, we won't have Busker on next Friday.
No.
It's funny,
I
Busker
think
hasn't
our
been
clashes. Like, he might not get a piece of cake saying that about me.
Well, I think your clashes have done his head in. To be honest, he hasn't been around.
I'm on about a guy in this chat called Our Clash. It's 70 balloons.
Action.
Oh well.
Oh, Carl's gonna strip.
You'd be allowed to do that.
Oh, well, that'll be a fun show. Week Friday then.
She'll get a strike.
Who will?
You will if he strips off full Monty.
No, we don't have any of that silliness. There'll be enough silliness with Agent Moole being drunk, let alone anything else. I could let Busker on just for 2 minutes. So you can just shout at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we'll do is Wendy do an experiment. We'll do a drinking game.
Yeah.
And if we get something wrong, we have to take a shot and then she has to ask us a question.
Oh, God, can you imagine
it? How quickly our memory deteriorates as well.
I know, that would be a good experiment, wouldn't it? So, Angel Moon, you'll have to come on sober.
I'll try.
Yeah. No cheating. Yeah. You got to come on sober and so have you, Jupiter.
Yeah.
It'll have to be a bit later because obviously I don't know what, obviously I'll be going somewhere with my son or we'll be having fish and chips or something,
of course,
I mean? Yeah.
But I don't think you'll be going out hitting the town or anything.
No.
I'm being facetious, sorry. And then I'll start asking you both questions. And because I'm never, ever drunk, I'm going to be able to see as each of you go down the pan, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
As the drink gets
It'd
a
be like
hold of
Mastermind. Yeah, we'll be sat in the chair and Wendy can be Magnus Magnuson or whoever it is now. And, yeah. And what would my specialist subject be, I wonder? What do you think, Wendy?
Christ. Conspiracy theory, something.
Yeah.
And I expect you to...
Gentlemen, I expect you to win whether we were sober anyway, but it'd be fun.
And Jupiter's will be the bloody Sumerians. So it'll be a night of conspiracy theory and Sumerians. And I'm going to have to learn.
No, she says it though, Jupiter, Wendy. Jupiter's will be the bloody Sumerians. It's the way she tells them. Oh, you make me laugh, Wendy. The bloody Sumerians.
That would be fun, actually. I'll enjoy that.
Yeah,
because I'll have to have information up on the Sumerians and any crackpot conspiracy theory that Angel Moon wants to come up with.
You'll have to test me on them, yeah. Test me on the
That's the whole
conspiracy
point.
theories if I know.
And then as you keep drinking, as the night goes on, see which one of you tumbles first.
By the end of the night, I'll be making my own conspiracy theory up. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it'd be good anyway. It'd be good.
Yeah. All right then, girls. So I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah, take care.
All right, good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
Thanks for turning up.
Bye.
Night, everyone. Carl, Neil. That's all I can see in the chat at the moment. I know there's more, but yeah. So that will be Rubber Dub. Good night, love. That should be good fun. And also, of course, tomorrow night there's going to be the one with the experiments. That'll be fun too, just to see how because I know where to get some experiments that you're not going to believe. You're not actually going to believe what you see. So that'll be quite interesting. So it's good night from me. It's good night from her, and it's good night from her. Angel, Moon, and Jupiter. Good night.
I used to rule the world, seas that rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone, sweep the streets I used to roam. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. One minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt, pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you've gone, there was never alone this world. That was when I ruled the world. It was the wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my hand on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Or who would ever want to be king? I hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name ever alone this world. But that was when I ruled the world. Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Beaver, mirror, my soul and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never alone in this world, but that was when I